and I thank our public hearing, everyone that came here. Thank you very much. I'd like also to thank our sponsors that contributed to this event.
Industrial, o Senai Ceará.
Social Service of Ceará, SESI. ABB, ArcelorMittal. Banco do Nordeste, Casa dos Ventos. Fortescue, Government of Ceará. ADESI. White Martins and Sebrae Ceará. I would like to thank as well Caatinga Association, Café Santa Clara, Pecém, the GIS, GS Inima Industrial, IFCE, Límpida, CARE Brazil, Siemens, Cindy Energia Ceará, and the Federal University of Ceará, UFC. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is our main goals, hence all of our carbon footprint will be neutralized through Association Caatinga, which is a company that's completing 25 years now this month with the help of FIEC and Verdemar sustainable events. And now we will start our program with the second panel of this event with the theme training personnel training, research and innovation in green hydrogen.
Quero convidar então a vir à frente o moderador deste painel, o senhor Paulo André Holanda, diretor do SESI Senai Ceará.
I'd like to invite here the moderator of this panel, Paulo André Holanda, the director of SESI and Senai Ceará, and also Professor José Wally Menezes, which is the main director of IFCE, the Institute Federation of Education for Science and Technology of Ceará. Ana Cláudia Nioac de Salles, which is from Fraunhofer ICT, and Marcus Franke, the director of Aid to Brazil of Berater der Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit. Our panel today will last 1 hour, and each guest will have 15 minutes for their presentation, and at the end we'll have 5 minutes for questions and answers, which can be made through the QR code, which is available here on your screen. So if you wish to leave a question, please use the QR code. Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor for me to start this morning, such an important morning, with this panel that I consider to be probably the most important of this summit, which is the workforce training, research and innovation in green hydrogen. I would like even to enlarge this the hydrogen chain, and thanks for inviting me for opening this second day of the event that's so important for this country and for the world. And I would like also to thank all the efforts of this work group in the person of Dr. Carlos Prado, and with an important team in the Federation of the Energy Corps, led by Dr. Jurandir Picanso, that has left such a important legacy here in our country, and it's here with us today. And I also would like to apologize for being late today. I was supposed to have a more important and developed introduction. I would like just to quickly thank uh, all those who are present in these panels, people that came from, for example, Germany. I would like to thank Ana Claudia. She's Brazilian from Rio, but she's been working for 15 years in Fraunhofer Institute in Germany. And I had the honor of being with my team, drinking from that source of knowledge that she has. And be very welcome, Ana Claudia. And I would like to salute also my dear friend José Wally Menezes. And in his name, I would like to thank our all of our partners that think and research and innovate in the universities here, the University of Ceará, which is the university where I'm from, and our vice rector Diana and Professor Carla, the State University, Unifor, another university of Fortaleza, and many institutions of research here. I would like to, in the person of Mr. José Ali, I would like to thank all of our research institutes of our state. And right now, not many people know, I would like to thank especially Mr. Marcos Frank, which is leading such a great program as H2 Brazil, and they're a partner, the state of Ceará, for many decades. And this partnership that we have with them, with the state of Ceará, with Senai and SESI, here in the state of Ceará, we have that much to thank to them, to GIZ, because everything we have here is thanks to that partnership between the state and GIZ. And I would like to thank you very much, Mr. Max Frank and all his team. So now that we did the introductions, I would like to stress the importance of the workforce training. I was right now, a few minutes ago, with a journalist that asked me about the importance of this training, research, and innovation. And I'd like to tell Professor Jurandir, it's an honor to me. I was a student of yours. And there's no innovation without knowledge. Wherever there's innovation, there's knowledge. In the workforce here needs training. We're doing that with universities and Senai, trying to train this workforce. Manufacturing workers, and there's a working group here in Senai Ceará that's being led by Isabela Maciel. That's an assessor for SESI and Senai, and her department has many research and diagnosis being held every year for the needs of workforce for the industry. And in this field of energy, this diagnosis has to be very precise, because everything that we're doing here in this event This summit is trying to identify opportunities not only to become better for the research, but also for logistics and storage and transport and the very operation of these factories, maintenance, and finally, that's what our panel presenters are going to present today. I don't know who is the first one. Is it Wally? He's going to talk to us. No, I'm sorry, I didn't have the time to read your exposition, so I will find out now everything you are doing for our state, for our country. Thanks so much for commending our institution.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much, Paulo, for the opportunity to be here today. As you have just told, I'd like to start by informing that who is here is not just IFCE, is the whole ensemble that's been working together in the state, because no one flies solo in this adventure with renewable energy. When will it start? Where's my presentation? Yeah, because professors, teachers like to talk a lot, so I could start talking until my presentation begins. Okay, here we are. So, in the perspective of FIEC Summit, we're talking about workforce training, research, and innovation in green hydrogen. Here we have the IFC actions, but you realize during this presentation that we also talk about other institutions. I'm doing my pub here. UFCE is one of the federal institutes that's part of the network of education and technology in Brazil. We have 35 units here in the state. In the whole country, there are 670, sorry. And if I was there with my colleagues, with Fraunhofer and GIZ, I would be thinking, oh, if I was to do something in Brazil, I could go to other states, to other countries, because it's not just an institution for research for research. We do have this proximity with the market, and that's something that sets us apart. Let's talk about numbers. We have over 70,000 students and 15,000 projects in research and development. Over 700 laboratories, which are the 800 laboratories. We have over 200 research groups. Since the groups of research from undergraduate students until the postdoc, we have over 720 kinds of courses. Company incubators. We have over 40 postgrad courses. And in this perspective, we have also been working applications in the whole industry chain and remote education. Another perspective that we have been working is that we have a group of companies that need to fulfill some prerequisites for people with special needs. It's a group that has many capacities, many skills, and we are trying to insert them into our companies. In the same environment, we also have MCT, Ministry for Science and Technology and Innovation. We have many partnership with, for example, with Softex that exports software for the whole company chain. We have partnership with the National Company of Research, where Academy also from in SCIP, Anatel, and NPI. And this academy is not only the IFC, it belongs to the state and to other institutions. Our students out from IFC with a patent can fulfill its role in the whole society. We have many innovation pools in the whole building smart cities. We see are with environmental questions, with many applications in use of energy and vertical vehicles. We also have this question with partners that are connecting the whole logistics system from ports and harbors, airports, and that is a very strategic point for the whole hydrogen chain, because you can put like a DNA that's strategic for companies from whatever sector they are. We usually say that FIEC and IFCE are the same letters.
De pesquisa, Joela, não sei se ela está por aqui ainda.
We are in the eye of the storm. And we say that they are the storm because we are already completely inside the port of Pecém. It's like 60 kilometers from Fortaleza, and we also have many units around it that work to supply this structure. Mirim, Paracuru, Pecém, Maracanaú, Maranguape, and Fortaleza itself. And we also have other presence here, other units here. So here you can see IFCE. The companies that work at Pecém, and have many others that work there that are integrated with our institution, and I am very proud. We are building that with a federal and state university and many other universities and institutions, because no one flies solo in this journey. We are here today working in the Energife program with also JZ, Trans partner, for wind energy and solar energy, stockage of energy, biogas. I'm being very synthetic here, but what does it mean? We have been working in very technical courses until post-grad advanced courses, and that's very useful to the state because we are hereby aligned with other states, and that, I'd say, academy is a very vain structure. The rector of our university is someone who is soaring above everything, and if he's a doctor, he's basically a god. So we have to get down to earth. We have to work with industry, with the workers, with other institutions, and finally put an end to these institutions. Are this one's better and bigger than the other? What I mean is there's no one flying solo in this journey. There's no flying solo. And in this perspective, we work. I'll tell you, when I was in Germany, I saw we need to train our mechanicians, our electricians, simple people. Otherwise, we won't have innovation in our state. And we also need to train people with many skills, with batteries, energetic transition, logistics, both in a grad and post-grad level. So we are here building many opportunities with other institutions, and this is not trivial. Anyone who is who works in the academy knows that it's not trivial. Who is in industry knows that this is not something trivial. And our colleagues of GIZ and Fraunhofer, the Federal University, State Unity, Centec, anyone whoever wants, is invited to be a part of this group. Thank you. Our idea is to train over 10,000 people and go on with that. The other question that we have is to build the hydrogen valley in a state of Ceará with international partners. Some of our laboratories, you can see here, and with other partners, other institutions, because if we don't work together, time will pass over us. And we are here also building forums with ICIP, student visits to campi. And you're like, people could say, you're an academy to form doctors and everything. No, we are going to visit the schools to tell our students that they have to look up to the future. Otherwise, we will find the future people who don't know what they're doing. And we are working in tandem with many cities, the government of the cities, to do these projects. So, and we are starting with modules to train people. We need to train electricians. We need to train mechanicians. I would like to give some training to these engineers. We are here to offer solutions to the industry. But we need to talk and to have a foundation. This is a picture of Pecém, our port. We are planning our grass here, and we're building our blocks here to study energy and energetic transition. We are starting course specialization in green hydrogen. Here you have Bruno, who is our coordination here. Thank you very much. And it focuses heavily on company, on the practice aspect. And we are working here with GIZ, Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, German, who is working in research and innovation in FCE. We have over 720 prospection and partnered companies, 130 projects, over 100 patents, plus a couple registered software, and 2,000 million reais in resources that mean. I put these resources for students and professors, and with our students and professors that work to develop this idea. And this intellectual property belongs to them, to the industry. And if they want to take all of our students, yeah, please go, be my guest. And these are our partners. These, and these, also these, and these, and also these. Which makes EFC has won a prize of the most entrepreneur institution, and he's on top of the public institutions for patents and software registered. But the most important part of all this is there's no flying solo. This is not only IFCE. That would be being selfish to our state. All universities are here, all institutions are here, even those the students that are still at school that can already imagine what they want to be when they grow up. When they go to Fraunhofer, GIZ, FIEC, UFCA, Unifor, UFCA, whatever we can together transform the state. Thank you very much, and I hope I didn't pass too much time, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here talking to you.
Professor, professora Jocélia chegou agora, ó, só para o reitor. Bom,
Well, it was a very important talk, really. When he was talking to me, there were so many fun things that they are doing right now, so it's really an honor. And I was wondering if you would have any questions, but regarding time, I'll be passing on. And Mr. Carlos, just to say, whoa, that's amazing to see such a big auditorium all filled in the opening. And I'm very happy because the team really is about innovation, technology, research. I would also like to thank my managers of SESI and Senai that are here right now. They represent the industry of Ceará, so thank you very much for being here. And now to carry on for Ana Claudia. She's a researcher for the Fraunhofer Institute, and she's a very important link in this chain. And this is very good to understand that she's here for us. So please, Anna, carry on. Hello? Okay, just a moment. Good morning, everyone. Well, thank you very much for receiving me here. And before even starting, I would like to tell the dean that, and very, very personally, really, I would like to thank. Can you speak closer to the? Okay, yes, I'm talking closer to the mic. Is it better now? Okay, and now I would like to say that I really want to get involved, and I was talking to Paulo. We have to line some things, but yeah, I'm here as a Brazilian at the Fraunhofer Institute. I'm an open link. I'm a direct link to the institute, and I can help students, entrepreneurs, companies. Please use me. Use me as your channel for the upcoming needs, because I'm a Brazilian, so I can facilitate that kind of connection. Oh, it's not working. Okay, okay. Did it work? Okay, now it's working. Okay. I will speak briefly about what's Fraunhofer Society. It was developed, founded right after the events of World War II in Germany. It began as a military institute, and the institute that I work for, it actually exists since '79. It was as a military operation actually, and one of the main expertise of that institute was really hydrogen. So they develop a battery and other technologies, sensors and as well. And the area, the sector that I work now, that is the environmental area, actually was founded by in the 90s. So the Institute Fraunhofen, the Society Fraunhofen, actually is works towards the industry and the society. So it is applied research. It's the largest applied research institute for Europe, and we are very focused on in the industry. And I see that Senai is very aligned with Fraunhofen because we works folks in the industry. So I bring now some highlights of our company. You can see that we have a lot of highlights actually. By the 2000s, we even began working with surgery, with augmented reality, and now with the hydrogen technology. And as I was talking, we have a large experience in hydrogen, over 50 years of experience. So it's a great pleasure to work in that field. Our strategic research involves hydrogen, right? Hydrogen, but not only hydrogen, but all its chain. And what you can see highlighted in darker green is how we evolve in those projects in the whole chain that is also connected to the hydrogen. For example, you can see SAF, that's jet green fuel, metaverse. We are very involved in all of those lines of research, not only hydrogen, but also everything in between. Now I'm going to present very quickly two projects that Fraunhofen is involved. Those are very connected to the German strategy of H2V. The hybrid one, that is HYBIT, is a Germany project. It's funded by it started last year, but we are really beginning to put things on the ground as of now. And it has the involvement of several partners, of industrial partners. And now, and they are here, actually, they are presenting on the other side of this auditorium. And this project happens in the north part of Germany. And who coordinates that project is the University of Bremen, and that is located at the city of Bremen. That is where this project is located, and that region is really polluting. So it's great to see that such a city is a great partner for us, and they have a large-scale electrolyzer, and you can see also that we have BLG, that is a logistics partner. So we have a great infrastructure for developing this project. And now you can see a map to really show how the project is being developed. And you can see that we have a H2 hub that includes production and distribution. We need to look at importation and exportation as a part of a hub. As you can see at the left side, we have electrolyzers that are highlighted in blue, and what you see on the C, I'm going to be presenting. This is the other project. That is highlighted in green. Is the other project that is connected to the Education Ministry for research in Germany. So these orange green balls that you see is the it's the current infrastructure, and this is actually the hydrogen backbone that we have that has already been developed And this is the pipeline that is going to be built. This region, as you have here in Ceará, is really important for a large-scale economy. The North Sea and the European infrastructure. It also acts as a virtual platform, and that is a really strong part of the project. So our concrete participation, our, our, s- our real participation in this project is working with chillers that exist inside the industries, and we consider the cost and the environmental impact that are part of this technology. And we also see the resilience of the industry on the change that is about to happen for a thriving hydrogen economy. And we need to think about heavy merchandise, the logistics part, and we also want to talk about workforce training with those partners. And they are considering workforce training by doctorate students, PhD students, and they are going to the masters and the doctorate, and they are working in this project with partnering of universities and other institutions that are involved in this project. So the other product is H2 Mare. Okay, is it better now? Okay, maybe. Okay, I'll talk closer to the microphone. Germany has actually defined a new ministry for education and research, and we have flagship projects. The one, the first one was designed to develop some of the electrolyzers that are needed, such as the one that I cited before, that was built with ArcelorMittal, and now it was developed actually to help offshore wind power for green hydrogen, and it is linked to the whole chain of the production, transport, for example. So, what is the main goal? The main goal of this project, as I was saying earlier, is to really link the electrolyzer with the offshore park. The already built electrolyzer that is offshore, they have already tested. They have already started testing, but they'll really start it next year. RWE is involved with electricity. The total budget is of 150 million euros, but what was funded by the government, by the BMBF, is of 105 million. It has been already been running for 2 years and will go up to March of 2025. And you have 32 partners, so there's a big project in Germany. And it also predicts other materials such as ethanol and ammonia. And you see that professors, teachers, and every player that is involved in this project. And we have to talk about water really, because we are talking about electrolyzing. And when I say serious, I'm talking about the complexity of this project. And we need to test this vapor electrolyzer with seawater. We are using seawater. And they really want to use seawater without the purification process. And they're doing it right now. We also want to work, and this is in trial phase right now, the extraction of CO2 and nitrogen out of the air or seawater for production of PTX. Another great challenge is involving the economic and environmental part of this project. So it really involves all the pillars of the project. So what's the real participation of Fraunhofer in this project? We are designing the platform at the level of the piece that is of transition with elements for hydrogen generation, water supply, gas supply, and reverse energy generation. We also have to address the concept of safety against explosions and the simulating platform to really prevent explosion. That it is the real focus of our institute, and also the specialist training through dissertations and theses. And for those of you who like games, video games, and to be a little fun, we also are offering through this project a little game. Um, It's an offshore H2 Mare game. You can see the link below. That's www.h2mar.info. So you can play a little with green hydrogen. For the Ceará players, it can be interesting to learn that way. Can I pass my video? It's just a quick video, 2-minute video. Can I show a little bit? Yeah, yeah, of course. Okay. Play the video, please. Nós novas abordagens de engenharia química de processos.
Era isso. Obrigada, gente.
Legal.
E finalizo aqui minha apresentação. Somos duas
Thank you very much. We are actually 2 Brazilians there in the institute. I've been there 2 times in the institute. I have been always very welcomed there, and congratulations, really, for the presentation. It was fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, before carrying on to Max Frank of GIZ, I would like to thank Professor Carlos, the presence here of our president for the Sind Energia, the Energy Syndicate for Ceará, Luis Carlos, and I would also like to congratulate Lauro Fiuza, that is another entrepreneur of Ceará, and he was filming and photographing the presentation. So I would like to know if we can share those presentations. And yes, we can do that. It will be shared And that's why you are one of the greatest, Professor Lauro Fiuza, because you are learning and sharing. So thank you very much. Yes, we are doing that. Now carrying on to Max Frank, my dear friend. Now you are up.
Bom dia.
Good morning, everyone.
I'll be talking a little bit of Spanish and Germany. It was great. I saw that it was a short discussion, and we could talk a little bit in German, but we are going in Portuguese, and that's okay. And I have to accept that, really. Yes, he has a cooperation of a lot of years.
Brasil e trabalhamos em muitos distintos sectores com o governo, com muitos parceiros.
Trabalhamos com muitos parceiros e estamos juntos com o Senai. Acreditamos que se pode dizer que com muito sucesso. E agora temos também
Novo, tema de hidrogênio verde, onde também cooperamos em muitos estados. Em muitos estados.
in a lot of states, and with a lot of efforts due to the technological side of this project. We always talk that green hydrogen has a great chain value, power to X. But hydrogen actually starts with the production of sustainable and renewable energy. And we need to talk about those energies. Because that's the way that we really can develop green hydrogen, is through renewable energy. And then we can talk about importation and exportation. So that we can produce fertilizers and fuel and other applications. But what do I want to say with that? What do I mean with this slide? Firstly, the future of energy won't be as easy as we know it today. It will be way harder. It will be a lot more complicated and more adapted to countries and regions and the local possibilities. It will be a lot more detailed. It will be very important. Our team that we are discussing here is very important because we need to train the workforce in a very specific way. In that really accounts for all of the chain. And because of the applications that we see that are very different throughout the whole industry. And so what we are talking always, what I believe is that we need to really talk about the expert side, the logistics side of this project. And we know that it is a chain of value that goes all the way from the steel mining part and other industries. And we need to think that we can really use this green hydrogen in Brazil. We don't need to export everything. We can use here. We need to open our minds a little bit to accept that we are not talking green hydrogen as a final product, but as a medium to transform our industry. This slide, I believe that most of you know, and there is a study about the potentials of the potential of the countries to really use green hydrogen. And you can see that Brazil has a lot of potential, but Bloomberg, and you see that Bloomberg, the institute that developed that study, is saying that the hydrogen from Brazil is the cheapest one. So I ask, why are we talking about the European industry? We need to also talk about the Brazilian industry. It is very important that it can be used here as well. And I believe that Brazil can use this potential to reindustrialize your country. And because that is a real possibility and a big possibility for Brazil. And I'm not only talking about the industry, but everything that is associated with that, and the workforce as well. A lot of jobs that will be generated. When I'm talking about the workforce training, inside H2 Brazil, we are talking about studies that have been developed about green hydrogen that shows the importance of this technology and how it can be used in Brazil. And it shows that 90% of the application of green hydrogen and low carbon in Brazil will be in pig iron. That is not something that is used right now, really. Synthetic fuels such as SAF. And heavy duty transportation and other applications. To really develop this industry, we need to really develop green hydrogen. We need to understand that we need a environment, a regulatory environment that are adapted to this new sector. And we really want that you develop a national program for hydrogen. That is a great step for the Brazilian government, so it can support those thematic chambers that include the ministries of Brazil, and of course, we are also talking about involving the 6X in a way that we can cooperate with you. So, talking a little bit about H2 Brazil, and we are talking about 40 million euros so that we can implement projects here in Brazil that will be applied by the end of 2023. And we are talking about activities such as the structural conditions, infrastructure really, and we are talking about studies to funding in these regions. And these studies will be published when all the discussions, all the partnerships have ceased their debates. We can also talk about training, but we also work a lot with universities and the market research. What are we doing about training specifically? Together with Senai, going along with Senai, we developed a training and saw what they really need, what does the industry really needs. And we studied that, and it was already published. You can see in the CNI portal for the industry. We are also offering courses, postgraduate courses in H2V, and we already have more than 400 multipliers that have been trained. And we can see that there's a very masculine sector. And it's good to see that we have more than 20% of women participation. I would like to really address that. And our training really supports women that want to get into this subject. So please, if you know any women that want to get into the sector, please get in touch with us so we can help them. We are also establishing some hubs in different states for education centers. And we believe that those hubs really work, so that people can come in and take courses and develop further in the sector. So we have already developed those 6 that you see in green, and we had already developed 16 course concepts with over 200 students involved. And today later at 6:30 p.m., we have the opening class for the Senai at Barra do Ceará that is actually specified for applied safety in the storage and distribution of green hydrogen. Because that's a really important theme for us. In the research and cooperation with universities sector, we are talking about several laboratories and processes involving Santa Catarina. There was a big laboratory there. And that has a big production of energy without carbon gas. And in Natal, another city here in Brazil, we have the first unity for production of sustainable fuel for aviation. And that's very important for this country. And the other that I want to quote here is a laboratory that has a medium level electrolyzer for green hydrogen. And that has been developed with University of Itajubá in São Paulo. And a lot of other universities want to participate in this project so they can adapt to the industry. So the key messages that I want to point out here, I believe that we need green hydrogen and Power-to-X for decarbonization of the industry and transportation and the whole chain of value. And we need infrastructure and industries, not only those, but also we need to train the workforce and specialists throughout the whole chain. Our expectation is that green hydrogen has a big economical impact in Brazil. Always considering that it will be a fair transition. And last but not least, the research and the investment in innovation is really important because we are doing only the first steps in this sector, in this new industry of green hydrogen. So thank you very much for your attention.
Bom, eu queria agradecer, Marcos. Muito obrigado pela sua apresentação.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was informed here by the organization that due to time constraints, we will only have time for one questions. One question to each participant that did the presentations. But the panelists have to do the answers very quickly, because after here we will be given the prizes to the scientific works right after this panel. So I would like to thank the innovative director, José Borges. I'd like to thank also a very important this intervention from Marcus Frank from JZ when he talked about the women in this work environment. So I would like to thank all the women that work here, with Annette de Castro in particular, that's here with us. So, Mr. Wally Menezes, is Ceará ready for green hydrogen in its multiple facets? And what do you think? So, start the time. So, is Ceará ready? Yes. But Ceará has also to recognize itself as a producer of energy, not just as a consumer. And this preparation has to focus on planning to avoid doing more of the same and to avoid the same mistakes of the past, and also to avoid thinking simply that we are the generation of the future and doing no concrete actions. And training does exactly that. And the other preparation is working on the mindset of academy and companies. It has to be something that really comes to concrete terms. Otherwise, we won't have the necessary technology. Academy also needs to reach. It has to be more present, and also industry to point towards this horizon. This is our horizon. This is our goal. So, Ceará, the state of Ceará, is really great. It's awesome. It's a good state, but we have to work hard to achieve these goals. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to ask a question to Ana Cláudia. Could you highlight some opportunities in green hydrogen and green transition for Brazil in Germany? Yes, of course. In our formation and training, we have many projects in the industry, and not only for asking people to work. In our homepage and LinkedIn, we have many opportunities to work. It's very hard to hire people for work of batteries and membranes, in economy. The list is very extensive. I'd like to invite everyone who is interested. Maybe we can even align our lines of thoughts to create and take profit of these opportunities. So in this environmental sector, I evaluate environmental impact and have many projects in this area of materials. Like, what could we do with wind blades, or in this part of resource scarcity, and so on. So many topics, and if there's anyone interested in one specific topic, it's not just transferring of knowledge, transfer knowledge and technology, because even Germany can't answer properly all of these questions. So the market is open, and there are many opportunities to walk together. We want to be part of this flight.
Bom, parabéns.
Congratulations, a very good answer. And when I was in Germany, we are developing together with CP and DES a very important, which is SAF, jet green fuel, produced through coconut shell. And we have this partnership, which is very important, and that we have in our institutions. Universidade Federal University has many projects, Unifor, and we're all trying to unite this laboratories, this research, and get closer and closer to working together. So the last question that I received to Marcus Frank, it was very important, your presentation on the partnership with Germany and Brazil. We have many projects of training, research and development in Brazil, especially in renewable energies, and right now, particularly for green hydrogen. So do you believe that Ceará is this like superpower that you believe has this much potential? Thank you very much for the question. As you have mentioned, as I have mentioned in my presentation, we are doing our first steps. And there are many things that we still don't know. In Brazil or Germany or in Brazil, because we need a lot of research and innovation in this sector. And this theme, as you have said, the rapid climate change, because we need to be quick, we need to be rapid, because we don't have much time. So we have to work together in all these research lines. And there are many universities here working these projects here in Brazil, and many also from Germany. And we need to do a very important work to coordinate all these researches to be able to use together our efforts and present them to industry. We need to work in tandem with industry to start the production of green hydrogen and its derivative, and start right now the production. Thank you very much, Marcus. Now, we will have now, first of all, Dr. Paulo, I would like to applause our panelists and our mediator. Thank you very much, Ana Paula Salles, Wally Menezes, Marcus Franke, Dr. Paulo André. I'd like to invite them to take back their places, like their seats in the public. But before we start our moment for prizes, I'd like to invite everyone to know our Bajaga 2. Someone's bringing that. It was supposed to be here yesterday, but it couldn't get here in time. But someone came here driving. But it's already in its stand, in the stall. It received a second place in the many challenges, student competitions for
movidos a célula combustível a hidrogênio. Então, quero convidar
moved by hydrogen. So I'd like to invite you to pass by in front in the Mauai stall, so you can find it. So right now we are going to celebrate the newest research from for all the projects, research projects that are being held by SES and Senai, that was in the fields of research, innovation, storage, and certification. These projects were realized in freely, and we have seen great creativity from our teams. So the prizes have now been evaluated in 2 categories: for research projects. In 3 of them, we have 3 first places, and 3 are in a tie in the 4th place. So you must have followed here in this event, FIEC Summit 2023. 7 works and 5 research projects that have been presented. So the participants furnished a pitch that was shared in our stand, and it's an opportunity to share all these ideas with the public. And it's a way to encourage our culture of research in green hydrogen. The academic work and research project that receive the highest grade will receive a prize of 10,000 reais, so they can continue their research. The 2nd and 3rd places will also register a certificate for incubation of the project, so you can go on with the development of the project. Yeah, we have this whole introduction to give some suspense. So we will now announce the winners that show excellence and innovation of our academic community. We will say the names from the 5th until the 1st place. And remember that only the 3 first will come here to receive their prizes. However, we'll give applause to everyone. In the category of Correias Transportadoras. Transporting belts moved by green hydrogen. Conveyor belts, sorry. 4th place. The title is developing a platform to evaluate the preliminary potential for the production of hydrogen through renewable energy. Applause to the team. So now for the prizes, we are calling the Sonia Parente and Carlos from the Institute of Technology here to give out the Carlos Parente, sorry, to give the prizes here to the 3 first place in this competition. So Carlos Parente. So the 3rd place goes to production of green hydrogen through the treatment of dejections through electrolytical processes. We'll receive the certificate for incubation of this project. Congratulations, and we also take the official picture. Thank you very much to the team representative.
Vamos continuar agora.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go on. So to give the prize, I would like to invite again to come back here Marcos Franke and Mr. Wally Menezes. So the second place goes to system for production of green hydrogen through the electrolysis of residual water fed by off-grid wind energy. I invite Pedro Henrique de Lima Gomes, Daniel Silveira Serra, Francisco Olímpio Moura Carneiro, Carla Freitas de Andrade, Fernanda Leite Lobo, André Valente Bueno, Kelma Maria dos Santos Pires Cavalcante, João Pedro Melo Santos Martins e Maria Aparecida Tavares das Chagas. Anyone who's here belong to this team, please come here for this important picture. Receive the second place. With your permission, I'd like to ask Director of Instituto Federal, Joelia Marques, to be present in this important moment.
Muito obrigado, muito obrigado.
Thank you very much to the team.
Para o primeiro colocado, né? Já que o primeiro colocado vai receber essa premiação de R$100, hein, doutor Paulo? Para convidar aqui o...
So, for the first place, I would like to invite here Dr. Jurandir Picança, who is a consultant from in energy for FIEC, and Mr. Luis Carlos Queiroz, who's a president of Cindy Energy. So I am glad to announce that the winner of the category of research project goes to monitor of processes in the process of obtention of green hydrogen. Maciel Couto Fernandes and Mona Lisa Moura de Oliveira, please come here. Where's the money? The money's here? Oh, yeah, you have here the check here. The check is very big. The prize is big and the check is big. And I remind you that we are in the category research projects.
Marcos Camargo Lima Filho.
Marcos Camargo Lima Filhos, Mona Lisa Moura Fernandes e Marcos Camargo Lima Filhos. Congratulations to the team. It's very important to work with research. Thank you very much to all of our participants. And I'd like to thank everyone who's from Senai, who's outside, from Mr. Josiel, from Pernambuco, thanks for coming. And to our director, Camila. Now, we'll start the category academic works. 5th and 4th places. And we have a triple tie for 4th place. Yeah, exactly that. 5th place, analysis of environmental footprint in the electrical production in Brazil and Germany. So now, I'll say the 3 works and we'll applaud at the end. Dynamic models for the production of hydrogen with wind electricity. And also in 4th place, electromagnetical effects induced by rays in a green hydrogen. And also analysis of the production of hydrogen onshore and offshore for Brazilian Northwest.
Quarto lugar. E agora, doutor Paulo, para...
And now Mr. Paulo to follow along the 3rd place. also received the certificate of incubation, and I also would like to invite Felipe Frutuoso from CIMIS and Senai, and Mr. Enio Pontes from the Federal University of Ceará to deliver the third place prize that I will announce now. Is the project Biohydrogen Production with Biomass in Ceará. Here we have Carla Luzia Borges Reis, Gabriel Simão, Maria Valderez Pontes Rocha, and Tiago Lima de Albuquerque. Please come here. Come to the stage so you can receive the applause and the certificate. If you could be present, please. The third place in this area, there is research and academic papers. My friend Lauro Fiuza, people have really young people here, just talented people. It's very good to really follow along with such a young generation that is working with research and studies with the market for development of the business industry and environment. I would like to thank for the teams and also thank the ones that are here to deliver the prize. For the second place, I ask for Mr. Maciel that will deliver the prize. For the second place, that will also receive the certificate of incubation. The project that is in second place is the paper of tokenization to really impose the development of the portuary of Pecém. So Rubens Oliveira de Couto, a round of applause for the second place winners. The researchers have a really high place here. It's a very important role that they play in this economy. So congratulations to the second place winners. Mr. Monica Panic, that is from FIEC, and also Diana Azevedo, that is the vice rector of UFC, and Carlos Prado from FIEC. Those are big names of the industry, and I would also like to remember that all the participants of this research are really important. And for the first place, construction of solar panels for biophotovoltaic and photocatalytic panels for green hydrogen. A round of applause, and they are receiving 10,000 reais as they were elected the first place in the research in the academy. Tá não. A round of applause again for this team and all the teams that participated, the ones that won, the ones that didn't. I would also like to ask that the team remains here. could stay at this stage, please, with Mr. Paulo. The ones that don't have the phone are not hearing me. So I want to call up here all of the winners, the first, the second, and the third place, so we can take this super photo, really, this mega photo of such an event at FIEC Summit 2023. So the winners of of both categories, of the work in the research project and the academic papers teams. This is a very important mark of this event. Is a very important people up here. They are bringing ideas, works, projects, really being noted here. Their intelligence and how they are acting as developers of our country in the area of green hydrogen. Oh, I apologize. The ones that have their phone on could take those at the for the photo, please. If you can see me, or you can hear me as you are with the phone, you can clap now. Let's applaud those bright students and researchers. Okay, thank you very much. You can put your headset on again, or you can listen to me. Congratulate you all. Thank you very much, Dr. Carlos Prado and Paulo André de Holanda for conducting such a great panel and premiation in the world. And before we carry on and going to the next panel, I would like to remind once more that we are very compromised to the sustainability and the zero footprint of this event. We have Association Caatinga, that is an initiative that, and also the participation of ETEG and the Institute Verde are. Yeah, and you can have more information about them in their stand here, and they are here at this event, so you can gather more information with them there. Now, I would like to register once again, so that they can register here our sponsors and supporters that will appear briefly. That is the Elvado Lodge Institute, IEL Ceará, the Service for National Training for the Industry, that is SENAI, the Social Service for Industry, that is SESI, ABB, ArcelorMittal, the Northeast Bank, that is BNB, and the federal government, House of Wind, that is Casa dos Ventos, First Skill, also the government for Ceará, with the involvement of ADES, that is the Chamber for Development, White Martins, and Sebrae. Those are our sponsors. A round of applause, please, for those companies that allow the realization, the execution, really, of such an event. And Associação Caatinga as support, Santa Clara Café, the Complex for Industry and Port PCEM, GIZ, GS Inima Industry, and the Federal Institute Ceará, EFCE, the Limpida Water, Care Brazil, a care company, Siemens, Sinderenergy Ceará, and the Federal University of Ceará. This event has been organized by Prática Eventos. There's a study competition that is Formula Sai Baja, and they are being fueled by hydrogen cell, the fuel cell. Okay, so now we are just waiting the participants of our next panel so that we can begin.
Que a gente vai aguardar um minutinho, peço um pouquinho de paciência de vocês.
I ask you that to be a little patience so we can call all of them to the stage.
Pessoal, um pouquinho de paciência de vocês que nós vamos já iniciar o nosso painel. Estamos só aguardando a chegada de todos os participantes. Podem permanecer que em instantes nós iniciamos. Só lembrando que as nossas palestras nesse auditório são em formato silencioso, então nós precisamos da utilização dos fones. Peço então a quem ainda não está com os fones que por favor se dirija à entrada do auditório, onde é possível obter os fones com um documento em formato físico. Senhoras e senhores, só
I remind everyone that our interventions are silent, so you may, if anyone doesn't have the headphones, can leave a document and take them at the entrance hall. We are changing out to silent mode. Thank you very much.
seguimos então. Vamos agora mudar para o modo silencioso, por favor, produção. Bom dia mais uma vez. Agora nós seguimos na nossa programação do segundo dia do FIEC Summit 2020.
Now we are on the second day of FIEC Summit 2023, and we're going to the second panel entitled Green Hydrogen Hub and Ceará Advances and Perspectives. We'd like to invite our moderator, João Salmito Filho, who is the Secretary for the Economical Development of the state of Ceará. And the panelists that will take part in this panel now, Mr. Jurandir Picanso, the energetic consultor of FIEC, Mr. Hugo Santana de Figueiredo, who works for the company of the development of the Pecém Port Industrial Complex, SIP, and Diana Cristina Silva de Azevedo, the Vice Rector of Federal University of Ceará. We would like to inform you that this panel will have a duration of 1 hour, and each participant will have 15 minutes for the presentation, and at the end, 5 minutes of questions and answers. You can ask a question through the QR code that is right now on your screen. So I'd like to pass the floor to our moderator, Salmito Filho. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to send my salutations to the members of this table, the panelists, Professor Diana Azevedo, that's representing here a whole network of universities and institutions, research centers here from our state of Ceará, and this professor here from our federal university. I'd like to also give my salutations to Mr. Hugo Figueiredo, who is responsible for the industrial complex of Pecém, and also Mr. Jurandir Picanso, who is a consultant for FIEC, for renewable energies. So here we have a share of this governance in a state of Ceará, which was instituted in 2021, composes this synergy with public and private institutions and also our universities. Each one of these in its fields of competence and expertise, the role of the public powers to encourage and develop the mission, the infrastructure that these initiatives that belong to the public power and government and not to private institutions. The companies are hereby represented by, we're talking about FIEC as the governance of FIEC, and our role here as a moderator. So we are going to listen to these three pillars, these three members that represent these good governance that we are building, and we have received this extraordinary legacy from our governor, that Governor Camilo Santana in 2021. I'm sorry, I left my glasses behind. I have to go and grab them because I can't see. Here we are. So we had a decree number 34,003 from March 24th, and number 24,315 that established the group of work for green hydrogen, work group for green hydrogen, which builds this governance, this good synergy. Back then, Governor Camilo Santana and the Secretary Santana Jr. Formed with FIEC, the Federal University, this group, and we are trying to expand it to other institutes and centers of research. involving and composing this governance. We had the decree 34,221 from September 3rd, 2021, which encourages the contribution that received from the government that will go for the encouragement of the production of energy and green hydrogen on CAPP, showing in practical actions the commitment with this unit, showing that this is a strategic project and that goes for the interest of the state of Ceará, the Northwest region, and Brazil in this perspective of regional and national unity. Another decree I'd like to mention in this panel is decree that regulates the State Fund for Environment from COEMA from 2022 for the procedures linked to the licensing for the production of green hydrogen. The idea is to reduce the bureaucracy and establish clear rules to have transparency and agility in this field. So all of these are initiatives from this governance that composes this project in Ceará. A partnership with the government, private companies, and universities. Now, we have also Decree 34,733 that institutes the state plan for fair energetic transition. And now with Governor Elmano de Freitas, we have a law 18,459 from September 2023 that institutes the state politics for sustainable green hydrogen and creates a council for this governance for the production of green hydrogen and its derivatives. These are the actions that the government of the state of Ceará has been doing in tandem with private societies and with our universities in the first moment with Federal University and then expanding to other university and study institutions. Many other institutions that we have here in our state of Ceará that produce science and technology. So these are the actions, the concrete actions that the government has already taken since 2021 until today, till October 2023, and we are going to see other advantages that our state has to present for investors, executives, and representatives of companies that want to know, get to know, and invest in these opportunities here that are really extraordinary for our planet and for our state. Hence, we have our president that responsible for administration of the Pecém Port Complex. We are going to hear also Professor Diana and Mr. Jurandir Picanso. So I'd like to pass the floor. Already thanking you for your attention. And let's rejoice with these approaches from private companies and the state and universities. Thank you very much.
Dr. Picanso, então, agora com a sua...
Mr. Picanso, now with your presentation. Good morning, everyone. In this presentation, it's going to be a unique presentation made specifically to present the Green Hydrogen Hub in Ceará. We are going to present this moment, everything that's happening, and the reasons why we are here, the opportunity for this scenario of energetic transition. I'll tell a bit the story because everything here happened. Everything that happened was because of a very great opportunity. The first moment, the first contact I've had with hydrogen was during an event in Germany. Germany has so much points of contact with our development of renewable energies. In 2016, I went to Germany to get to know a project in a fair for renewable energies, a technological fair for renewable energies. And I was there, I saw solutions for hydrogen, green hydrogen, or the solutions of for green hydrogen. And that woke a curiosity in me. So once again, during the pandemic, I took part in a webinar here, which was coordinated by Monica Saraiva. It's an international consultant. So, what they explained that Europe was in the search for importing hydrogen, decarbonized hydrogen. Well, we have here the best conditions. So, by identifying these ideal conditions, I took this opportunity to our president. When I presented here what I'm going to present you, he immediately said we need to advance in that. It took this cause and brought it to the government, the universities, and everyone who understood this huge opportunity, they embraced this idea, and this is what I am going to show you. So we have here the great potential for wind energy in Brazil, where the northwestern region is the one that has most of that potential. We also have the offshore wind potential, which is even bigger than the potential onshore. Over 51% of this offshore potential is located here in the northwestern region. We also have a huge photovoltaic potential. And most of this potential is here in this region, in the northwestern region. So we have here the association of the cheapest renewable energies here that are solar, that means photovoltaic, and wind energy. So that's a golden opportunity that we have and that we need to identify. All this happened by the end of 2020, beginning 2021 was a memorandum was signed for where many institutions took the compromise of assuming any initiative that came to encourage the development of this technology here in Ceará. And further studies showed exactly that, these opportunities. All of that happened after 2021. We see here studies that have already been presented and we're going to present later. But right now, this opportunity is taking place already. Like, we're doing concrete steps. Everything that you have to be built for solar and wind energy that can encourage those who are interested in develop that. For solar energy, we have already 14,000 almost 15,000 gigawatts for solar energy in project and over 20,000 gigawatts for wind energy. And other studies show from IRENA, you can see that Brazil will have the cheapest green hydrogen, and cheaper than blue hydrogen, that's the one available right now, by 2024 from these conditions. But Bloomberg already did 2 studies. The first one that was presented here many times in the horizon of 2050, Brazil will produce the cheapest, the lowest costing hydrogen. And why that? Because it associates the excellent quality of the wind energy with the excellent quality of solar energy here. Another study done more recently by Bloomberg showed the country that could deliver the cheapest green ammonia for Rotterdam, Brazil. For Tokyo, Brazil. Another study from McKinsey identified that the excellent conditions for the production of green hydrogen here in Brazil, and that means from northwestern Brazil, place Brazil as having a great opportunity. This is the text that you see there. Brazil has a unique opportunity to accelerate the inclusive and sustainable growth, and to assume a leadership role in the decarbonization of the global economy, projecting for 2024 a market of around $125 billion. Another study from Institute Fraunhofer showed that the countries that could produce liquid hydrogen or ammonia, that are the 2 options basically for delivering hydrogen at the lowest cost. The conclusion was, in a general comparison of the all analyzed countries and the costs of power to X offer, that means the energy compared to any other alternative for 2030, we can highlight Brazil and Australia. And Brazil has the lowest cost, as much as ammonia in Australia. And that's another study that confirms this opportunity that we have here. And there's more. A study done by the consultant Roland Berger, very well reputed in the whole world. It could represent an investment of around 600 billion reais in the next 25 years. And if this goal is reached, if we can reach this goal, the Brazilian market can reach this goal. We can imagine and estimate 150 billions until 2050. Sorry. Another study made by World Hydrogen Leaders concludes that Brazil is ready to be a big player in the global market of hydrogen and become one of the main exporters of the green fuel. So you see here this opportunity for a composition that stems from the composition of our solar and wind electricity here in northwestern Brazil. So we did a unique presentation because we are working as being a one only institution. Here we have a portrait of the advantage of Ceará. We're in the center of this region, the northwestern region, where these whole conditions of association of solar and wind energy exist, and we have complementarity. We have other regions that during the day reduce the production of wind energy, which is then complemented by solar energy, I'm sorry. And that's an opportunity here for Ceará. And Ceará is so close to the Atlantic Ocean in a very good logistic position, good supply for United States and Europe. And this port complex of Pecém, it will be presented by the president of Pecém just after me, and I would like to pass the floor to Professor Diana de Azevedo, and I thank you very much.
Então, muito bom dia.
I wish everyone here good morning. I'd like to congratulate FIEC for the success of this event. I was present for the FIEC Summit last year, and it overcome all expectations. I also would like to say my satisfaction to be here with my teacher, Jurandir Picanso, and Hugo Figueiredo, and José Salmito. And as Professor Jurandir just said, this wheel is well oiled, so it is spinning. So I decided to bring my text and my improvisation so I can do everything in time. My role here is to provide evidence that Ceará is ready to make advance all these sectors of academy, all the sectors of the hydrogen chain, as the hub and as a vector for generating resources here in Ceará. I am right now the vice rector of the university. I bring everyone all the compliments of the rector. And as Rector Wali just said, we are not here as University A, B, or C. We are all working together to provide research for the development of this green energy for our state. Sorry, these slides here are a bit... Well, Ceará is already national-wide known for bringing up state policies that provide for better green energy. Our governors have always been working for this year. We list here many projects that point towards the priority of this education for green energies in many levels. And I'd like to say about ensino médio, that's like high school, because we are trying to not only to train them to work as a technical level, but to attract them to our universities. And inside the universities, I would like to call your attention to the last project, Programa Cientista-Chefe, Program Chef Scientist, that is sent from here, from Ceará, which was born here, and it's due to the expertise that exists in the institutions of superior teaching. And I would like to, on the right side, you have many milestones. So you see here that out of many public schools here in Ceará are among the come from Ceará. Many of the best schools and universities in Brazil come from Ceará. For example, the UFC, or Federal University, is among the best universities in Brazil. UES is the best one from the state-level universities. And IFCE is one of the best, it's like the 17th better young institution of research from Latin America. It's not here in slide, but last year our postgrad programs from the state of Ceará obtained grade 6 and 7 and the best grade is 7, so we had the best quotation among the program worldwide postgrad programs, and that put us in a position of leaderships in our region. So when you talk about renewable energies, the state of Ceará has been training many skilled capacities here in our state. We have many program of formation. I would like to call our attention to FIEC, because through Reuni program has been doing a program specifically for renewable energies. We also have a master's degree in mechanical energy with emphasis on renewable energy, and we should start this first group right now in 2024 for next year. So the implementation of the green hydrogen chain goes together with decarbonization in a general way. So many projects were presented here for capture and conversion of carbon dioxide. And here I bring this news because for the first time in 2023, many institutes of technology are receiving some financing from the government. So many of them used to participate in that, but had never been a leader. No institution from Ceará had been the leader of a combined project, sorry. And now we are working on projects of pre-combustion, post-combustion, and some sectors of industry that are hard to decarbonize, for example, cement. And hydrogen is, just like carbon dioxide, a resource for the production of many renewable fuels, for example. It congregates other 5 institutions here. The institution INCT, which I am part of, works with USP and University of Santa Catarina, and other less known as UNIT. It's a private university from Sergipe that has played a great role in the development of renewable energies. And when you see the right side of this slide, 10 years after the inauguration for the capture and processing of CO2, we have the leadership of this institution had been recognized. And below we see that in 2019, we did our first patent of this university in this century in storage and transport of natural gas, which is what we are trying to implement. And we're trying to do the same thing for stockage of hydrogen. I like to call the memory of our professor Expedito Parente, who is like a pioneer on the carbonization, who filled a patent in the 80s. So this patent has now expired, it's now a public domain. And he also started the program Pro Alcohol and the national program for biodiesel. And now we have over 45 patents, and 3 of them already licensed, generating royalties for the researchers and additional investments for the university. Still on laboratories that you have, recently we have inaugurated LHMT, Laboratory for Hydrogen and Thermal Machines. It's a part of the programming mechanical engineering and works with many other laboratories of the university. For more details on the research, of this laboratory and also other research programs in UFCA, you can point your camera to this QR code. So to take inspiration from the last panel that was presented, I'd say we have a great gender equilibrium here, like a lot of gender parity, many men and women working together. About research and development here, many projects are being developed not only in the public university but also in the federal institution. Sorry. Each point here presents to different groups of researchers. And what I find different from the story that Jurandir just told, each point represents a different project that was either in development before or that managed to bring new resources to the research. So we have been having a quick answer to many fields of engineering, mainly to the hub for green hydrogen. And it all started by the end of 2020, and the concrete actions were taken in 2021 mainly. So these projects are being developed with public funds, and we would like to highlight the main finance givers. We are following a scale here from until 25 that bring many funds and that cover basically the whole chain, from the certification of the energy used in the projects for production of hydrogen, mainly electrolysis, to the production of renewable fuels, passing by the storage and transport of hydrogen. So, to say it succinctly, the captation of resources here in Ceará, there are the two lines, the two first lines of this table here. I highlight the participation of Ceará in the captation of resources. The first one is the Iniciativa Brasileira de Hidrogênio, the Brazilian Initiative for Hydrogen, and the system of hydrogen laboratories that managed to have 11 and 15% of the proposals. So many propositions have been approved, and 6 of them were in green hydrogen. Many of them received a prize. Many of them received a prize in last year's event, FIEC Summit 2022. We have a big program for renewable energies, for the developing renewable energies and green hydrogen, and it's part of the project for new multipliers. And we will take profit on the capillarization of the partnership with many institutions like SESI and IFCE. And finally, I would like to end, that's very recent news. The HTAC wants to support one project in green hydrogen. Now I will show you here the Green Network for Innovation and Research in renewable energies in Ceará, and it's a great part of this chain to move and dynamize this relationship between government, universities, and companies and industry. So I'd like to quote again Rector Vauli. There's no flying solo in this adventure that we started in 2021. So I pass the floor to engineer Santana Figueiredo.
Bom dia, uma satisfação estar aqui.
Good morning. I'm very pleased to be here at FIEC Summit. I would like to begin my talk by appreciating the organization of FIEC Summit and really welcoming our moderator on the construction of the hub of Ceará, Salmito Filho, and also to greet Jurandir Pigacanso and Gianna and all the participants of the governance model that we have for the development of the green hydrogen hub. Of course that we have a lot of people here as well that have been up to the task of developing the hub of green hydrogen of the CIPP. So to begin, what is the complex of Persen? It actually is a territory for special development that is located here at Ceará and is composed of a port that has began its operation at 2012, and we have over 90,000 of hectares that is reserved for the occupation of companies that have the vocation of exportation, but also companies that want to allocate the resources for their internal market. So the occupation of this port is a responsibility of CIPP, partnering with the mayorships of São Gonçalo do Amarante and Pecém. We are located 60 kilometers of Fortaleza, and of course, due to the localization we are in, we have also enjoyed a great development in the infrastructure of Fortaleza. Now, considering the activities of the port, we are now ranked amongst the 10 biggest ports of Brazil with over 17 tons, and we have moved a lot of containers and the steel plates of ArcelorMittal, that is the main client of our complex. And we also have moved loads, project loads, and wind blades, and also we have also moved bulk materials and natural gas for the whole country. And okay, well, we are now talking about the management of the port of Pecém. So we have this complex for Pecém since 2018 with shared responsibility for accounting of 70% for the government of Ceará and 30% for the port of Rotterdam. And since the port has entered the management of our port, we were also accounted as a ZPE. That is the first ZPE of Brazil, really. We have 10 years now, and it's the biggest one in operation right now in Brazil. When we see other ZPEs that are being constructed, but our still is the biggest one, and we have the continuous operation with really good results. And the other project is CSP that has now been acquired by ArcelorMittal. Well, us at CIPP, the way we call the company, it has the purpose, the noble purpose that really encourage us to get up in the morning and go to work knowing that we are working for something that is way bigger than ourselves. We are really here to bring the opportunity for the peoples, for the ones that are here in the state of Ceará. And we are now consolidating the hub of green hydrogen, transforming in a big way the life of people. And we are not talking about a once in a lifetime opportunity. We are talking about an opportunity that has been there for a lot of generations. And we are really working to transform Ceará, to revolutionize our state. We actually have two big businesses. We have one that is the movimentation of portuary loads and through ZPE, but we also have the business of industrial development. And those two businesses is what makes the green hydrogen hub keep growing. So we have the vision of being a logistical operator. We want to be the protagonist, and we are not talking only about Brazil. We are talking about the world, really. The numbers that were showed here, and Judan Dipicans showed that really well, that it puts us as the best place for the production of green hydrogen in the world. And we have numbers to show that. The reference is of course Brazil, but in Brazil the reference is PECEM, and we want to be protagonists in this energy transition, this logistical global operator.
Com base
So based on several characteristics, we have a value proposition of delivering to our clients, being that portuary clients or clients that come to really be allocated inside our area. First of all, we have the governance, and I want to emphasize really, it is about the integration that we see in this panel between government, the private sector, and academy, and CIPP being intertwined in this so that we can operationalize operate really the activities of the port, of the ZPE. And the Port of Rotterdam, since it's entering in this partnership, in this holding, has allowed us to access new business in Europe, and we'll see forward how that partnership with Rotterdam has been of great importance to us. Beyond that, we still have the occupancy of other companies in our area, and we are allocating also companies that want to be not only in the ZPE, but want to be near us and serve the national market. Our port has a depth. Our depth is great, and so we can receive a lot of ships. And that helps the state of Ceará really diversify the workforce that is coming to us. we have announced yesterday that our environmental license was approved, our pre-license of environment was approved. And we have several partnerships with finance projections such as the World Bank and naturally. And Professor Juranji has already talked about how renewable energy is accessible through the network, the grid that we have here in the northeast region of Brazil. Now, briefly, I want to talk about what's already in operation in Pecém. What was sent to me by the association, we have over 80 companies that are integrated to the chain, the value chain of green hydrogen that goes from energy such as EDP, but we also have the metallurgy sites, minerals, animal nutrition, logistics services. We are already connected to the state of Piauí and Maranhão, and with a lot of other trains such as Transnordestina, we can really help the agricultural side of businesses of Tocantins and Bahia, and we operate in a very distinct way through operators that are certified. We have a lot of companies that are operate with us in a mixed economy, companies such as SIP. So as of now, we have 30 MOUs that have been signed, and we want to guarantee that those MOUs can be executed so that those investments can be realized in Brazil. We already have not only MOUs, but already 4 projects that have been advanced and that have been signed already. And they are paying the rent for areas inside the ZPE so that they can develop their processes of engineering and their environmental licenses. And yesterday, we also started another previous contract, and we hope to have a lot more coming up in the next few days. So our idea is that Pecém can be a bridge to connect with Port of Rotterdam, and not only connecting Fortaleza or Ceará, but connecting the whole Brazil to the Europe. So our infrastructure that makes up the hub has the premise of reducing the cost for the operators, but also reducing their cost of operation. And so we emphasize a shared infrastructure of utilities that include from the moment that the company installs itself at ZPE2, that is the area that is located here as the D1 that you can see beneath in the picture. And they already have environmental license. So we are seeking a shared infrastructure so they can transport the hydrogen that is going to be produced, converted to ammonia, and for that production only, we have dedicated wastewater and also energy that comes from the transmission grid. So we have already allocated investment to build a 3 gigawatt substation for that location. And also I would like to mention the infrastructure of the port that I will talk a little bit ahead. For the implementation of the portuary infrastructure, we are allocating almost 700 million reais over the next 5 years so that we can modify. Right now we have 10 cradles, and we want to have more cradles for boats, for ships, so that we can really move the load of Transnordestina. There is a bulk load of grains in a way that we can really multiply the amount of grains that we can move in our port so that we can open even more business to Pecém. We also have a lot of logistical equipment, and more recently, through the effort of getting more resources from the World Bank so that we can guarantee even more investments in the sector. Where do you want to go? Where are we going? What do you want to achieve? We believe that the partnership with Port of Rotterdam, and we have already been visited by the First Minister of Holland, so that our partnership can be even more benefited by that closeness of the countries. And we are already aiming 25% of the whole hydrogen that is being exported through the port of Rotterdam to be ours. So we also want to address the renewable fuels that are being built. And we need to talk about the new concept of power shoring, the intensive use of energy in a way that we can use green hydrogen and green steel. Anyways, the whole chain so that we can aggregate value to the whole national and local environmental. I know that I've gone through a lot of ideas, and I hope to have achieved conveying my ideas in a great manner. And where do we want to achieve with this?
Congratulations, everyone. President Hugo, Professor Diana, and Dr. Jurandir Picanso. Well, as you could see, with this information, we have shown studies that place the energetic transition as the way of no return for our planet. And at the same time, projections of international consultants. We also had the presentation of Professor Diana, our Vice Rector of the Federal University, placing the participation of our research centers that read linked with studies and research and trying to develop technologies for green hydrogen. Here in Ceará, the highlights goes to these centers of innovation. And we also see that the state of Ceará is ready from a logistics standpoint through our port complex in Pecém, the space that has already juridical security, and with all the advantages that the state of Ceará presents to Brazil and to the world in this energetic transition. With that being said, I'd have a couple of questions. I thank everyone for their questions. And the first question goes to
Dr. Jurandir Picanso. How is the drinking framework going to be delineated for production and exploitation of the resources? Well, thank you. This question will give me the opportunity to mention what moment we are in now. The Ministry of Energies has been developing for 3 years a program for new energies and has elaborated a 3-year plan for that, but hasn't presented a concrete project of a framework of law that could be a milestone for the regulation for that question in the country. However, 2 initiatives emerged. A commission has been instituted for the question that's presided by Mr. Cid Gomes, here from Ceará, and later a commission for hydrogen from the chamber. And these 2 commissions advanced. The first one to launch a law proposal for the regulation and to define precisely everything was a proposition from the Senate, and the proposition from the chamber that came later, they could use everything that was already present in the first proposition, and so they basically wrote in 4 hands this new proposition, and up to this Monday went on to public consultation to all interested institutions could present their contribution. Here in Ceará, both the Secretarial Chamber of Energies presented their proposals, and the same way we had propositions to improvement of the project that I already have in our record as a very, very good project. We can now perfect this project in the Senate, and these additions were to develop the internal market, because it's important that the low carbon hydrogen, such as was defined, it doesn't talk about hydrogen, but a low carbon hydrogen. This low carbon hydrogen is now more expensive than the hydrogen now in the market. So to encourage the market, we have to set goals, and so that the whole industry from some point on will have to use low carbon hydrogen. And we would have to develop a program to develop a whole chain for green products here in Brazil. The proposition is very good, and we hope that in the shortest possible delays, we can have this law project approved, and it's coming. It seems to be very good. Thank you very much, Dr. Picanso. I'd like to have the floor to Professor Manani. How will be the certificate is electrolyte produced through green hydrogen? Of course, this is a question that goes far beyond of our universities, but we would like her to comment on the question. Well, when he showed me the questions, I found it very because he gave the opportunity to give the Programa Chef, which is a chef scientist in science to energy. One of the main projects is the traceability of the origin of our energy. The energy that is, and so it has generation production chain itself will be providing the energy there, wind energy, or consuming it off grid. Now we can talk about the question of low carbon hydrogen. We have studies in which if we are very rigorous on the green hydrogen is the one with zero carbon production in the whole chain, and that will probably have high costs and low investment. Kind of hydrogen. I see it's now been painted in blue, right? Blue hydrogen. If we can reduce the emission in comparison to this blue-gray hydrogen, it will be a great event. And well, I just like to take the opportunity to know that this is part of our radar. It's already on our radar. We're pursuing it. I'd like to add also that this program helps to produce technology to present solutions to society and to generate new productive opportunities. And I remind you that our energetic matrix here in Brazil has a very important hydraulic source, which is clean and renewable. Now, I asked President Hugo Figueiredo, the question is, what are the main challenges of the implementation of a green energy hub here in the state of Ceará? Well, I'd like to thank the author of this question because we presented now our approach for this shared infrastructure of this green hydrogen hub. And in this process, I mentioned briefly that we intend to obtain renewable energy off grid because it's part of the integrated national system. At least for here in the northwestern Brazil, it has at least 90% of energy is renewable, and that's our goal. At least that's the threshold for an energy to be considered green. It has to be at least 90% of the use of the production has to be green, and using off-grid energy has many advantages. For example, if you have an electrolyzer, when you convert this hydrogen to ammonia, we can have some energy that ensures that we can have an uninterrupted production of ammonium. It's one less operational cost. So to assure this energy, we have to make so that this energy can come to the same. And we have around 3 gigawatts available. Gigawatts can take us to some determined point in this project. 3 or 4 companies. Casa dos Ventos, ADP, AS, have this operation project. We'll need 8 gigawatts of grid. So it's 6 gigawatts of electrolyzers. So we need more than the 3 gigawatts that we possess today. So we need transmission lines that go to Pecém and help the energy needs here in Ceará. We are dealing with a company, the Cages itself, that's the water company from here. We are trying to prioritize these reused water. We have a saline solution as backup water. And we also have a process of selection of an ammonia operator for storage and transport to the port. But this is something that's under our control with the transmission, which is the biggest challenge.
Well, thank you very much, President Hugo. Just so we can carry on and pass the word to our ceremonialist, I would like to thank a lot for this moment, for the second panel, and also like to thank FIEC and all of you that made up FIEC, our President Ricardo Cavalcante, the President of you all, who contributed a lot to prepare this panel, the team of ZPE that administrates and runs ZPE, saying also the Federal our Secretary, Joaquim Rolim, and I want to say that our state is ready, and we already have 3 kilos. That's not little, and we are already there. So we already have resources that are sure for this area, and those investments, they don't really happen in a blink of an eye. But 10 years in the history of a state, of a country, is a blink of an eye, metaphorically speaking, for a human being. So it goes by really fast. I remember by 2010, when we were thinking about 2020, in another place, in another position, 2020 seemed like very far away, and we have already gone by that. So we are already thinking about 2030, 40, 50, and it's right in the corner. So we are already setting investments. For example, all that takes almost 5 years for execution, we are talking about good challenges, not problems, and they are inside. They are allocated in the schedule of our government, and we want to work together with the public sector, the private sector, and our network of universities. Congratulate everyone that are here at this event and have made this event a success. Very much, Salmito Filho, for the moderation. Thanks for our participants in the panel. So, Professor Diana Azevedo, and I would like to thank you very much. And so our clock is running. We already have a third panel here this morning. So thank you very much.
Agora o nosso terceiro.
Our third and last panel, because we are running. It has been running, and we don't have a panel of great importance. It's a very lot of.
Convido-os a permanecer, porque nós vamos falar dentro da nossa jornada de conhecimento do hidrogênio verde no nosso FIEC Summit 2023, do tema hidrogênio verde e suas aplicações Power to X. Guardar um pouquinho para a nossa vinheta, um minutinho, turma da produção. Vamos emendar com o nosso terceiro.
Let's put together our third panel in our last day of activities here at FIEC Summit. A program that was set up so that we can talk about green hydrogen from all sides. It's the theme of interest for all of you, really. Understand that you really need to have all of those informations, and we are giving that to them so that we can develop this market together.
A foto aqui.
We are taking the photo, and pretty soon we will begin.
Ok, produção, por gentileza, vamos apresentar os nossos convidados para conduzir o painel O Hidrogênio Verde e suas aplicações Power to X. Vamos então convidar inicialmente a senhora Mônica Saraiva Panic, consultora internacional da Federação de Indústrias do Estado do Ceará, será a nossa moderadora neste painel de suas aplicações para o FIEC. Mônica, por favor, salve de palmas, Mônica. E os painelistas convidados, que é o nosso Paulo Alvarenga, CEO da...
I'd like to call Mr. Ponica Bank, and also Paulo Alvarenga, that is the CEO of ThyssenKrupp South America and President of the Commerce Chamber and Industry of Germany, Brazil. Also, Gustavo Gomes is the Executive for Business Development at Windhouse, the House of Casa dos Ventos. José Alberto Montenegro Franco, that is the Director of Unigel. And last but not least, but Gustavo Noronha is the Manager for Certification and Regulation, regulation for Toyota. We have 10 to 12 minutes for each guest so that they can present. And also, later on, we have brief questions. And we have QR code right now being shown for questions. Good afternoon. We will be beginning now. I apologize for coming into your lunch time, but I believe that this panel is working on the chain of hydrogen, and it's the beginning with the product where we have gasoducts that will probably the first producer of hydrogen in large scale, hydrogen and ammonia in large scale in Brazil, and of course Ceará. We also have ThyssenKrupp, that is a leader, a global leader when we talk about technology of electrolyzer and its derivatives. We also have Unigel, not only producer, but also a consumer of hydrogen, of green hydrogen. And we have Toyota. It's a company that has been greatest seller of vehicular hydrogen fuels in the world. So I would really like to thank President Ricardo Cavalcante and the Vice President Carlos Parado and their coordinator, Contino Frates, my friend Vircans and Joaquim Rolim for the opportunity moderating this panel. I'd like to invite Paulo Varenga, the CEO of ThyssenKrupp. As I've said, Krupp is one of the global leaders of technology of electrolyzers and the production of ammonia and derivatives. He began at ThyssenKrupp by 2012, and he is the CEO for South America. And he's also president for the Commerce and Industry Chamber, German, Brazil. So thank you very much, Paulo. Please carry on. Good afternoon, you all. And okay, so now we are switching microphone. Okay, now yes. Good afternoon, you all. First of all, I'd like to thank for the opportunity, the colleagues in the panel. I'd like to salute FIEC in the person of the President, Ricardo Cavalcante, and all the colleagues of FIEC and the government of the state, and of course, Secretary Falmito and their whole organization. I'm very pleased to be here, so thank you very much. So, I would like to, first of all, few words about ThyssenKrupp. We are a German group, and we have a GDP of $40 billion, 12 billion euros, with over 100 collaborators, employees. And in Brazil, we are talking about a company that has income of 5 billion reais and almost 40,000 collaborators. We are talking about the automotive industry, ships, and industrial plants. And we have a lot of options and products for H2V. Right now, we have just announced the production of methanol from hydrogen in Saudi Arabia, and also the production of gas. And we are also producing hydrogen with a capacity of 2.2 gigawatts. That is the bigger one of the world. And to tell a little about the potential and the challenge that it represents for the world, the main challenge of decarbonization is taking into account the agreement that was set up in Paris, and of course that green hydrogen needs to be added to the world matrix of energy. We believe that the world needs to build around 600 multiplied by the use of Itaipu, the power plant of Itaipu. So that's a huge amount of investment. And the so-called transition, really, and our panelists have already made that a claim, is that we need to really invest so that this transition can be accelerated. And just so you can understand the order of magnitude that we are talking about, we need more than 1,000 gigawatts of electrolyzation so that we can carry on with that transition. And as with any industry, the production costs have a decreasing line of costs when we talk about the future. So if we begin with only small and medium scale, it won't aggregate as quickly as necessary. So, but after we can only really manufacture ammonia after we transform it and create hydrogen. So in order to transport and distribute, we need to understand the scale that is necessary. It's a scale that demands great sizes so we can have competitiveness in this industry. This is a small part of the projects that we have already done. And we have over 600 projects in the world, really. Now, we have not only 10 gigawatts of production and 60 plus years of tradition and experience in this area. We have almost 4 gigawatts that are under construction. And we have this project that is H2 Green Steel, and it's a really new factory, and we are producing green steel that is located in Sweden. we also have a project with Shell. It's a project of 200 megawatts, and it's a pilot project. And if you can see that this is a pilot project, but we have 200 megawatts, so that gives us a matter of scale when we are talking about such a project, because a pilot project should be bigger than that. So, but this is just the first phase, so we can get to the second phase of 240 megawatts and a third phase with 600 megawatts. And right now I'd like to quote some of the points that I believe are very important, can leverage and accelerate the adoption of the green hydrogen market. I find it curious in a few conversations that I've had so far, uh, and I did provocation. And what is the market that we are talking about? Because it's still very hard to say that we have established market. Yes, we have promises, and the world has, yes, a few projects, but when we compare we, with what's known in our electric wallet, what's already being put out in the world, it seems like a lot. But when we think about the energy that is consumed globally, and the amount of the size really of the efforts that are necessary, then we see that 4 gigawatts is very little. It's not enough, and we know that it won't materialize in a first moment. But we need to understand that there is a demand side. It's not only about the offer side, but it has the buy side. And the way we see it is that the economical logic, it needs to be addressed. Talking about not only an economical side of the, but also environmental side. And when the take, when the economical logic begin to really overcome the, so this is the challenge right now. We need to have regulatory policies that allow the safety, and in the economics we need to have safety, the infrastructure policies, but also the economic side of things. As of now, for example, we don't know still the price of the hydrogen. So in order to create that, we believe that since Brazil can't really put up a front and be a competitor of the incentives that are being given right now by the European Union and the United States, those are great investments that are happening there. Can't really do, but Brazil has a great experience in introducing regulatory policies. For example, ethanol industry really growth with those kind of, and also methanol and other biomass potentials. So we know how to incentivize our national markets. And what's the importance of them? We understand that in Brazil, the main part of the emissions of CO2 here are not because of the industry. So it doesn't really impact that much, but it really, when you look at the agricultural side of Brazil markets, and I'm talking here about ANEL, the agency for national electricity in Brazil. We are talking about Amoni and other industries, but we need to talk about the industry that will be doing transitioning. Research, development, innovation, the whole chain that is related to the technological and industry side. So without the national market being included in the process, we don't really see the industry growing. So yes, of course, that there is industry for importation, but we are talking about an industry that is also local, that has a local market, and you have to dominate the local national production chain. So those are the points that in a connected matter need to be added. Regulation, subsidization to the national market, and also regulation so that we can compete with international projects, because above all, we can't really export our taxes. So those are the 3 points that I would like to address here as necessary for us to. Thank you very much for the attention. Good luck.
Obrigado, Paulo.
Thank you very much, Paulo. You know, you mentioned Take a Steel, that's a steel company in Germany, and I was with them this year in Intersolar, and they mentioned something I found extraordinary. They said that they have been testing hydrogen for substitution of coal, and for a couple of years, they're took the decision using starting 2026 a technology for direct reduction, that is the use of 100% of hydrogen as the fuel for production of steel. They have So they have 4 blast furnaces, and they want to replace 4 of them, and that will cost about 4 million euros, or billion euros, sorry. And more, they say that the more they produce steel with green, the more that their steel is green, the more they are encouraging, they're selling this steel to their partners in green energies. So they will stimulate the economy around green energy, and that's a very good reasoning. So thank you, Paulo, for your participation. I would like to present now José Augusto, which is from the Casa dos Ventos. It means the House of Winds. Paulo, I say, he has a graduation in electrical engineering. All the students want to know what's the formation to be an inspiration for the new generations. Paulo Varenga is has formation in electrical engineering with a specialization in management in Lucerne, in Switzerland. Now, José Augusto will take the floor. José Augusto, sorry, has a bachelor degree in physics and acts as a leader in decarbonization and green molecules for Casa dos Ventos. He also works as a developer for new business for AGDR, and works for, with the Council of the Entrepreneurs. So you can take the floor. Thank you very much. I wish you all a good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking FIEC and the government of the state of Ceará for developing this event, the summit. which is an event of the highest importance for the development of new technologies. And I'd like to thank all the panelists here. And my work here has been so much eased by the one of Paulo Alvarenga that came before me, which provided an excellent view of the challenges that we have in front of us. Yesterday, you had a first presentation of the Casa dos Ventos, done by Fernando Elias, which is our institutional director for regulation. So I'll try not to repeat the themes that have already been talked about. My focus here will be some other initiatives that we are developing, not only the presentation that has already been made to our initiatives in the Pecém port, as said by Monica and Hugo, president of CIPP, sorry. And we have a great project that we have an anchor store that's Pecém, but I would like to focus on other actions that you have and applications of green hydrogen for decarbonization of many fields of economy in Brazil and in the world. Here I have a summary of the structure of Casa dos Ventos as a platform to accelerate the transition big developments in we have 35 gigawatts in projects that are being developed and many more 40 gigawatts and projects already developed. And to all of that, we can add this environment where we are in, which is the most competitive place, as it has been many times repeated here. What we have is not just to repeat that. What we have to do is to be able to take this gift that Brazil and Northwestern region in particular and use them to its full potential. So, still talking a little about Casa dos Ventos. It has been has been presented as a great investor and developer by its capacity of working the whole cycle. We have around 35 gigawatts for projects in development. The capacity of building here in Casa dos Ventos is to deliver all of our parks in before the given deadlines, and we can work with our clients in the best environments for energy. We are pioneers in the use of data science for the optimized operation of our parks, and since 2020, 2021, we have been working on decarbonization of the industry as a new vector for development of Brazil. Here are the applications that I think everyone has already been talking about. We start with electricity, then go to green hydrogen. We have many applications of green hydrogens in transport, in the industry of iron and steel, in natural gas and refining. Ammonia. Ammonia has huge fields of application, especially in fertilization. Brazil depends on imported fertilizers. So if we start an industry of green ammonia, we can overcome this need of fertilizers and be self-sufficient in fertilizers. We can break this vicious cycle with the implantation of green hydrogen plants in Brazil. Also, transport in general in Brazil. And now we have new fuels like e-methanol for maritime and railroads, that work with electricity and uses in chemical industry. And we also might have SAF, that is aviation fuel, that has been encouraged by Europe, and has been leading the whole industry through this path of new sustainable fuels. It's not different in aviation. Here, we also have a scheme to show how Europe has a huge capacity of influencing the whole world. Right now, in this moment, Brazil can benefit of the exportation of green ammonia to Europe. This is one of the initiatives that we are developing together with Port, the development of plant for producing 400,000 tons of ammonia every year, and it can be expanded to about 2 gigas in the next few years, next 2 years. So that would be a direct application. Brazil is already green, and it can export to Europe. But the world is not just Europe. We have the United States. We've had a particular situation. But we also have important countries in the global chains that, although being gray in this moment, will start a greening process in the very measure. For example, here in China, will face restrictions on Europe exportations for gray products, so it will itself promote the greening of its supply chain. So in this case, Brazil can supply resources and commodities to China, green resources to China. And in that case, we also have a competitive advantage, even with countries that do not have that many restrictions as Europe. That is the flow of the processes. Europe dictates the path, and sooner or later, everyone has to follow. Now, we'll talk about the advantages of Brazil. What can Brazil offer in this new world scenery? We have grid for energy transmission that's very clean. We reached in 2022 92% of clean energy, and we have a threshold in Europe that's called beaming zones. That are zones where the energy are being used to where energy is being used in order to consider if a product is green. Northwestern Brazil has not only 92% clean energy, we have 130. It produces energy for all its needs and exports 30% to other markets in Brazil. We have a very beneficial position and positive for the construction of hydrogen hubs, for green hydrogen hubs for exportation to Europe. Here we have a couple applications. We are talking about exportation of ammonia to Europe. We are talking about a couple applications. But what's the benefit? How competitive is hydrogen in every field, in every sector? That's a research from Bloomberg that shows from here until 2050, the demand for hydrogen will be multiplied by 2.5. The gray that is below will probably be replaced by green hydrogen too. That it doesn't mean that everything will be gray hydrogen, but the demand of hydrogen in general will be multiplied by 2.5. So what are the usages of hydrogen? Bloomberg considers it is inevitable, this transition to green hydrogen in the production of ammonia for refining petrol and methanol. It has a high potential in the production of steel and aluminum, that are two industries that have an important carbon footprint. Has a medium-high competitivity in transportation, maritime and aviation, and also in the generation of energy. Now, you can remind that Japan is starting to its decarbonization process as burning hydrogen in its power plants. So to a lesser degree, we will have smaller potential for the industry of cement and construction and transport by truck and bus. And in the lowest degree, my colleague Gustav will probably talk a bit more about that, how to take these numbers up. It's on the vehicles. We already know that Toyota is a highly advanced company in this sector. So we can see here that in these sectors, we have a huge amount of applications. I will not enter all the details because my time is almost over, but many fuels, ammonia, methanol, with steel, aluminum, we have many applications, and we believe that these industrial applications someday will prevail. Here, I don't intend to become a chemistry teacher here, but have three possible paths. The first one for decarbonization is ammonia using for fertilizers. The path above, the producing methanol, and from especially propylene. And from propylene, we can go to many other sub-products. So we have many applications. In steelwork, we see steelwork as one of the most important points for decarbonization. Most of the big players here, we can think about ArcelorMittal, that on furnishing energy. We also have aggressive goals of reduce to zero its carbon footprint by 2050, and they are working strongly in this sense. And we could see that even in their intervention earlier today. Another sector that has much potential for reducing its carbon footprint is mining. Mining, both in the first, but as well as the second and third goals, can benefit from the direct injection of hydrogen as a direct way of decarbonization of this industry, so that the steel can be more and more green. And here we have an example to a mental exercise. If we took all of our ore, we could benefit it. Here in Brazil, instead of exporting the ore in its brute form, you can benefit it by using green resources. We have an advantage on green fuel and transport. You transport every day around 400 tons of brute ore. When we transport that with we are not transporting the residue. If we are transporting ourselves, we're producing in situ. We're benefiting it in situ. And it raises the efficiency and reduces the footprint of the whole chain. And on this point, I would like to end my presentation. Thanks, everyone.
Obrigada, José Augusto, pela...
Thank you, José Augusto, for this excellent presentation. Well, you know that you mentioned this condition of Brazil, the binding zones, with over 90% renewable energies, where in the northwest of Brazil goes to up to 97% of renewable energies. And that brings us to a condition of isention according to R2. What does that all mean to Brazil? If you have exemption with the certification of European Union, you can reduce your generation capex to up to 1 giga or 1 mega generation, 1 giga, 1 mega in the generation capacity. So that's a reduction of generation and capex over 4 times. That's a huge advantage. It's very competitive in Brazil, in Northwest, and we need to work on our relationship with the European Union and to show this condition and to have it recognized, recognize our abiding zones as regions for these exemptions. It would be an important condition for attracting investors for Brazil. Thank you very much. Now, I will present José Alberto Montenegro Franco, Director of Unigel. He has a degree in chemistry, industrial chemistry, through Federal University, in economy through Federal University of Bahia, and a specialization in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo. You are an example of energetic transition. You are a living example of this transition. He's been working for many years in Petrobras and also as a consultant for Yara in Unigel. And in Unigel, he's responsible for revitalization of the old fertilizer factories in Bahia. So I give the floor, Mr. José Alberto.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a big pleasure to be here as someone from Ceará, to come back to see old faces again, and a couple others that I have viewed recently, and many more. And it's interesting that I have in this panel, by sheer coincidence, many partners. ThyssenKrupp is our biggest partner with our project with green hydrogen. Casa dos Ventos is also a partner in supplying renewable energy. And now we are just waiting for Toyota that could maybe buy our green ammonia. I'm waiting for that partnership.
Inicialmente,
first of all, I'll talk a little about Unigel. She's a leader. Acrylates, styrene, and entered the agro business. And right now, our biggest shareholder decided very bravely 2 years ago to enter in the green hydrogen chain and be a pioneer in green hydrogen in Brazil. And so will we be when we will produce green hydrogen in Camaçari next year. We have industrial units in many places, as you can see here, in Candeias, in Sergipe, Laranjeiras, in São Paulo, many units. For example, São José dos Campos, Guarujá, Cubatão, and also in Mexico. We have ammonia and urea terminals, and a center of technology, and business in the port of Santos. Agribusiness is something that's written in my vocation. Since 1970, I'm working in that field So I have over 50 years of experience in production of urea and ammonia in Brazil. It's produced not only for fertilizer, but also for animal feeding and also for use in vehicles. It's used for reducing the usage of fuel in vehicles and other uses of urea. We have sulfuric acid. We have a chain of supply for supplying to the industry that right now is partly supplied by thermoelectric plants. We consume also 65 megawatts by year once the project will be finished. We will be investing 120 millions and we will have it done by the end of 2024. You have a couple of coincidences to make that this project can give its first steps. For example, in ammonia. In ammonia, we already have a factory of ammonia in Bahia, in Camaçari. And we have that space in our plants for our gray ammonia production. So we can now use it. We want to transform it into a plant for production of green ammonia. And with that, we will be able to have a reactor. We have the experience, we have the expertise to produce in the same place green and gray ammonia. We have the traceability to prove that it is green, and we are going to have also a chain of transport for it to the port of Aratu. And we are transforming it to be able also to transport green ammonia. So we have this whole path already in course, and it will be ready, especially after the Brazilian market will be ready to receive this ammonia. We are going to produce from 40 tons of ammonia, hydrogen 40, and later to 100 once it will be completed. We have a partnership with ThyssenKrupp, exactly that. We are very happy with this partnership. Our work has been very important. The project has been developed very well. We have 2 electrolyzers ready, each electrolyzer of 20 megawatts, and we are waiting for the third one to do the transport. We're not just buying the electrolyzer, we are buying everything, the whole process. Since the transformation for the whole supply of energy, our change from alternate current to continuous current, that many processes that are maybe a bit small, but electrolysis demands very precise and constant production of energy. So all of this process starts with the conception with the help of ThyssenKrupp. Now the second phase is expected to be completed by 2026, and to reach these 600 tons of green ammonia by year will be in around 2027. This is a scheme that had already been showed. we are being very quick in generating energy, but a big preoccupation I have is the transmission of energy. It has to run as the same speed as the private companies are already running in this system. So otherwise, it would be struggling point. So big part of transferring a plant is having to take air from the atmosphere, but in the following phases probably we will have to do ourselves our air separation, and we can follow our model until boarding the ship that we have in Aratuba. The sustainable applications have already been mentioned here for cement, steel, fertilizer. Our vocation for fertilizers make us look much more to fertilizers because Brazil today depends on 80% of its needs of imported fertilizers. And today we are probably passing India in the production of grains in the world, below United States and China only. With India, we are more or less in a tie, with a very high growth tax. That's the great motor of the economy today. Truly, agribusiness is moving the economy today. What moves us in this whole process is the climate changing, our first motivation, but with that, we need to acquire a clean and energetic independence and food safety. We are going to be the first supplier of agricultural products in the world because we have the highest volume, highest amount of farmable land in the world. We can reach about 700 million tons, where United States that are around 600 tends to stabilize, and China, a little bit below, also tends to stabilize or reduce this production. Here we have the alternatives for decarbonization that tries to explain the final uses. We have to look at the process of electrolysis more deeply in the capture of carbon dioxide. We know that it's very expensive, but it's slower, and we need more speed because it will make easier and generate more economy. If you extract carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, is a very complicated and expensive process. So the most rational thing is to use this carbon dioxide captured through production in other industrial poles. So we can start this process of capturing and start generating both processes through methanol and producing kerosene for aviation and gas for other uses. Here are the paths for the production of hydrogen. Gray hydrogen can have up to 10 kilos of CO2 generated. The blue one up to 3 at most, 0.1, 0.3, like 0.1, 0.3, that can be in great scale. And green, 0. Zero production of carbon. But it can't be done instantly. We will need to a path in this way and a cooperation. The United States investing in green, but they will try to use their gas. They are investing in blue because they want to use their gas. But Europe doesn't have gas, so they can demand green gas. Here it's a highlight that we may not forget to use these challenges that we have. We have been overcoming many challenges, but this technology for electrolyzer has been growing, but we still have few producers who manufacture electrolyzers. I don't see many difficulty with projecting green ammonia. Transport. Why do you always think ammonia when you think transporting hydrogen? Because to transport hydrogen, I need to lower the temperature close to absolute zero. And whereas ammonia with less than 33 degrees, I cannot have it liquid. And this is one of the biggest motivations that we have today for a project of ammonia. And developing the client, which is the motivation of this process. These points below are the challenges that we have today for the development in the research institutions, and everyone has to look for competitivity. Without it, we can't go anywhere. We have many necessary equipments because we talk about electrolyzers, but all the other equipment associated are very precise. We can't have any transformer. We need special attention to these things. Here is where we are in this industrial pole. This site's the site for ammonia urea. This is the port of Aratu. Have a specific terminal for gas products. All this structure already exists. And finally, I would like to talk about many points that we have been advancing in Unigel, both in polystyrene and many other products. We have been doing a very relevant work in many communities, in Bahia, Candeias, in Sergipe, close to Laranjeiras. We have many certifications, and that's basically what I had to tell you. I thank everyone. I'm very proud, and I'd like to thank Constantino. And I hope that I'm very happy to be participating here with you all. And I congratulate both FIEC and the state of Ceará for being pioneers in these actions. And from afar, from Bahia, I continue to vibrate with your advances. Thank you. Thank you very much, José Augusto. I'm very proud of this project of Unigel. This is the first project for self-production of green hydrogen and ammonia in Brazil, and has been, I wish all the success to you and to all other similar projects in Brazil. And about the partnership with Toyota, I suggest you to send vehicles to transport the hydrogen, because in this case you can also use hydrogen as a fuel. So you have your own fuel produced in situ. Now, I'd like to introduce Gustavo Noronha, who is manager for vehicular regulation and certification. He studied engineering in Unilins and had a master's postgrad in and management from Universidade de São Paulo. He's got many years working with vehicular regulation. He is also the director of Brazilian Association of Automobile Engineering. Thank you very much for being here, Gustavo. First of all, thank you all. I know that I am an obstacle to your lunch. I'm sorry about that. I'd like to thank FIEC and the state of Ceará. Well, it's not easy to talk here after these true classes that I have had here, and it's very important to us in Toyota. Well, Toyota started this theme of decarbonization from a long time, and the use of technologies to generate this reduction in emissions. So since many years, we have had this idea of reducing carbon dioxide. The vehicular fuel is one of the paths for decarbonization, and we have a very clear message from our ex-CEO, who's now our chairman. Our enemy are the carbon emissions, and not that technological solution like the motor itself. So the thing is to eliminate the root of the concept. So we are engaged in fighting, in promoting this. And we have over 160 million in contributions in our cars. How do we work that? We try and study the whole life cycle of a vehicle, but every part, production, logistics, recycling. And a very important point is that the vehicle has to take into consideration two steps: the usage itself and the production of the fuel. And that the thing we have been calling wheel, from the well to the tank to the wheels. And the Brazilian government has been working to be a pioneer on that field. Brazil is going to be the first one to use firsthand this type of research and analysis of vehicle fuel. We possess now many hybrid vehicles with over 63 models in the whole world. The idea is to try and work these challenges, these gigantic works that they have for diversity. That means to have many solutions according to the context and the needs of each country. So we developed these 4 technologies, starting with the hybrid flex, have the hybrid plug-in, the electric battery, and the vehicle Mirai with hydrogen. The main idea here is that this kind of strategy started to be developed many years ago. So since we started studying how to improve the emissions of the combustion motors, we developed a technology that's basically an electric motor, battery, and an unit of control. And this core, combined with many architectures, we have many technological roots. We have the first combination, that would be the combustion motor. We have the flex motors here in Brazil, for example. We have a reduction that is electrification core in Brazil. You can also use the biofuel that we have here in Brazil. We can have this motor plus recharge factor. Then we could also have just the idea of fuel cell here. And we can have here when Toyota started 40 years ago to study this electrification core, it could make many progresses to develop all of these technologies that we are, especially in Mirai, that we're going to see a bit later. So, in the world, we have our many things being done all over the world. The markets where we have the most presence of Mirai, count ambitions plans for chargers. We see here numbers of car fleets. Here is the evolutions of the Toyota vehicles. Since 1992, we have received the Mirai, the first generation. We have seen uses in many other uses, such as forklifts and other vehicles, buses, trucks, and we brought 2 of these vehicles here to Brazil. For example, we have prototypes for using this kind of motor in Hilux and using the hydrogen as a combustion motor. We have many prototypes being evaluated right now. So we're going to talk about Mirai, the first mass-produced hydrogen vehicle. It works on hydrogen, has 0 emission. The autonomy is kind of big, 600 kilometers. We have over 22 units sold. Some people show the vehicle. Sometimes people think it's a prototype, but it's actually already the second version. So we have a couple components here that we use that I separated to present. We have the fuel cell, the hydrogen tanks, the control unit. Yeah, with the electrification core. I will show you a bit later how we improve this technology. The hydrogen tanks work at 700 bar pressure. So I will show you also how we get to this level of pressure. And the battery is relatively small, very similar to our hybrid vehicles in the streets. So you can really deal with one of the biggest challenges with the size of the batteries and the time of recharge. So it's very interesting to notice. So very quickly here, 2 brief points that had lots to do with automobile industry is how we can evolve while we develop and test our solutions. So since we started the power density by volume, that means the power by volume, has been improved by a lot. So the first generation of Mirai to the second, we had 20% improvement, 21% more specifically, and the cell itself has a membrane that allows the change of particles, and all of the improvements that we did since the first generation had a 10% fuel efficiency. So we had improved the autonomy of the vehicle. Once developed, we need to expand its use. So for this process, Toyota developed many products based on developments of the vehicle. It was the use of the vehicular application that allowed to improve and expand its applications. We have integrated modules that are part of the fuel cell, and we have the tanks of hydrogen for many applications. Many of the concepts that I mentioned earlier, the technology used for mobility, implemented it on the lowest impact dimensions. So I can see now the applications of mobility in trucks, car, buses, and also for forklifts. I see a photo generator here. I don't know if you have already seen that. The generator that you have here for electrical energy, it has a fuel cell that's based on the cell that's in the Mirai. So that's a clear example of application of the product. So it brings also benefits in a residential level and to whole society. We are building also partnerships in the whole world, many companies, with also companies that completely outside of this field of work, and that's something very good to be working together. So in the same context, we are building in Japan a city called Woven City, and the idea of this city is to work all of these improved mobility, connected city, and having hydrogen as the greatest vector for energy in the city. So you could use hydrogen to fulfill many visions. There, for example, you see a picture of a hydrogen cylinder where this person can, using that cell, transform it into electric energy. Very quickly here, we have examples of the tripartite helix that's happening through shell mainly. Out of the root, shell and raisin entering the field of hydrogen and ethanol. I think it's very interesting for our country, because every country has to look for what they have best. And this is one of the strongest points in Brazil. And about our challenges and opportunities, I'd like to comment briefly, more than going beyond everything that's already been said. I think the automobile industry, we can count the countries that have actual industrial parks. We have network of research and development. We have a solid industry, and it's important. We have many challenges that have already been talked about, and are with many important points that we need to discuss. Now, all actors in this process have to be involved. It's something that we're seeing in Japan, thanks to that, because they are involving many factors, many actors together. Toyota possesses the patents for many new technologies, many open patents to be studied. And that's a path we have to go through. And it's going to be very important also for us, Brazil. We have now a position of protagonism in this whole technology, and we have to take profit in this part. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gustavo, for your excellent presentation. I am very proud of Toyota. If you want to ride a cell vehicle in the world, you have to go to a Mirai, because that's the thing we see the most in Japan and Brazil and many things. I would like to end here. I'm sorry, we are not having questions here. I'll just say that I am someone who dreams a lot, and some of my dreams came true here in this summit. One of them was listen to Hugo talk about the progresses of the green hydrogen hubs in Passein, this cooperation with the port of Rotterdam, and growing more and more. Hearing Carlos announce that these investments in infrastructure in Ceará, in the Northwest, seeing this event growing from last year to today, that from 3,000 people, but I dream more and more, like higher and higher. They are not small, my dreams. And the next dream is having a Toyota Mirai factory here, and also a factory for neutralizers in Ceará, as well as the whole chain for components, because you have seen how we have this example of nationalization that worked very well with Vestas, Aeris, and we can transpose this experience to here to reduce costs for of capex of plants and reduce the costs for vehicles. And we have hydrogen here, so here would be the best place to bring these ways of production. We would need to have a national demand, but the international demand already mapped is for about 200 gigawatts for electrolysis capacity until 2030. We know who will produce them. We just don't know where they will produce. So we have a window of around 6 years until 2030 to position Brazil as a potential site for the origin, for furnishing these vehicles, these fuels for the world, independently from national demand. If we generate employment here, other countries will start to would be the thing that the government could provide to encourage. That would make ThyssenKrupp install a new production line of electrolyzers, preferably here in Ceará, but at least in Brazil. First thing, I share your dreams. We're working for that. As long as there are incentives to produce here and not in other regions, it's not a fair competition. So the one word I have to say is single word, create demand, because you have seen it in other sectors, as agribusiness, as ethanol, and if we can use that strategy again, we will have success in the development of the hydrogen chain. I'll just say just one word, courage. I will use all words. A very important point for industry is predictability. We want to know where we can go, if we can reach our goals, and that's a central point. Thank you very much. Monica Saraiva-Panica, consultant for FIEC, and to all our panelists, Paulo Alvarenga, José Augusto, José Alberto, and Gustavo Noronha. I believe you are not in disappointment. Now already consolidated the calendar of the main companies of Ceará. I wish you all a good lunch, and I'll see you at 2:30.
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. Estamos de volta para darmos sequência com a nossa programação técnica do segundo e último dia do FIEC Summit 2023. Uma realização da FIEC e da CNI, cujo tema é hidrogênio verde.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our programmation to follow up with our programmation for FIEC Summit 2023. It's going to bring the state-of-art knowledge about green hydrogen given by the greatest authorities in the world in the fields of research and industry and economy. This summit is being broadcasted live through our YouTube channels. I would like to thank everyone who has possibility of this event. Now, I would like to invite our key speaker, the Federal Deputy Danilo Forte. Deputy Danilo Forte is going to talk to us about
Boa tarde a todos e a
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank everyone for this invitation that was made for me to be here.
amigo e
I'd like to thank Carlos Prado, who has been battling for entrepreneurship in Ceará. I'd like to pay homage for he who was an intermediate for building this whole energy sector in the state of Ceará, Professor Picanso. Please do applaud him. Yes, of course, if it wasn't for him, it would be different. And I reaffirm, I'm not doing a technical speech because I'm not the most competent person for that. I just would like to do a contextualization, the moment when this sector, which I believe to be the greatest responsible for the change in both economy of Brazil, about this situation, this climatic situation we are going through, this drama now lived by regions that not long ago were transformed from a climatic perspective. We can see, for example, the greatest hydrographic basin in the world. It has the Amazon. Drought in the south of Brazil, which didn't exist before, and the whole world questioning this heat wave, the global warming, and the need for a change. So these points bring us condition, and we sometimes are brought to mind that we need to hear to follow the prices and transition and the green inflection, because green products were going to generate an inflectionary process, and that's just so silly, because the more we produce green products, the prices start to become adequate to the market. So when we started talking about wind energy or solar energy, here we have Lauro Fiuza, who was one of the great precursors of all that. We knew that the prices at the moment were not viable at the moment, but it was a need and had no great alternative. And that's what we could have in such a fragile economy as in Brazilian Northwest. And I am sure that the energetic production now was a need for survival, the preservation of the climate of the world demands from us. And God gave us the gift of thinking, of intelligence, to build this transition. And this transition has to be more and more reaffirmed, because there's a doubt, a discourse of doubt, a bit dubious, as if the economy should accommodate to fossil fuels. It doesn't prevent the use of fossil fuels. We don't need to end the use of fossil fuels to enter the age of renewable fuels. And Brazil needs to take this decision. It is a decision. The speech of our president at UNO, was very beautiful from this standpoint. But the actions of Brazil are still very small. We're going baby steps in front of so many opportunities that we have. And this is the work that we are trying to build here, reinforcing an agenda that is more and more propositive and in front of the success that we're having. The success of the renewable energies and the crisis of drought that we have had a couple years ago. It was from that those conditions that brought up this opportunity. We were facing a despair, looking for alternative to the use of water for so many things. And I praise the then Minister Bento Albuquerque. It was very important to dialogue with so many segments of society and economy to open more space to wind and solar energy. And now we need to create a new environment. This an environment that has space for hydrogen as a green fuel. And this change will happen starting from the decisions that we take today. We need to step. We need to favor the marriage. So hydraulic and solar energy in function of producing green hydrogen. And we also need the juridic provision to favor the production, the investments. We have many investors and political men that are looking constantly for new opportunities. We need laws, we need legislation. We need to construct these proposals. We need to make them. Myself, in union with the Federation of Industry of the state of Ceará, made a couple proposals of law for the wind plants offshore. And this project will go through in the Senate inside as part of this project. So we are going to unite that to speed up the process. We have the promise of Deputy Arthur Lira that we will be voting these green projects by the end of the next month. The last proposal has been handed to the deputies last week. It's a very ambitious project, very daring project that brings in it the preoccupation with the whole productive chain by benefiting the production of energy that will be attached, that will be used in electrolysis in the production of green hydrogen. And on the other hand, the creativity of financial conditions possible that make possible this investment, this large-scale investments. So the discussion has started to create a green fund exactly for this tax and state funds for a bit of solution, a friendly solution to base the exchange of green credits for a fund, and that could attract investments in this area, in this field. And on the other hand, we also have a correlated question about the carbon credit question that could encourage companies to adapt to this new reality. They need to change their energetic matrix and to understand by the tax policies in this country to be given some stimuli to the economy on that field. So the debate is ongoing about the consolidation of these carbon credit policies. Hence, we have these three projects, structural projects, and it's important that they be consolidated. And last but not least, I'd like to call for a debate for a construction of a market, an internal market for green hydrogen. And we need to consolidate this international market that even today is only on its beginnings and whose demands are yet on a smaller scale. We can't just start immediately producing on large scale and expect the market to adapt to the offer. We have to accompany the growth of this market. So Brazil needs urgently to create space in its economy to consolidate internal market so that we may have a condition for these investments. Without market, there's no business. With no business, there's no reason for us to be here hoping for this change. And this debate goes in the first moment, and I was talking to some entrepreneurs here to a behavioral change on us, from us, change capable of cooperating with this change of conjuncture that we are living, the energetic change, the visible change of the economy of northwestern Brazil. You don't go to any region in Northwest where has energy park without a great change in standard of living, in human development. The HDI grows exponentially. So many poor regions that had not a single piece of hope, even in agribusiness, and that now have in energy this alternative. So this debate needs to be understood by the government. Last Tuesday, I was coordinating a reunion of all governors of states of Northwest and with the Ministry of Finance, Haddad, that in many ways in every state of Brazil the face of the moment that we're living right now, everyone says the same things. Fiscal crisis, the state asks for money from the union. The union sees that every month the receive money is pressure from municipalities to reduce their expenses. And if the economy doesn't grow, if doesn't find a way to link to tax the economy growth, well, we will never go pass through that, because the only things that grow in Brazil, it's agribusiness and mining, but both pay very small fractions of taxes in Brazil. And the question here, we need to stimulate production. We need to encourage this production, but we mainly right now need to enter in this new reality. Our industry needs some financiation. And we have to create policies for speeding up the votes for the tax reform. And it would be good for periphery states in Brazil, because they have consummation but fewer production, and also will give more conditions for governing in Brazil to these new enterprises. So we have a politics that consolidate economy by consolidating the tax reform. And I put in this reunion that we should speed up the transitions and also encourage the development of a market that be able to assure this production of green hydrogen. And there's a strong discussion in this change from the firms like ArcelorMittal here, with an important partner in building that for producing green steel. And we have many green manufacturers. We have strong discussion from green urbanism that has a bus fleet that's very big, which does cause good problem in the cities and emit many carbon derivatives, and that can be a way for a change that can be moved by the government, and also this disponibility. So I think that the neo-industrialization, as it has been called, when by the occasion of the visit of our minister, that can create a new moment to the Brazilian economy. And once again, I highlight here that you need productive initiative for the business that are generated here, so that this historical change, and especially us here in the Northwest, have an important role in. So I'd like to consolidate this line of thought that in every field, in every place of Brazil, to consolidate this need and this opportunity that we are living. I was happy at the end of last Tuesday's reunion, because I wanted, people are excited to take this agenda to the President of the Republic, and bring that to his desk, to discussion on national level. But now we need to consolidate in this the economy of this country through these two paths. One is the renewable energies, and another one, more consolidated, which is gas. The gas is visible here. How many times haven't we, in the National Congress, discuss the subsides for profound the debate? And Brazil pays today 1 billion, 200 million in coal, and most of it doesn't even stay here in Brazil. It's exported to Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. So where is our effort and our contribution that we use for the state budget to subsidize an activity that's nocive for our health, for our climate, and for our economy? So today, the oil sector, which is the richest in the world, in Brazil, it's subsidized in great scale and introduced in the National Congress to this responsibility, which is voted and approved by the Congress, and that needs to change. But it will change only when the public opinion will be sensibilized to this new moment, and they are assured that they will have, the public authorities will have responsibility over this new thought, economical thought. And politics do accommodate on the state where society lives. We need the provocation and the ideas that take us out from the critical moment we live in. And I believe that these lines will be surpassed, will be vanquished by the initiatives like this one. I congratulate you for being here in this discussion, and all of humanity will thank you. But we need to mobilize more segments of society, and they need to be empowered. And I'm happy to meet companies from Ceará, as I see here, and signing the protocols from in Pecém. I'm very happy to see that. That's one thing we absolutely need. And, well, we need, first of all, to take care of ourselves, because the others won't take care of us. So we do need that. We have an environment that's favorable to that, especially mediatic, but we are not yet doing this. We're not putting in act these things. I was, a couple weeks ago, seeing the advance of the renewable energies in the Northwest against the consolidation of space based on a 2004 law, a law that was an alternative to the energetic crisis in the 2000s. The law was to consolidate the thermic usings from the south of Brazil. But now we have our own production of green energy, and we can produce and sell our energetic excellent that may go to the main consuming centers in the south of Brazil. We are advancing in these questions. We believe that this is more and more discussion that contaminates the political scenario in Brazil. I remain available to all of you, and thank you very much. Thank you, Federal Deputy, to be here with us, the Federal Deputy Danilo Forte. Our schedule is a bit late, but we will still have time for a couple of questions, if you so wish. So does anyone want to ask a question to Deputy Danilo Forti? We will bring you the microphone. We have space. We have time for maybe 2 or 3 questions. Hello, Mr. Deputy. I'm Tobias Duarte from VAT Capital. We have probably a law project from Deputado Jardim and Ciro Gomes. I'd like to ask, in your point of view, if your point of view would prevail. Well, the idea is to unify. The same way there were 2 projects that were running together at the same time in the chamber. We unified it in one single law project. If the one from the chamber has been approved first, the one in the chamber, we can almost automatically unify them in the chamber. So we'd like to end that by the end of the year, so that we may start the next year with these 3 projects approved in the Senate. So it would be very important for us to mark and to speed up this process for next year. We will have a louder discussion with the Ministry of Finance, and we need to create a fund for that because they are strongly verifying each candidate to subsidies. So it will be a bit difficult, but you can realize that to happen, to appear along the way to contain this new economy of the green energy. Because we are participating in the commissions, and I don't think we will have reports very different from each other. Maybe just a regional or more technical question that can be polished or not, maybe. But both projects deal with the same problem, more or less the same way. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. We have space for more questions. This one here in front. Thank you. Hello. Thank you for the presentation. What do you think of the possibility of introducing an international demand in the concrete terms? Because we know that there are many opportunities here in Brazil. 70% of the demand is in the refining sector. What do you think of the possibility of introducing this market for the financing of the market? That would be the biggest opportunity that the country may have in the next few years. Well, I think we should create a policy of incentives for this sector. And what I can see is that even in our Brazilian industry, already studying this alternative, this participation of steelwork industry, for example, with ArcelorMittal, is an ongoing debate. And other segments need to be encouraged and stimulated because it all passes through the market viability as well as the consolidation of...
E agora nós temos até a possibilidade, é debate, o senhor falou, até me lembrei.
And you made me think about the question of diesel. Brazil imports almost 70% of our need in Brazil, of our demand in Brazil. And that must make expensive the transport of everything in Brazil and our fuels in Brazil. So now we will have um, uh, a growth in price, a raise in price. It is on the north part of Brazil, and that will turn the economy for the worse because our economy will go worse. And why don't we study the possibility of transforming that to use green hydrogen or at least a less polluting fuel? I think it's an alternative to be consolidated. And the alternative is to identify what are the segments that may incorporate this new fuel and from that generate energy from the new fuel. So this regulation is not yet placed in the works in progress, but for sure there's a big sensibility that has to be incorporated for the building of new projects of law. Thank you, Mr. Deputy, and we'll still have time for one more question. Mr. Deputy, before asking a question, I would like to recognize publicly your work. For all of us who compose the sector of energy production here in Brazil, you are a true warrior and that has been taking our reivindications to the government. So incentives and subsidies have been bashed strongly. And I just would like to ask you, what's the difference between incentive or subsidies? Incentives is just a subsidy is giving money to something that would be favorable for Brazil. And incentive would be give up on money that can be used for or something, some kind of resource in for the benefit. So how do you think, what are the difficulties in to bring and ask for that to the government if that's all for the good of the economy? Well, we are facing difficult times in economy. We are in a hardship and we need to spend money to put in movement the economy. And the government right now is finding things very difficult to keep its promises because we are in an economical crisis also for the government. So the money, the funds that we have are sometimes not enough for everything that we want. And right now, it's almost not very viable to invest money right now in for the industry. I think what could be done now would be some incentives and reduce the tax charges for that to generate employment, which are already a huge improvement, and that can help to stimulate the economy. And it was one of the points in discussion with the Ministry of Economy. We have many products to be produced and to be put in the market, and employment that will be generated. And if you generate employment, we generate distribution of money, of capital. So we create a perspective for the future. So for me, including the green hydrogen law, the incentives are more of the exoneration of taxes. And that includes also parallel actions. Also the generation and transmission, transport even inside the same space, the same site. It won't even enter the integrated system. It will be directly in the funds for the smaller producer, because we can incorporate the producing, the factoring of green hydrogen, and all of the processes that live around it. So we would have exemptions to assure and to attract investments. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Mr. Deputy Danilo Forte. Mr. Deputy, thank you very much for your participation, for your presence with us in the FIEC Summit 2023. And let's follow with our panels in our technical programmation, in our program. In this panel, we will have a presentation in English. So whoever wants translation, we will make available our headphones at the entrance, as they were this morning. Now, I have a message that I want to repeat today about the compromise for sustainability of FIEC Summit, because all of the carbon footprint are now being neutralized through associations like PEG, Caatinga Association, that have a project of reforestation that are now completed 25 years, now in 2023, and the Verdear sustainable events. And now, we'll start the first panel, which has as its theme infrastructure, storing and transport and distribution of green hydrogen. Let us meet our invitees.
Então, convidando agora o nosso moderador desse painel, por favor, senhor Luiz Carlos Queiroz, CEO da BIQ Energia e presidente.
I invite the moderator of this panel, Luiz Carlos Queiroz, who is the CEO of BQ Energy, and Walter Dominant, the commercial manager of Rotterdam Port. I invite also Eduardo Pedrosa, da Cunha Lima, the new business manager from GS Inima, and Mr. Mark McHugh, CEO of Transhydrogen Alliance Brazil. This panel will last for 1 hour, and unfortunately, because of our schedule, we won't have enough time for questions, so that we may have time for the following explanations. So, Mr. Luiz Carlos Queiroz, please introduce us the panel. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like, in the name of Cindy Energia, to thank this opportunity to be here in the FIEC Summit. Thank also our Vice President, the responsible for that, Dr. Carlos Prado. That's such a fantastic moment to be here. Our master, Dr. Jurandir Picanso, and Constantino, our responsible for the Energy Center of FIEC, and to thank our deputy, Danilo Forte. I'd like to say, Danilo, in the name of the energy sector, that I feel very safe and very well represented with the role They'll be doing the energy sector and for all the innovation. This moment. I would like to thank everyone here. Everyone here from Cindy Energia, from Jonas, which is the financial director here. The responsibility here, our ex-president, Benny Logiar. I'd like to register his presence here. Our panel today is about infrastructure. We have also our president, Ricardo Cavalcanti. Thank you very much. This event is really unique in this state of Ceará, its organization, all the care. It's very like your way of working in such an extraordinary quality. So I'd like to thank you all in name of the state of Ceará for such a high quality event. So I work in this field for 35 years with energy. I work today in a company whose work is transmitting energy. And in this panel here, we are talking exactly about that transmission and distribution of green hydrogen. So among the panelists, we have Walter Dominant, who is the commercial manager of the Rotterdam port. And we will talk about the route between Pecém, Rotterdam. We also have Eduardo Pedrosa, who is the new business manager from GS Inima. We'll talk about these solutions on a hydrogen. In the care of having all the points in the production of hydrogen. And Mr. Mark McHugh, that he's going to talk about the whole hydrogen chain, the storage, stocking, how much can we do on stocking. And I would like to pass the floor to Walter Dominique.
Thank you, moderator.
Obrigado ao moderador. Obrigado à FIEC pelo convite para representar o Porto de Roterdã e apresentar a nossa
Hub of Europe. And in particular, I would like to thank Carlos Prado for the invitation. I'm here to tell you a bit about the developments of Port of Rotterdam and how we aim to become the import hub of Europe, Northwest Europe, for hydrogen. So, for those that do not know, Port of Rotterdam is the largest port in Europe and the number 10 or 11 port in the world in terms of size. We have a significant impact on the Dutch economy, around 63 billion euros we add in terms of value to the Dutch economy. And we are already a large hydrogen user. We have multiple companies in the Port of Rotterdam making use of hydrogen today, refineries, chemical industry. And we are also the energy hub of Northwest Europe. Around 13% of all energy consumed in Europe is handled through the Port of Rotterdam. And even if you look at Germany specifically, we handle around 21% of all energy that goes to Germany. So we have a large impact on the energy industry today, which is fossil-based, and we want to also remain in that position for the renewable alternative, and hydrogen plays a huge role there. So in 2016 already we had a study done that showed that there's a huge demand for hydrogen in Europe. That study showed that around 60 million tons of hydrogen demand would be there in 2050. And based on that study, we estimate that around 20 million tons of hydrogen can be handled through the Port of Rotterdam by 2050. And if you look more closely, then towards 2030, we have the ambition to handle 4.6 million tons of hydrogen through the Port of Rotterdam. And if I talk about hydrogen, I'm talking about hydrogen and its derivatives in any form. Out of that, we can produce only 10% locally, so we expect around 2 million tons by 2050. And the majority of the volume, 18 million tons, has to be imported, and that's the big yellow sail that you see on the chart here. Out of that, around 1/3 will remain in the Netherlands, but around 2/3 of that is transported through the Port of Rotterdam to the end users in Germany, Belgium, and the rest of Northwest Europe. So we are preparing the Port of Rotterdam for that. Already today we have the grey hydrogen. We are turning that into blue hydrogen by capturing the CO2. That's the grey pipeline you see over there. Last week we took investment decision for the development of the pipeline to offshore storage fields in the Dutch North Sea to store the CO2 from these grey hydrogen production facilities. Next to that, we will have offshore wind parks that are being tendered by the Dutch government and will be connected to the Port of Rotterdam to supply the electrolyzers within the Port of Rotterdam with the offshore wind power. Next to that, we have the white pipeline you see here, which is the hydrogen backbone through the Port of Rotterdam, which will connect the producers of hydrogen with the users of hydrogen within the port, and ultimately also to the Dutch hydrogen network and the Delta Rhine corridor, which is the connection to Germany and Belgium for hydrogen, and you see that on the top right of the presentation. Now, as said, only 10% can be produced locally, so we also have multiple initiatives for import terminals within the Port of Rotterdam to receive the hydrogen carriers from production locations worldwide. Next to that, we are working on several use cases of hydrogen, such as hydrogen trucks to transport hydrogen based on also hydrogen fuel trucks, as well as hydrogen barges. And next month, the first hydrogen barge in the world will also be inaugurated in Germany by the King of the Netherlands. But as said, the majority of the hydrogen needs to be imported. So we have been scouting the world for hydrogen production, locations worldwide, locations where there's cheap sun and wind and hydropower. And of course, Brazil is on that map as well, and even ranks as one of the best locations to produce hydrogen and import it to Europe. Now, in terms of hydrogen carriers, we are agnostic. We're not choosing between one carrier only. We want to receive any type of carrier, and we are already able to receive these carriers in the Port of Rotterdam. We are a large methanol hub, be it grey methanol, but that can be turned into green methanol import. We have already one existing ammonia terminal that is tripling in size this year, and we have even 5 other initiatives that are announced for ammonia terminals. And we have 2 initiatives for LOHC import. And one initiative on the liquid hydrogen, but we are doing 2 feasibility studies on that as well. And any other carrier technology that will be developed, we will prepare for that. So today we already have 9 terminals that are publicly announced. There are even more terminals that have plans to develop hydrogen import terminals. But today there's one existing ammonia terminal from OCI that is expanding, and we have 5 other initiatives like Global Energy Storage, GES, but also Air Products, Vopak, Kolen. All are developing hydrogen carrier terminals to receive large volumes of hydrogen in the Port of Rotterdam. And the expected timeline for these terminals to become operational is around 26, 27, so already in 4 years' time. Now, if you look specifically at ammonia, the ammonia also, there are several use cases for ammonia, but you can also crack ammonia back to hydrogen. And we as Port of Rotterdam took the initiative to do a study together with 17 companies within the Port of Rotterdam to look at large-scale cracking of ammonia. And that study showed, or that study looked into do you crack the ammonia within one large-scale facility, or will you have multiple facilities to crack the ammonia, or will you have a mix? It also looked into the technology. Is it even possible to crack ammonia on such large scale and in terms of cost? And the result of the study is basically that we will have a mix. We see that these terminals that I mentioned are looking into developing their own industrial scale ammonia cracking facilities. And then we're talking about 100,000 tons of hydrogen equivalent. But also we will look into developing a world-scale ammonia cracker facility, as we call it, which would be 1 million tons of hydrogen equivalent cracked. Now, these industrial scale facilities we expect to be operational before 2030, but this world-scale cracker facility will be ready around 2032. And in terms of costs, we compared the import of ammonia and cracking it back to hydrogen to the local production of hydrogen. And the result of the study is that basically the hydrogen cost in the end is similar to the of the imported ammonia, is similar to the local production cost of ammonia on the short term. On the longer term, we expect that the import of ammonia will be cheaper than the local production of ammonia. Next to the facilities in our port, we are connecting to the industrial clusters within the Netherlands, within Germany and Belgium. There are, in the Netherlands, in the south of the Netherlands, large chemical industrial clusters, and especially in Germany, in the Ruhr area, there are huge industrial clusters in Duisburg, Gelsenkirchen, Cologne, Wesseling, and even Ludwigshafen, where the biggest chemical site in the world is located from BASF. And we are connecting our port facilities to these industrial clusters by means of pipelines. that is not something new. We are already connected through pipelines for the fossil-based alternative, but we also want to develop the renewable alternative, such as hydrogen, and we're also looking into connecting to the industrial clusters with an ammonia pipeline. As we see, the cracking of ammonia will take place in Rotterdam, but also decentralized in the industrial areas in Germany and the Netherlands, as well as that there's a huge use case for ammonia as well in these industrial clusters. But today we are already well connected through other modalities to these industrial clusters, such as barge and rail, which will also transport the different types of ammonia, hydrogen carriers, from Rotterdam to the end customers in these industrial clusters. So, concluding, Rotterdam is ready to become the European hydrogen hub. We are already constructing the backbone through the port of Rotterdam. We have the first electrolyzer being built by Shell, and we already have an import terminal that is ready to receive ammonia, and several others to be ready before 2030. So we will be ready to become the hydrogen import hub for Europe, also from Peseng. Thank you.
Gostaria de agradecer, Walter, pela sua apresentação.
And
O que eu percebo é realmente
what I realized is that how much we are really advancing and how ready is Rotterdam to receive and be that Europort and hub. And there, deputy, you can see that we have a real purpose here to work in our regulation and have this great work being already done in the Chamber of Deputy, and we wish you all luck. Our Senate can produce a good work on the offshore and also in the renewable energy that will really change and revolutionize the state of Ceará and Brazil. Now carrying on to the rest of the panel, we will call Eduardo Pedrosa. He's from CS INMA. We'll call a little bit about water. We'll talk a little bit about water.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon. I spoke a little loudly here, but okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the opportunity to be here, Ricardo Cavalcante, to be here and talk about GS INMA, about infrastructure and a real important theme that is water. We'll be talking about innovation and water sustainability for the production of green hydrogen. So I'll talk a little bit about the relation between water and energy. And if we're talking about energy and renewable energy and sustainable energy, we will need to talk about sustainable energy. Talking about the history, the historical interconnection between water and energy, I would like to share a little bit of a personal history to you. 20 years ago, I was graduating in chemistry, industrial chemistry. I was concluding my master's, and I had difficulty in sharing with my family what I was studying. They were used to law, health careers, and whilst I was studying and graduating 20 years ago, really, my grandpa brought to me a paper, and he used it to highlight everything that he read about sustainable energy. And I was in at Rio Grande do Norte, and he told me, my grandson, here you can see something about your work. This is about wind energy. And then I thought myself, oh, grandpa, I don't work with energy, I work with water. And then he said, it seems that your masters didn't teach you anything because water and energy are always connected. Well, I carry on with my work, always working with water, and he was always right. Water and energy are always connected. And now I can see working with green hydrogen that this is one more chapter where we can see the connection, where water is linked to energy, because water is the main primary source. And that reportagem
Latino-Americana de Reuso e Dessalinização, então a gente acompanha esse tema, e teve uma reportagem no El País que falou o seguinte: a América Latina deve cuidar da água, se quiser saciar a sua sede.
and if you want to heal the thirst that you have, if you're going to produce vapor, be that high or low pressure, then you see that every process in industry demands water. Thermoelectricals also demand water, so they have a strong relation. If you study and you see the International Institute for Energy, the forecast is that the global energy consumption will grow by 35%, while the water consumption by the energy sector is expected to increase by 85%. So there you can see really how water and energy are connected. So it's not only important to talk about infrastructure for energy, but also to talk about how has to do with that. You can see by 2020, the water consumption for the primary processes, and you can see that each economic activity works differently. You know that we have also a demand for energy, really, for water. So Brazil now is increasing its regulation for sanitation, but we know that all those processes demand energy. So we see an interconnection of water beds and other alternatives, but we also have to have alternative sources for water and energy. If you were to look at the way that the water production is also rising, so today the consumption of energy associated to water is represents 10%, but now it's getting to 15%. So you see that it is rising. And that happens because we have water beds that are more distant, or you can talk about desalination. Desalination. Now, talking about this new chapter where we talk about hydrolysis, I believe that you are specialists, but we need to talk about the relation between water and green hydrogen. The first one is a stoichiometric demand and uses for cooling. 1 pound of hydrogen represents 9 pounds of water. It's a 1 to 9 relation. But you also need cooling, so you have water consumption there. And that really depends on the technology used. And so you're actually talking about 10 to 15 pounds of water to every pound of hydrogen. So every hydrogen molecule has a water footprint. Another point is that obviously the the water quality will vary according to the type of electrolyzer. So we are still studying if we can really use saline water, for example. But we can see that the quality of water impacts heavily on the life cycle of the electrolyzer. So if you have a purer water, then you can use that for a longer period of time. If you were to talk and really get to know this technology, you know that you have a pattern that's ASTM2. So if the water has chlorine, for example, then you form that, and that impacts the electrolyzer. Every electrolyzer has a minimum threshold for the clarity of water, but all of them require leastly the amount of water that is really pure. It has to go through some kind of process, such as electrodialysis. And what I've just mentioned is reverse osmosis for water. So talking about sus- sustainable water, and we need to talk about that concerning the industry, that the value of water is not in its origin, but in its availability and quality. And that really opened doors to reusing water. That makes a lot of sense when you talk about circular economy and green hydrogen, the reuse of water from sanitation, as well as to talk about desalination, because they don't compete with priority water source for human supply. So when you talk about sustainability, there's a great advantage. When we talk about circular economy, it's very good. And also, those projects have to have a long-term view. And they have to do long-term study. So this availability of water is something really important. And you have to look as well at the synergy of the green hydrogen industry. You don't only have the hydrogen, you can also look at energy, oxygen, and other applications, such as the process of denitrification. And green hydrogen can be a tool to accelerate that. I could use a little more time just to talk about the synergies that you can find between those two technologies. So, a little bit about water in favor of industry. I have a little time, but I will sum it up. The first step is to reach for efficiency, but you have to have integration with hydrographic basins. If you don't have that kind of integration, it will be harder. And also the sustainability of the production chain. If you are looking at the hydrographic basins, but your supplier is further away from that basin, then it will be terrible for them and for the cycle of water. And if you talk about desalination, by the 70s, where we had a lot of desalination in the thermal use with a thermal source, and you can see how the technology advanced so much in so little time. Our project in Chile, where we have 2.8 gigawatts hour per meter square. And we believe that hydrogen will get there soon enough. And that's why we believe in innovation. And that's why we are here in Ceará. Furthermore, we will get to take a closer look at this presentation, but I wanted to introduce you to some of the projects from the 70s all the way to 2019, and just to not talk only about Israel and Dubai. Yes, Brazil actually is a large country and does represent something worldwide. There is this project of GS Inima where we process, reuse water, and companies such as Braskem are using those processes. In partnership with Sabesp, the sanitation company for São Paulo in Brazil. So our group, talking a little bit about GS Inima, we are a group that are the fifth of Korea, and amongst our activities, we have we have other activities such as civil construction, and we are now working together with Spain on their environmental part sector, where they had before institute. We are now doing that. And at Brazil, we have several concessions in industry and other solutions. We have our sanitation director is here, and we are here at Brazil since 1995, and we also have a lot of others, such as in Triunfo, Minas Gerais. Some highlights and trademarks. We have 3 patents, 6 trademarks, and 10 pilots. We also have a project in Spain. It was the first company to install a common collector, high pressure impulsion and reduction. We also worked with the reuse of biogas. And by Atacama, we had a power plant that was actually very efficient with an energy efficiency of 2.8 kilowatts hour per cubic meter. Well, we see Ceará as a land of opportunity. We have here a protagonist in Latin America, and we see Ceará and Chile as the 2 main players, but Ceará really has all the conditions, be that because of the production that you already have of renewable energy, the location, the strategic location that we have here, be that because of PECEM, where we see mining companies and the logistical side, or the institutional organization where you have policy, innovation, and etc. And I would also like to add a provocation here. You have to look at something in Brazil where you have a tax, for example, that is ISS for services, but we have a new process here in São Paulo that they are taxed, and that can be seen as something that gets taxed on services, on products. But you have to look at whether be that as a service or as a product. But what does make sense? If you capture water from a river and then you are taxing circular economy, then you really need to focus on how that work is being done. We have to have discussions about those use cases. We need to talk about regulatory and law and policy. We are talking about a new industry that is coming up, be that of green hydrogen or sustainable water. My contact here, I'm Eduardo Pedrosa. Please reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Vou passar pouquinho do tempo.
Eduardo, muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. Your approach is extremely important here in northwestern Brazil, where this resource is so important for society. And the state of Ceará already has a couple solutions. And you are invited to be a part of this road. But our time is short. I would like to call now for a general panorama. And it's known in the whole world. It knows very well all of the traits of the production of hydrogen production. Mark McHugh. Very welcome, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the invitation. It's really a privilege to be here today and to be part in this summit with you all. Let me see. Is this working? Okay. As Carlos said, my name is Mark McHugh. I need to pronounce a word that's so many consonants, so few vowels. I am the executive director of Transhydrogen here in Brazil, and I'm leading a project with our partners, and you will hear a lot about them here. It is interesting. I have an association with the. We were here last year. It started in April 2021, where we had our first discussions, and when Transhydrogen started, they were first ones interested by the concept of the hydrogen hub here in Pecém, and I am very proud to be a part of this story up to today. I will talk about, specifically, about the supply chain and how all elements in the supply chain are really important to the success of a green hydrogen project. It starts with the Transhydrogen and the composition of our alliance. We are starting with the specialists, more or less. The supply chain, starting with the supply of and the development of Proto Ventures is a Dutch company for engineering and technology. We have GES, which is participating on the manual for the production of ammonia and transport to Rotterdam. We have Tramo, which is the biggest transporter of ammonia in the world and also the biggest trader of ammonia. And we also have Varo, which is a company of oil that is changing their clients towards the new fuels in Europe. So, I always divide these parts. We have the electron parts, where we have our Brazilian partners, and we are specialized mostly in molecules. Sorry. So the most important is to know how we can optimize the supply chain, really to come to a price that be competitive in Europe. Because fundamentally, as the deputy mentioned, this is a business and has to be sustained as a business. So to make that, we need competitivity. And as many have said before me, a big part of this competitivity stems from the renewable energy as the resources to produce green hydrogen. After that, you need to finance the capex. You know, to pay the opex, which is not part of the renewable energy. And then you have the costs for storage, transport, until the Rotterdam port, which has been so well explained, and goes from there to the distribution until the final clients. So, what's the main goal in this initial phase for us? It is to have a competitive price in Rotterdam. They say in English, levelized cost of ammonia. We are using ammonia as the transporter of hydrogen. So after that, there's another consideration because not all clients will want ammonia. Our preference, obviously, is to be able to sell directly green ammonia. It's wonderful. But many clients are asking for the final product, green hydrogen. And for that, we need add even more 5% to the final cost because of the efficiency, energetic efficiency of the cracking. And in this context, what's the differential of Brazilian Northwest? Why do you think it's really competitive? When you talk about exportation, you are in a global market. We are talking about competing with other countries that we have seen in the graph shown by Walter. And the first thing that Miss Monica talked so well about that earlier, about the competitivity of renewable energy, specifically is the goal of reaching that limit of attaining 90% of renewable energy. Everyone has understood the importance of this, but that may be the greatest differential of Brazil to other fonts of green ammonia and hydrogen. Why? Because inside the rules of the European Commission, if you have attained this 90%, and I think José Augusto in a panel before showed that the Northwest can go up to 130% of renewable energy. With this, you can operate on electro user on 24/7 with high efficiency, which lower so much the capex relative to other places. in Saudi Arabia, for example, where they have great projects too. They are leading with a profile mainly constituted of solar energy. They have cheap renewable energy, but their efficiency is low compared to us. But it's just not a question of efficiency, because according to these rules, to the European Commission, I'll explain what means this whole thing of geographical correlation. If you reach 90% of renewable energy, you can buy from any source, including buying from hydraulic energy, wind and solar energy, and all of that integrated system. There are no restrictions to anyone. So what does it mean? It means that this abundant energy and renewable that Brazil possesses can be really used to have competitivity on a global level. So northwestern Brazil has competitivity that is comparable to very few places. Only maybe Norway, Costa Rica, Paraguay, and maybe a couple others in this world. But only a very few, selected few, can go up to that point. And that's a huge differential that we have. And that is very important for the investors. And this is a graph that Luis Viga put very quickly on the first day, and I want to dive a little bit in the details, but this is a comparison of many countries. It was a study done by international consultants, Boston Consulting Group. I don't know if you have calculated exactly the same numbers, but what is important here was the relativity of the different sources. And as we have said, the most competitive after inflation reduction in the United States. The first is United States due to a level of subsidization. There's also Canada in front, but with that benefit of 90%, the Boston Consulting Group is calculating here, including efficiency, including also the potential for reaching the most competitive sources. Brazil is in the third place. And I am very happy with that. I don't mind being the first one. I just want to be among the five first, because I think that that mentality that we have to win the game in first place is not that important. But what's the most interesting here? Everyone says that everyone has cheap renewable energy. Most of them don't have the possibility of connecting to the grid. We have Morocco, that has a lot of capacity for renewable energy. But Morocco has an infrastructure problem, and in its calculation, there's a part that is linked to the construction, building a grid that connected to Europe so they can deliver to Europe. You can see from this graph, it's just a different way of comparing things. The cost of cracked hydrogen. And when you compare the correct version, with a supply directly from Spain and Brazil, then Brazil is competitive. And with the conclusion of the Rotterdam port that cracked is very competitive with a direct hydrogen source. So this analysis is not 100% accurate, but it indicates very well the advantage that Brazil possesses in this game, especially the Northwest. And at the end of this chain, that many people talk about it, and we heard that from the port of Rotterdam. We need an integration in the whole chain because I don't want to sell our ammonia and green hydrogen in the port of Pecém. Our clients with whom we are in contact say that they want to deliver it in the refinery, and we need to include the, for example, the terminals as GES that works in the port of Rotterdam. And this we can integrate that both with tracking in a Pecém, tanking in a Pecém port or Rotterdam port, and complete the supply chain. And also, this is a word that we hear a lot in this conversation, may satisfy the needs in a proposition of full value for the clients. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Então, chegamos ao final.
Thank you very much. And now we have come to the end of this panel. I'd like to thank Luis Carlos Queiroz, our moderator, and our panelists, Mr. Walter Demonent, Mr. Mark Marqueux, and Eduardo Pedrosa. So now we will have our follow-up with this presentation. We'll take our official picture while I talk a little about the following panel. We are going on with the theme Technologies for the Production Chain of Green Hydrogen. We'll present our participants.
Convido então ao palco o senhor Yuri Ramos, já está aqui conosco, o nosso moderador, diretor de programas do Instituto de Tecnologia de Massachusetts, o MIT. Quero convidar também o senhor Fábio Koga, CEO da Unidade de Negócios de Automação de Eletrificação da Siemens. Senhor Leandro Mônaco, diretor global de vendas de digital sustentabilidade da ABB. E senhor Daniel Gabriel Lopes,
We're presenting now Mr. Daniel Gabriel Lopes, Director of Hytron New Group and also Hydrogen Mobility, Brazil. Mr. Fabio Koga, CEO of Electrification Automation Business Unit in Siemens. And Yuri Ramos will be our moderator. Please, you can start our works. Good afternoon, everyone. We are bringing now a panel on productive technologies and well, once again, good afternoon. Thanks for to simplify I will let my colleagues on this panel present themselves. So I'm Yuri Ramos, I represent MIT, and it's an honor for me to be here. 2 weeks ago, the president of FIEC brought 50 executives to MIT. I had never received such a huge group of Brazilians at MIT. And so, just a disclaimer, we are talking a lot about hydrogen, and green hydrogen, a lot of the technology about hydrogen. But my 10 minutes here, I will present briefly, although the panel is about technology. I will bring a very negative beginning. It's like I was starting, my starting minutes are like inspirational technology. So you'll see technology more with my colleagues than with myself. So we see these articles that are happening all the time about the infinite potential in Brazil and green hydrogen.
Eu, pessoalmente, eu não compro mais
So you'll see that Brazil is eternally the country of the future because you have good food, good people, agriculture. I'm 55, and Brazil has always been a country for the future, and we need to reach that future. So I am like Thomas, I only believe if I see it. I believe in our country, but this idea that Brazil is a country of the future, we have to build this future. It's not enough to have the knife and the cheese, I want the hunger. Ceará is hungry and has shown that. They're sending 50 executive managers to MIT, from the city of Fortaleza to MIT. So this hunger does exist. We have the knife, we have the cheese, we have the hunger. We just need someone to cook for us. No, let us see this graph comparing Brazil and South Korea. Korea in the 80s was poorer than Brazil. I'm talking about South Korea. Now, today, the PIB per capita of South Korea is 5 times higher than Brazil because they invested in education and we were left behind. It's never late for that. Ceará has a privileged position. We have sun, wind, water. You have many companies, national, international companies that want to work with this in Ceará. So I will show here that Ceará is hungry for that. The Federation of Industries of Ceará is the only federation in Brazil that's part of this program, which I'm part of, MIT ILP, which is a program with most of the global level companies. We see them among many companies with the big buys. So the hunger exists. MIT is very well known for the research with impact, and impact generates transformation. We saw that. The federation was with MIT. It has a lot of research, as every university, and we are hungry for impact to solve the problems of the world, of the people in the world, of the companies. And Ceará is going by this path. We need to have this impact. And we have entrepreneur spirit. The companies that were born in MIT have an income, a yearly income higher than Brazil's PIB. It's in front of Brazil. Ceará has a huge potential to export green hydrogen. That would be very good, but it's not nearly enough because that will be abandoning some value on the table. We want not only export, but also develop the internal market, to create a chain around this ecosystem around green hydrogen. And ecosystems are not created overnight. One of the options would be to furnish hydrogen and ammonia by themselves, or also this whole pack and other possibilities that will appear. Many people have talked about opportunities like, I feel like I'm being repetitive here, but going far beyond. There's a fly here that has been hired to disturb me, I'm sorry.
O Ceará tem uma grande chance agora de ser visto como o Ceará antes e depois do hidrogênio verde, né? E a responsabilidade está na mão de todos os senhores e senhoras aqui. Alguns colegas hoje já comentaram sobre, né, os 7 bilhões de dólares que os Estados Unidos estão liberando para a construção para a criação de 7 hubs de hidrogênio verde nos Estados Unidos. Isso mostra a importância do governo, o papel que o governo tem, né? Esse é um ecossistema que a gente fala muito no MIT, né? Que o que o Ceará tem que fazer, e já está fazendo, está se movendo para isso, é criar um ecossistema ao redor do hidrogênio verde. Eu acho que foi o secretário Salmito que falou isso, né? 10 anos parece muito, mas não é. Em termos, né, do que vocês estão fazendo aqui, 10 anos é rápido. Então, a gente tem que envolver o quê? Grandes empresas, pequenas empresas, universidade, governo de novo.
Companies and business and the government. The government will be risking small companies run more risk than bigger companies. Yesterday I was in Rio on an event about green commodities. There's no one producing these things in big scale, green steel, green cement. And this is the time to enter that game, as we are doing now. So, we see here the necessity of technological development in large scale. There's no world scale to delivering these green assets on a large scale. In Ceará, we don't want just to watch this game. We need to be a part, intrinsically, to be inside this game. When we talk about attention to the technological route on MIT, an emerita teacher on MIT was very moved by a project in Ceará. He said that he'll be very interested in participating in this project. It's a noble project, very big, but it needs a good execution. Now, I'm going to finish here. This is a book I like very much. The future is faster than you think. I bring that to illustrate that the change that will happen in the next 5 years will be much quicker than those who happen in the last 10, 20 years. And Ceará can implement and be a part of this change, of this ecosystem around green hydrogen, or just watch as a spectator. And with that, I finish my participation. I still have 1 minute, so you may pay me back later on any way you want. So you see here now my colleague Fabio Koga. Fabio present himself, and he needs to fly, like literally, not to miss his flight. Fabio is graduated in engineering and has a postgrad. Sorry, he's in hydrogen since 2008. Vertical sales management and manager for sales. Thank you very much, everyone here. I'd like to thank President Ricardo for the invitation. It's an honor for me to represent Siemens here in such relevant discussion for our country. Now, I will just give a couple of numbers about Siemens. We are a technology company. We have around 311,000 employees in the world. We had a benefit of 4,000 euros last year, liquid. And we talked today very much about the challenges on green hydrogen. So I'm not talking about the scenario around hydrogen and the challenges, the regulation, but mostly about how since the portfolio of science is very wide, I'd like to talk from a technological standpoint and show what are the Siemens proposals for this in this field. So we have an innovative technology and the goal of decarbonization. Well, it doesn't make sense to start thinking about decarbonization without thinking on applying what the state-of-the-art technology for that. So we are first thing using digital plants connected to the real world, connected to the physical plant that is going to exist in the future. Siemens approaches these projects through different paths. We are present since the first phase with the investors by modeling and through models that take in consideration the available sources for the production of energy and the available costs for energy consumption, modeling the best possible scenario for any given application to reduce costs on the idealization of a process until the support of each of the portions of a project. We are in the water, in the electrolyzers, in the electrical energy, in the adding of value through ammonia, and so on. In this context, we also work closely with EPC and the companies for implementations, aiding them and taking on the risks. So we can model the whole project since the very beginning until the post-sale and execution of services. When we talked about the correlation between the physical plant and the virtual plant in the whole chain, since the generation of the energy until the generation of the electron, its use, the generating green hydrogen, whatever it may be, ammonia or aviation fuel. We have many ways of adding benefits to the projects. One of them is using benefits of engineering, object-oriented engineering, integration of dynamic models, and all that eliminates risks from the project, from the conceptual phase and from the execution phase as well. In practice, I can, if I, during the phase of idealization, can simulate many situations, I can effectively commission this project. So the implementation on the field, I have already predicted scenarios that will make me avoid risks during this implementation, reducing also the time for implementation. We have here a practical case.
Tem lá em cima todo o barramento de fornecimento de energia em alta.
He'll have a scheme, the functioning of a hydrogen plant, and as we said here in the presentation of Power to X, we go down to
the rectificators that will transform the alternate current to continuous current, and that can generate noise. That's why you have the synchronous compensators, static compensators.
E depois a gente já desce para o barramento de média tensão, onde eu tenho sistemas auxiliares.
With auxiliary systems that will feed the auxiliary plants, as I mentioned earlier, the plant for ammonia and compression and so on, and also the low tension panels. What's the position of Siemens for this kind of application? Today, we may have probably the biggest base among all plants, and we possess a huge share of that in the Brazilian market. So, reinforcing our energetic system is one of our goals and one of our challenges. We reduce up to 60% on the layout of electrical rooms. We have systems with low carbon footprint.
Hidrogênio verde e não utilizar tecnologias que permitam que o projeto como um todo seja mais sustentável. E por último, a gente tem a redução do CAPEX.
So we have also the optimization of the CAPEX. In execution right now we have, I will show on the last slide, a project in Rotterdam, a Shell project plant which Siemens was chosen for, and that shows exactly our modeling tool called PSS. And through that I can receive information of what are the available sources of energy since the very beginning in the conceptual phase of the project. So we can see here renewable sources, solar, wind. I can have a cogeneration. I can have a system for storage and the grid itself. And associated to this information, I can add weather data, because wind and solar energy depends on the weather, and the dynamic cost of the electricity. And based on that, we can model what is the lowest possible cost for the electron for generating that hydrogen molecule. And that system chooses automatically the best solution for what we have available to us. So that's the information that we have here on this slide. When you talk about the reduction of CAPEX and reducing the carbon footprint, we can see an application of what we have that we call digital substation through a technology that we call process bus, where we use a mapping and we can see, have a dimension, one idea, the dimensions of the electric rooms. Below, we can see these orange cables that are not electric cables, they are optic fiber. And we have this information, all the information that comes from the substation using optical fiber. And we can have that space reduction, space and CAPEX reductions. This is not a dream, it's a reality. We have many cases here in Brazil with transmitter, distributors of energy and industry. And if you're interested, we invite you to our stall there in the middle, and we can provide you some information so you can see in practice these cases that have been implemented.
So with that, we tend to say this. Since investment into automation and electronics is around 10% of total investment, with an increase of 1% of the investment, we managed to, from 15 to 30% of the effort in engineering through the modeling tools and through integrated engineering. Through the tools, the commissioned, virtual commissioning tools, we managed to reduce the time to be able to get the plant working, and also we can get training done. We have the dynamic optimization of the courses. That's why I have a reduction of the total cost of ownership based on the example that I just showed you with the selection of the energy sources. The reduction of the operation costs because of the IoT tools. Once again, reaching the lowest possible cost of acquisition for a client. It doesn't matter what I'm talking about, the whole chain. It doesn't matter if it's for the hydrogen chain or any of the other processes that are involved in the hydrogen chain. Remember that we're not talking about a simple hydrogen plant. We want to use this hydrogen, green steel, green ammonia, SAF as well. So here, moving towards the ending of the presentation, where I would like to show you a few practical cases. Fabio, okay, that's fine. I think that's interesting for Siemens. That's a PowerPoint, but have you managed to apply this effectively someplace else? And here we have a few applications of hydrogen itself. So first case, it's an SAF plant in Germany where Siemens provided the whole scope of automation and energy scope. And Siemens Energy, you got to remember that Siemens Energy is another company. It's not a Siemens Group company, provided in this case an electrolyzer. So we're talking a lot about the electrolyzer. I'd like to remember one more thing. Siemens is completely agnostic to the electrolyzer. So for us, if the alkaline technology or if it's a membrane, it's different. So we're going to focus the best way possible to provide energy and control the process, no matter what the process is. So second example, in the city of Wonsdale in Germany, it was supplied for Siemens, which was part actually of the financial arm. So Siemens Financial Services, which is our support for project financing, and effectively it went into the equity of this plant, and it helped Siemens as an EPC to provide for the whole scope of the tools, automation, and electricity for this green hydrogen plant. Finally, last but not least, Siemens and Shell have a global agreement to provide technology. This plant specifically is the Rotterdam plant, and the Port of Rotterdam have more than 100 megs, where we provided that whole scope that I mentioned back then, and that slide where I showed the modeling, the selection of the best energy sources, and the usage of that information for grid energy consumption and the automation of the process. So with that, I finish my presentation, giving you back the minute that you gave me. So I have no debts left over to you. As I said, I am almost out of time. I have to rush out here. But my contacts are here. If anybody has a question, if you want to get in contact with me, it'll be great to answer whatever questions that you may have. Siemens folks will be there available to interact with you. Thank you very much, folks. Fabio, we are the ones that are thankful. Fabio, want to see how the automation of electricity for Siemens. He's going to say this. I keep you at ease. We understand your trip. I wanted to thank you for your presence and for being here with us. Well, feel free to go, please. Thank you very much. Mr. Yuri, our moderator, can you please continue with his presentation? Of course, it's great to, as It's great to see that here we have free. We have ABB, Heidel, we have Siemens. They are free among several larger companies, large and small companies. This idea of becoming number one of green hydrogen in Brazil, as much as we say, okay, you need to have 30 horses, you have to have, it's not that easy. It's a very complex idea, and we see that all these players here today, the ones that were in this conference today, they were very much interested in being part of this game, and as much as we have a lot of players, there's a way for everybody to win, and for sure, the state of Ceará is not that idea. Okay, if Ceará tries to play alone, they won't get anywhere. The state itself, they need all the players. So one more player here will be presenting. Now I wanted to show our next colleague, Leandro Monaco, members in the area of sustainability of ABB. Leandro is the automation control master in systems engineering for the Polytechnic USP University. Went to ABB in 2006 and occupied several places, such as process engineer, global product engineer. He works as a global sales manager, as I just said. He defends the motto that the carbon molecule to the Food Celeste is one that has never been emitted. Thanks, Yuri. Thanks, Daniel. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here with you. I wanted to thank you, my colleagues, and I wanted to start my presentation where I'll be approaching that ABB managed to add digital solutions for the green hydrogen production chain. Well, I'm gonna basically approach 3 subjects, telling you a story, telling you about what is the ABB perspective when it comes to sustainability focus and defining a bit about its sustainability, and then moving a bit towards green hydrogen. What is its role, and mainly what is the issue that we have in front of us, and finally to speak a bit about examples of ABB solutions and the whole project chain. First off, sustainability. As Professor Yuri said, I am the digital sales director for this sector. But what is sustainability? To try to answer this question, I brought you the definition according to the UN. What are the 17 goals, the 17 actions to transform the world, making the world a better place, a more sustainable place? And of course, we have 17 points. Not all of us in the ABB have the technology to help, but I selected a few boxes here. They're in black. Our tech can help here. The SDGs help when it comes to water treatment, sustainable cities, industry and innovation, and more than anything else, clean and renewable energy and sustainable energy. Speaking about ABB itself and a sustainability strategy for 2030, ABB bases its strategy on 3 main pillars. The first one you see on the left is to make possible a low carbon use society. Here we're talking about what we can do for you, the clients, and what we are doing in our operations. Because as it was cited in a few of the presentations here, when we are dealing with the carbon footprint and the emissions, there's 3 scopes we need to take a look at. One of them is seeing what is the footprint of your supplier, so it's important that ABB also looks towards its operation. Then we see that sustainability is not just the environment, but also the social aspect. ABB also focuses on the promotion of social progress, thinking not just about our company, but mainly the solutions that we can add to make it so that industrial operations, in this case the hydrogen industry, will be safer for the operators, for all employees. Finally, when it comes to resource preservation, speaking about the circular economy, among other things. So these three pillars is what ABB focuses on to define its sustainability strategy. And here, I have a bit more of my digital area, digital solutions that ABB has, basically focusing on bringing up 3 points. Number one, reduction of the use of energy and collaborating with the integration of renewable energy. We spent 2 days together here speaking about what is the situation for renewable energy and what are the challenges of bringing this to the grid. Our technology can help us with this. Number two, doesn't matter what energy use, we need to reduce the cost of this energy and help reduce the cost of energy, and finally, reducing CO2 emissions. So our expertise for ABB when it comes to automating processes as well as electricity and digital solutions and our whole life cycle of a plant allows us to deliver these three main focal points. So now we're going to get a little bit of green hydrogen, defining the problem yesterday in my presentation of the optimization system for energy, the Optimax system. I spoke a bit about this subject. As we can see in this diagram, the hydrogen chain is quite complex. So we have generation of energy, whether it comes from the grid or renewable generation of its own property, storage systems for battery as well as electrical storage, as well as storing hydrogen and ammonia produced. The consumption of these products, hydrogen as well as ammonia, as well as its demand, and the industrial process that follows. It's not just receiving renewable energy while the wind blows and the sun shines, we'll produce hydrogen and it's done. No, there's a whole chain that must be managed. It becomes a pretty complex and it's not viable to solve without an optimized system. Finally, another thing is the detachment between energy production and energy consumption, and mainly this internal chain, as I said, for hydrogen, sustainable fuel, green methanol, etc. Finally, to spice up the whole issue, the fact that we have a little experience or we have no experience when it comes to operating these plants, so we are still globally in a situation that is a learning process, pilot projects. We're trying to understand how this chain, how this whole system will work. It's a bit of an issue of the complexity we have. How do we solve this? And we have 4 examples, 4 points in a project in a plant, starting from the concept phase viability studies and going through project engineering, conditioning, operating the plant, and the simulation side, the digital twin, after the plant is already working. So 4 concrete examples of projects that we already delivered in the world someplace. First point of viability here, which I put down, are dimension studies for battery systems and storage systems and the electrolyzers. So recently we had 2 studies done, 2 pieces of research, one in Norway. I have an example here. A 1 gigawatt plant for producing hydrogen is still in the study phase, and conserving the company for our client had the battery system so that it was independent of the grid, and a study for dimensions that we proved that battery would be 40% smaller. So here we're working not just on optimizing the cost of hydrogen, but also the reduction of the footprint of this plant as a whole. Second example is an ammonia plant in Denmark. Due to a requirement of the client, the government, there was the demand of zero grid importing, and the client was reluctant to do so without batteries. So Naturally didn't want to use the battery. And the electrical studies that we executed proved that without the battery's presence, it would not be possible.
Do sistema de armazenamento de bateria para esse caso.
We checked the size of the battery system. So passing on to engineering and conditioning the energy control, speaking about the strength of the system, millisecond response time is more or less the type of response, the source of energy, renewable energy. When we stop producing electricity, it will stop blowing and the sun will stop shining due to a cloud on top of us in seconds. And the answer you need for your production system needs to be very quick as well. So that's technology is also what we have in our control system. And there is a process of the dynamic. With the process, the whole process of generating hydrogen has an automation of the process. It's not just the electrical part, it's the process part. And the modeling and the simulation of this process, together with the simulation process for the electrical side, integrating electrical and processes allows us to reach better conclusions and execute the engineering process project in a better way, and because of this, the conditioning of these plants in a better way. So now we have an operational plant. Finally, we are producing hydrogen. So now the optimization of the hydrogen plant with the weather forecast, which will tell us how much energy we'll be able to generate with the wind and the sun energy, the electricity prices in the market, also a pricing for the next 24 hours, as well as the hydrogen demand. This is our Optimax system, which I presented yesterday. In the case of France's plant, the subsidiary of IDF, Dynamics, and Auxer, we managed to deliver a reduction of about 20% of the operational cost of this plant with an optimization system of Optimax. This is a case where you can have in the ABB side and the Dynamics side also. They're quite proud of the plant there. We're quite proud of the solution. Finally, a plant that is 100% operational. So what can we do to improve this plant? We managed with a process and electrical simulation build up in the engineering phase to continue to use this digital twin for the plant, which is complete the electrical process and the control, and continue to execute simulations used to perform tests, hypothetical and control change, operational points, what-if scenarios, as well as the operator training. How do you operate a plant so that they are safe and efficient, as well as operating a plant that has the optimization system running. So in our digital twin scenario, we can integrate everything. You model the process, the electrical model, the control system, and the optimization system running in a virtual environment, which allows us to commit virtual errors to commit real benefits. Oh, concluding my presentation, if I had practice on time, I wouldn't have finished so well. 3 points I wanted to cite. First off, sustainability is everyone's problem, and this includes the chain as a whole, which is what I mentioned, which ABB is also keeping in mind when it comes to their sustainability strategy. And here we are to help you to reduce 3 points. As my intro, the CO2 molecule is the cheapest one and the one that was never emitted and is less polluted. So reduction of the energy consumption, reduction of the energy cost, and reduction of carbon emissions. Finally, we do this, we deliver this with our big differential, which is our know-how, 130 years of experience in process automation, 130 years of experience in electrification. So we are a company that you can count on both sides, and we do this since the conception phase of projects, all of them viability studies, engineering, operation of plants, and simulations. That's it. that was my message today. Thank you very much for the chance, and I am available at the ABB stand for whatever discussion, and also my contacts on LinkedIn. Thank you.
1 minute remains, Yuri.
Bom, vamos lá. Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, Leandro.
Thank you very much, Leandro. Now we're going to go on to our last presentation by Daniel. And he was saying that that despite his qualifications as a graduate and master's degree, that we had to make clear that his main qualification was being from Ceará. And we are now going from 2 ultra multinational companies, which are Siemens and ABB, to a company that today, although it is part of the global group, it is genuinely Brazilian. And an interesting, important point that we have to say is that Hydro was born from university research. And one thing that we see a lot, I can talk about my institution, MIT. We have a program where we have about 1,000 startups that were born in MIT, and we connect them to our largest clients, like the Federation of Industries of the state of Ceará, for example. This is an impressive number. About 20% of companies have professors as co-founders. So we're talking about 200 companies out of 1,000. And sometimes they'll ask, Yuri, can a professor do that? Yes, they can, and they should, and they're incentivized to do that. So MIT professors, a lot of them are co-founders. And here we have a company that was born from the university. Daniel Lopes is a mechanical engineer from the Federal University of Ceará, a master in thermal engineering, and doctor in energetic planning, PhD in energetic planning. He is commercial director. He also acts in hydrogen mobility through SAE Brazil and directs the German-Brazilian Chamber. Good afternoon, Yuri. Thank you so much. It's a huge pleasure to be here today with you. The second time. Yes, I can use this one. Thank you. It's an opportunity to be home, to talk about this important theme of hydrogen, and I'd like to congratulate FIEC on this initiative, all the institutions. And today I'd like to invite you, I brought a presentation that obviously I'm going to talk about what we do in our company. And I was motivated to talk a little bit about the value chain a little more. And I would like all of you to feel included in what is going to be presented. I am presenting something that is going to bring national suppliers, Brazilian clients into the discussion, and based on our national technology to develop this value chain with partners, themes and partnerships like ABB and other large companies, global partnerships, and companies that like ABB are global, and are also here in Brazil, like Siemens. So we should look at the size of the opportunity that's available to us today as an ecosystem that is going to evolve together, jointly. Hytron is a national company, the only Brazilian company that is able to develop equipment and produce this equipment in Brazil, these hydrogen generating equipment. And today we're going to talk a little bit about the technology for green hydrogen production. It is a center of excellence, globally speaking. We can be found in 10 countries. NEA Group is a German group, and you can find us in 10 countries, and we are growing across the globe. And it's important to say that Hytron and NEA Brazil are responsible for the continental region of Central America and Latin America throughout its continental areas. Markets. We act in these three main markets: oil and gas, hydrogen, circular hydrogen, and post-sales. That is the reach of our activities in these several sectors. So obviously today we are going to be talking about the main sector, which is hydrogen. And we should say that it was founded in 1820. We are 190 years old, the NEA Group. We are usually one of the oldest. We are a global leader in hydrogen compressors, large size hydrogen compressors. And this is an important theme because despite the compressor coming forth, having a consolidated technology, it is without doubt a very important piece of equipment. So it should be said that up until now, practically all of the projects that are hired and underway in Brazil and that have the participation of hydrogen, NEA is the provider for the compressors. So they provide the compressors, and Hydron provides the electrolyzers. And here in Ceará, we're going to have the first hydrogen producing plant with our equipment, the EDP plant. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that from this moment on. I chose our event here at FIEC to start talking a little bit more about the compressor as an important item in this value chain. And just so we have an idea of the size of this compressor, this is actually just the main part of it. And look at the proportion. There's someone standing up there next to the equipment. And just so you can visualize this, one of these mounted and assembled, it takes 60 trucks. We're only seeing one part of it. The entire thing is almost 3 stories high. So we have compressor systems that are in fact, that have a level of relevance. Our equipment are developed for each one of our clients, and we support our clients with our operations and our solutions in hydrogen. Of course, the production of hydrogen is also part of our scope. So here, I'm bringing modularized solutions by Hydron. This system is a very equivalent system to that in EDP and other projects. It's important to emphasize that our plant here has 1.3 mega, but this modularized can reach 5 megawatts. And modularized systems and containerized systems, they can, in their modules, provide 2 units with 10 mega, 5 mega, so forth, so forth. We can talk about hundreds of megawatts with this kind of structure. And it's important to emphasize that the same technology we use here at the Pecém port is also being sold in 10 megawatts, 60 megawatt units in Europe. I had to bring the photo. This is the photo of our equipment at EDP in Pecém. It was a beautiful day, the day before of the official launch of this plant in January of this year. We had rectifiers, Brazilian technology, along with Hydron equipment, providing a complete solution provided by Brazil. So this Hydron equipment was industrialized in our Belo Horizonte plant. And it has, I believe some people will visit this installation here in Pecém tomorrow. Well, in addition to water electrolysis, we also work with biomethane with reformers. Brazilian technology that includes, and this should be emphasized, you're a Brazilian in the US, but we also have our fuels, which have a competitive differential and bring this differential to our country. So we have a value chain that is very much consolidated in terms of biofuels. They are fuels that produce hydrogen as well in a renewable way, and bring other regions as main actors. So the main technology is, in fact, globally speaking, the one that will produce hydrogen at a lowest cost and a high scale. But we also have biofuels that are important. We've also always heard about power tracks and producing hydrogen, methanol, urea, when you want to go from ammonia to urea, which is actually a fertilizer, we need CO2. So this is not a question of decarbonization, it's a matter of defossilization. Because if we didn't have CO2, then it would be impossible to produce renewable fertilizer and renewable methanol. So what the entire world is looking for, in the sense Brazil has in a large quantity. Hydron is the only company in the world that has technology to produce hydrogen based on ethanol. And it's interesting because it's not a matter of the electrolyzer or the reformer. The technology that is going to make this feasible at a large scale in a short time is electrolysis. The company that is going to generate the cheapest electricity is Brazil. The relevance of electrolysis in the context, the export and internal market context, undeniable. But we should say we have a biofuel that is liquid and ready. It's methanol, and it can and should be used as a hydrogen carrier. So we're thinking about transporting energy and molecules between continents, and we are privileged to have this biofuel in its hands and available. And it will be exported as methanol, not just to export hydrogen, but also CO2. Using this carrier through a port like Rotterdam, so ethanol can arrive there, be stored, and produce right there and then the CO2. And from then on, any hydrocarbonate.
O grupo NEA,
So the NEA group, as they have the mastery of the chain value from hydrogen production to compression, storage, and outflow, we provide full, complete solutions for vehicular
tema, né? Ou seja, nós estamos desenvolvendo tecnologia e desenvolvendo ferramentas.
Vehicular supply. So we have tools where, for example, we can, based on this tool created within the group, we can size a vehicle supply unit, a hydrogen refuel station. So we see what the amount will be needed by that vehicle, and we size the full system based on that. That includes compression, transportation, everything. We have HRS. It's a vehicle fuel system, and I have hydrogen production, storage, and supply of this gas. Why is this important? Because our company has begun this year with just one fueling station. And throughout this year, we have already been hired. We have another 5 HRSs that have been hired. And we're talking about 5 in numbers, but in percent, we're talking about a 5-time increase. So that is very significant. And I hope this leverage, this boost continues. Our country has almost 45,000 gas stations. And this focuses on more heavy mobility like trucks and buses. And we hope that we gain more visibility through these installations. As promised, I promised this to Constantino. I brought 3 slides just to wrap up my presentation. The first of them was, if each of us looked at these slides from the H2 value chain and we did a self-assessment of where we are right now, we can be in primary energy production, wind, solar, biofuel, ethanol, etc., in conversion and processing, or hydrogen production, refineries. And in this value chain, we have valve suppliers, tube suppliers, pipe suppliers, substations, etc. And reconversion equipment, compressors. This is where the distribution logistics begin for this hydrogen in trucks. You have storage, hydrogen storage, several means of storage that goes from small cylinders to huge caves, and the several applications in industry, mobility, etc. So the NEA group is present throughout the entire value chain. We have companies that go from production of biomethane, production of hydrogen, reconversion. Every single step of this value chain is covered by NEA. In our case, what's really cool is that this is all in Brazil. So talking about now neo-industrialization in Brazil. It's important for us to emphasize that for us, Brazilian society, the stimulus and incentives add value to the country and in the country. That is the biggest win that we can have as a society. It's necessary to create opportunities that stimulate training and create an industry that will demand qualified labor, a qualified workforce. When the employees are within the country, this demand comes naturally. It's an opportunity to use internal demands that are relevant as levers in a new economy. Domestic consumption, local demand, to leverage a new technology within Brazil. And then you have the use of low carbon hydrogen as a link to commercialize products and add value to them so that they can be exported in their final format. I'm going to use the case of NEA Hydron as an example because we are both Brazilian suppliers and these are our guidelines. Prioritize suppliers that are already consolidated in Brazil and Latin America. Stimulate your suppliers to innovate and develop solutions that meet local needs and conditions, local and regional needs and conditions. We're talking about doing this based on our region, from our region, so it's not adapting an external equipment. It's actually developing on site. We hire labor from several levels, mostly specialized at this time. And I would also like to share firsthand the number of equipment and suppliers that are within one of NEA Hydron equipment. Today, an electrolyzer produced by us here in Brazil has about 55% to 67% of national components. For a technology that is only beginning, that is very relevant. And the importance of the hub, this is almost my last slide. I took 3 minutes from my partner. That's what partnership is. Each of them gave me a minute, so now I'm using them. So when we're talking about Pecém, our hub here in Pecém, why is it important? Why are these hubs important? Why is the US investing so much money in each of their 7 hubs? It's a cooperative environment that captures investments and opportunities. Each one of these is a checkpoint at Pecém. So it stimulates cooperation, regulation, and incentives. It catalyzes investments and opportunities, creates the appropriate infrastructure for production and outflow of products. And here we have our last slide. If everything goes well, will be sending our Brazilian technology from Ceará to the world, including our Northeast in this new evolution and this new industrialization. Thank you so much. I'll leave my contacts here. It was a pleasure.
Encerramos então o nosso.
So we finish our panel. Thanks to our moderator, Yuri Ramos, for the MIT, Massachusetts Technology. Thanks to Daniel Lopez from the Hightower Group, Mr. Leandro Monaco, Sales Director for Sustainability of ABB, and of course, our dear Fabio, who has been with us here up till when he could. Thank you all, and we will now move towards our next panels. One more thing, Mr. Fernando Reuter from Luciana Castro. If you're in the auditorium, please note that. So now for our official photograph while we get ready for the second to last subject, which is very relevant because we'll be speaking about offshore wind generation. We'll be speaking of our high-level panelist team formed by the following folks.
Já vamos compor aqui nosso.
So let's optimize our time. Our second to last panel of the 2023 second and last day. I would like to ask Mr. Joaquim Rolim, Secretary of the Industry of Ceará, Executive Secretary. Also, Mr. Lauro Fiuza, President of the Servitec Group. Mr. Davi Bontempo, Executive Manager of National Confederation of Industry CNI. Mr. Glenio Saraiva Correa Jr., Offshore Wind Portfolio and Partnerships Coordinator from Petrobras. Dear friend Joaquin Rolim, go ahead if you want to start moderating the panel. Hello. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's great to be here at this very wealthy event with such a wealth of knowledge made with all the hard work as usual from FIEC, our General Coordinator, Dr. Carlos Prada. Dr. Carlos Prada, when he does to do something, you can be sure that he's going to do it well. So congrats, Dr. Carlos. Thank you. And we are right now at a moment, round of applause, please, for Dr. Carlos Prado. He deserves it.
Estamos aqui, meus amigos,
Okay, friends, it's a very high-level panel. We have a spectacular potential in Brazil. We have 78 projects, 212 gigawatts of projects in the process of environmental licensing at IBAMA. Just so you know, if we add up all the plants that we have operating in Brazil, wind farm, solar farm, thermoelectric plant, we end up with 200 gigawatts. So we have more projects equivalent to more than the total of the power plants. And we have, in a few other countries, we've checked the offshore wind farms. And recently, Dr. Lauro Fiuza, Dr. Luis Eduardo Moraes, he was the representative of moderation here, and he is on a trip right now. He couldn't come in, so I'm here in his place. With much honor, and we recently were in the UK, and in the UK they have 14 gigawatts installed or offshore wind farms, and the idea is to get to 30 gigawatts up till 2030. And we here in Ceará recently had entrepreneurs from China and other countries. When he assessed Ceará, our coastline, he said that we are paradise for offshore wind farm in the world. We have excellent attributes. We all know what our wind is like. It is constant, with a potency which can generate a lot of energy. But back to the panel. We have the honor of having here one of the biggest players in wind energy in Brazil. Dr. Lauro Fiuza was one of the main organizers of this movement, starting from the 2000s, and he has great participation in one of the main creators of proposals for policies of renewable energy in Brazil, especially onshore. Now for the Servtech group, and we have a joint venture with Coral, where the investors of offshore wind energy, and also Dr. Lauro, a great friend, Dr. Davi Bontempo, Executive Manager of the National Confederation. So it's an honor to have you here with us. And also we have Dr. Glenio Saraiva from Petrobras, quite your portfolio coordinator. It's great to have you here. Petrobras back in the game, so things speed up, possibility, strength increases. So that's it. I would rather hear the experts, but to say that I am an enthusiast, because what we've studied and what we've seen is that in Ceará, in the Northeast, and in Brazil, we may have offshore wind power being cheaper, being better, not the best in the world, I have no doubt. It's only a matter of time, but let's hear out our speakers. I'll start here, Dr. Lauro Fiuza. It's an honor to have you here with us.
Atender o convite da FIEC e o senhor tem 15 minutos, meu amigo.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Dr. Lauro from FIEC, let's learn from these energy gentlemen here.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everybody. It really is an honor to speak at this event. I am thankful to the unequal organization of our friend Carlos Prado, Vice President of FIEC, and our Vice President. Our President, Ricardo Cavalcante, who has placed FIEC in a standout position among all the industry federations of Brazil. Let's speak about a subject that is quite relevant to that. We were precursors of onshore wind energy. And a big thing here, as the pioneers that we are in the state of Ceará, the first wind farms in Brazil that were started here. The Brazilian Association of Wind Energy was started here. This whole pathway, you always had to get past challenges and issues. So the question we ask now, why offshore? And now I've seen many criticisms of those that mainly work with onshore wind farms, responding to this idea of opening a new front for generating energy, where we have onshore wind farms with a huge potential.
Como o Joaquim falou, nós temos percorrido muito visitando.
Seems like we've been visiting countries that already developed onshore, a lot of them because they have no way to perform onshore, but others because they're advancing in a new dimension, making use of the resources of the ocean. Recently we were in the UK, where surprised me was that in Scotland they are not allowed to have onshore wind farms anymore. And in a certain way, this shows that we can't closed our eyes to every condition and every resource that we have. They reached a conclusion in Scotland that onshore, despite everybody says that it's very expensive, you don't need to move forward with this. I can tell you that, well, one farm is I had the responsibility of selling wind energy in Brazilian, the ministries, policymakers, those that create regulation and that promote the proliferation of wind energy generation. And for a long time, a lot of time we had our doors closed. Say, Laro, let's talk about something else because this makes no sense for Brazil. Let's talk about football. Let's talk about soccer. Something. Let's go waste time. We're not gonna waste time with wind energy catering jobs for Germans making this stuff. We don't need this. And so things sort of went on. We went knocking everybody's doors when we sort of turned things around. I was in management, and to beat this resistance, this wall, I set up a Spain mission. Why Spain? Because if I asked people to go to Germany, I said, okay, that's good for Germany because they're wealthy enough for us. They wanted to yes, same thing, so I chose Spain. I took a delegation of 30 important folks, starting with the Minister of Mines and Energy. There, I opened the eyes to the parliamentarists of the chamber, of the ministry, the president of EPE, all these folks. What wind energy had brought as a benefit for Spain. It's time to do the same thing. Well, but we have a lot of onshore wind farms to explore. Brazil's huge. I'm going to show you something that's important. Offshore wind farms have big advantages. You don't need to compete with onshore wind farms. We have advantages that can be used in a different manner. First off, the wind energy in the sea is infinite. There's no obstructions. It is more constant. Wind is more regular or uniform. Has a much lesser environmental impact, does not impact the communities living around it. Logistic is more simple, despite it appearing to be very heavy. The machines are huge, but does not interfere with anybody. Okay, now Ceará has an unequal situation because offshore, everything is made in the port. We visited in England and Scotland the ports they use to build onshore. Minimal stuff. There's no space used. So when we went to Denmark and where offshore was born, the main port where Vesta has their generator factory inside the port, spoke very proudly. They said, okay, we got a lot of space here. But not like that, they didn't say it. They're speaking in Danish, right? We have 500 hectares. When I said that, Pesang had 19,000. I said, LaSalle says, smiling, saying, there's more on things we're going to believe is lie. We have 19,000 hectares in Pesang to do everything. Just need to add another branch to the port. So these are advantages that nobody has. So the capacity factor of the ocean is much higher than the ocean. There is no impact, no geographical impact. Wind flows more frequently, more uniformity. So what I'm putting down here, more than 65%, the wind map for Ceará says that it's above 75%. So to create this hydrogen, it's more constant. So it produces a lot more time. These are advantages that nobody has. And we can't lose this chance. Another big advantage is that we have the conditions to generate electricity with direct transmission wires to the port where the hydrogen producers will be. It's been said a lot that European regulation will consider as green hydrogen a percentage of renewable industries up to 90%. What does this mean? It's that they're going to be using the transmission lines that the country has, but if that energy of the country goes over 90% renewable, it is considered to be pure renewable energy. But we don't need that. If we work directly with the generator for the electrolyzer, it is 100%. So that matters because it increases the value, it increases the price of sale. Okay, are you sure of that? Nope, that has not been defined yet. It is not formalized. There are still things to do to move forward. But all the countries that we prospected in Denmark, the USA, and now England, well, the question is always the same. We still don't know, but possibly those that have hydrogen fabricated with 100% renewable energy will have a higher value. In Great Britain's case, as I said, they are moving forward. Even though Denmark started first, as I'm going to show you, England is now building the biggest park in the world, which is a Dogger Bank. 13.6 thousand megawatts, 3.6 gigawatts. Sorry, that's wrong. That's wrong. It's 3.6 gigawatts. It's 3 phases of 1,200. So you can see the dimensions of these farms. For those that want to make hydrogen, they need a lot of power. It can only be solved with farms of this size, which is impossible. You can't make a park like this, a farm like this on shore. It's going to be a mess. We've seen that in Scotland. There is no large-sized farm. They are distributed areas in the terrain. This has a visual sound impact for people living there. So they are heading to the ocean. And this Dogger Bank is 35 kilometers away from land, 135. In Brazil, we are at maximum 50 kilometers away. So the space that we can explore goes from 0 to 50 kilometers. All of this has an impact on investments. Denmark, a pioneer, that's where it all started. And from there that's where Vestas was born, which is the biggest supplier for wind generators in the Western world. Why do I say the Western world? Because in China, everything is growing so quickly that pretty soon Vestas is going to be a small company. Well, we had the privilege that in our visit to Denmark, we visited Vestas at the port. There they make them, and through a happy coincidence, the factory manager had lived for 6 months in Fortaleza, in Ceará, to set up the Vestas factory, which is their factory in Brazil, is here near Fortaleza. And he received us with was very happy to see us, and he let us enter, well, not the offshore prototype, but one before that, 9 megawatts. You have no idea how huge this thing is.
O que significa isso desse tamanho?
What does that mean to the size? Is that the size, the cost of generation produced, the bigger the turbine is, the bigger the mill is, the higher the cost per kilowatt produced. It is impossible on onshore farm have a machine like this one, or Vestas, that we saw there, and now it's producing energy at a test phase. To transport, especially in a country like Brazil, well, logistics are not easy. We have narrow roads. We have had, as we had in Ibiapaba, we had to knock down houses. We had to change the roads to be able to get the trucks moving around. And then we had to rebuild the whole thing. Because our infrastructure, our road infrastructure, is still not good enough. We talked about a lot about the new American program, USA, presidents there. USA is running at top speed to have offshore wind farms. The company that I found that I'm part of, which is Servitec, they have an association with the three biggest offshore companies in the world, which is Coral. Coral is an integrated subsidiary of an investment fund called Macquarie from Australia, and it's a big company. They just won a bid in the U.S. for a 1.2 gigawatt farm, which Total is a oil company. They just purchased 33% of Casa dos Ventos. This company was born from Ceará, in Ceará. Good point of proud for us. So Total, which is a oil company like Equinor, sorry I did not say this. This project from England, Dogger Bank, is an Equinor project, another big oil company. All of them are in Brazil, investing in prospects for offshore wind farms. So some of them are onshore, but most of them are looking onshore. Why? Because energy transition is on the line, and companies need to show their investors, their companies, all large-size companies, open capital, that are in the market to work on energy transition. The U.S. now has the biggest program that was announced for $7 billion for 7 big hacks, and they promote green hydrogen. Dr. Lauro, my friend, could you maybe finish in 2 or 3 minutes? Another 30 minutes, can I speak? I'm almost done. And so, following through, you need to follow examples of the U.S., what very daring goals, and here showing that we have a lot of land. We don't need offshore. China is 12% bigger than Brazil when it comes to territory. 2021, added the whole world 25 offshore generation. 21 of the 25 was in China, and there's a larger amount of land than us. So it's not a matter of area, and the biggest producer of offshore equipment is Mingyang. He has a turbine also in an experienced state. 15 megawatts wants to be installed in Ceará to produce offshore equipment. So it is being negotiated by the government. So, folks, this is the process that is ongoing. So we can advance with the green hydrogen fabrication. We need another renewable energy, and offshore is the best option to deliver energy. Brazil's potential. Measure up to 50 meters depth, 700 gigawatts. Capacity factor is above 75%. Nobody has that in the world. And if we look at what the capacity is for any form of generation in Brazil, 196 gigawatts. The average consumption is 68, and this means that to consume all of this energy, if we were to use all the offshore potential of Brazil, we would be able to we could use this energy for 84 years to supply the growth of the Brazil's demand. So it's a huge potential that we cannot miss out on. So I will finish with this Roberto Campos quote, one of the biggest economical geniuses Brazil has ever had. It's a symptom of Brazil. We just know, sadly, Brazil never misses the chance to miss a chance. Gentlemen, we cannot miss this chance. Ceará, with its potential, has almost half of all the requests for grants, for subsidies and offshore in Brazil are in Ceará. What a big advantage. On top of all of that, I said, all energy generated offshore directly with a processing zone and exporting zone to produce green hydrogen will have the same incentives as if it was producing within the ZP. Offshore does not have this condition. So now I finish with a phrase of our ex-secretary, very important, of the development, Sarah Maia Jr. And he said, if we don't miss this opportunity, we will be the Dubai of the future. This has been said before, and I wanted to add to this, paying homage to Maya, who always thought about development. Thank you so much.
Excelente apresentação.
Great presentation. A very balanced speech by Lauro Fiuza. Thank you, my friend. Congratulations for your work. And now we're going to listen to Dr. Davi Monteiro, Bom Tempo, Executive Manager of CNI, the National Confederation of Industry, one of the largest enthusiasts of green hydrogen, is now going to preside the CNI and help us with this process in the future. Davi, you have 15 minutes. There's an offshore project of 3.6 gigawatts in progress right now, and they found a sandbank in the middle of the ocean that allowed the turbine to be set there at a lower cost because it's not as deep. 130 meters of transmission cables. So our depth is usually 20 meters and a distance of 30 from the shore. The cost of energy is 43 pounds per hour of per megawatt hour. So this shows you that everything is leading us to have the greatest opportunity in the world within this energy. Thank you so much, Joaquin. Joaquin has been with us. I would like to initiate by thanking the entire team of FIEC and all of those that have been part of this work when we talk about developing this agenda. And I would also like to thank the President, Ricardo Cavalcanti, for the opportunity and the invitation. And the idea here is to give you an idea of the agenda, CNI's agenda. It's a presentation that's a little bit different presenting cases. And CNI's mission it's different. Our role here is to pave the way in terms of regulations and clear rules and legal security so that business people can operate with tranquility and assure the execution of everything you have to implement. So this way, that's how we've been working both with the executive power and the legislative power. And now I would like to begin by saying I like to first of all present the strategy, our macro strategy. It's a strategy that CNI has designed a while ago, and it's been disseminated and disclosed at several international forums, such as B20 and more recently a fair in Hanover, Machinery and Equipment Fair. And for us, it was very interesting because in all of the stands, people talked about energy, and more than 50% of those talked about hydrogen. So it shows you a trend, the international agenda, that most certainly brings Brazil huge opportunities within this agenda. Here, we would like to talk about some of the trends that we've been mapping on a national and international level. And we've also been seeing a huge number of companies and countries talking about climatic neutrality in terms of 2050 and seeing a way of achieving this objective with renewables, whether it's solar, biomass, anyway, and also attracting and developing new technologies like green hydrogen and carbon capture harvesting. Seeing carbon as a commodity, with vehicles, hydrogen vehicles being discussed in several public policies, and subsidies and fossil fuels and renewable energies, and central banks and other actors from the financial markets are inserting themselves in this discussion. We are currently discussing a lot about taxonomy, which is very important to the agenda. So pricing of carbon, we're working on a market system, and we're very much aligned to what other countries have been developing in blocks throughout the years. We have great international regulatory discussions, and most certainly hydrogen and offshore have an important role in terms of competitiveness of this agenda. So here we have a few advantages comparing Brazil. I'm going to try not to repeat myself, but we have an energy and electric matrix that is very competitive, comprised by renewables, an industry that consumes a lot of energy and doesn't emit very much. We have a broad coverage of the Amazon, about 60%, and of course hydric availability. All of this placed in the equation places Brazil as one of the greatest potentials in terms of capturing investments, international investments, and the great issue here is how to transform these comparative matters into investments for our countries. We have investments here from a few sectors: cement, aluminum. When compared to the same sector of other countries, they are also very competitive, and that is a sign of the efforts made to provide these services. When you compare the Brazilian industry, if you're comparing it, we're already at a very high renewable resource level. So we have other comparisons here regarding the Paris Agreement. Here we have the goals that we committed to, that for Brazil, we have very ambitious goals that were established. And it shows that the industry is part of the solution to reach these. We have here the last document issued by CNI. We talked about neo-industrialization, and in this document, it was a trigger for the development of this public policy. And I'm only going to talk about one of them, which is decarbonization, Mission 1, and it was created and generated based on the CNI strategy. So we work based on 4 pillars. And now I'm going to start from bottom to top so that we can enter the issue. We're working at a national level through legislation, through bills of law and international rules like ISO, bringing opportunities through bioeconomy, and most certainly reducing illegal deforestation. We're also addressing a very important issue at Congress. We overcame the Senate, and now we're going to implement some improvements. And our larger agenda, the most complex one, the more structured one, which is energy transition We work a lot with energy efficiency through a project that I'm going to talk about ahead. We also work with alternatives for expansion of solar, biomass, attraction of new technologies, and of course, the strengthening of our national policy for biofuels. And this is something we've been developing since 2015. The Alliance program is a program that with little resource produces a great economy of energy. We're on our second edition. We have 24 industrial plants, and for sure it's considered the cheapest energy. And now we are moving on to the scope of our panel. CNI recently held a study about our shores, and we already have here the potential in terms of energy generation, 700 gigawatts. Some issues related to where all this energy is going to be used, and that's where the interaction with the hydrogen agenda comes in. We have also seen in other presentations a significant decrease in the cost of production for energy that comes from offshore wind energy, an investment of 1 trillion until 2030 based on calculations from the National Energy Agency. The importance of legal security, clear rules, and predictability. We have some interesting mappings that were performed in this study. So when you look at that region over there of Piauí, Ceará, Rio Grande do Norte, and you come down a little bit to Rio de Janeiro, and then over there you see in Santa Catarina the best areas for offshore wind energy production. Those are the best areas. And we talk a lot about exports, but we saw emphasis being made on the need to develop the supply chain and synergy with other sectors like oil and gas and engineering, construction, logistics. A few restrictions that we also saw during the study, whether it be in the environmental part, like conservation units, but the economic part as well, with activities that were already being developed, like oil and gas. And here we have the approval of the regulatory framework, which is fundamental for us to advance more and more in this agenda. If I were to list, I think Joaquin talked about this plenty in terms of environmental licensing, I would consider the greatest barrier and hurdle that we have to overcome today is environmental licensing, because if I'm not mistaken, we have 78 projects waiting for environmental licensing at IBAMA, and that represents basically the installed capacity that we have in terms of energy. Well, this is moving on to hydrogen. Hydrogen within CNI has already received special attention and focus. It's part of our larger strategy for low carbon, and we have already created as well a study to guide all of the agreements and negotiations and incentives that we direct towards the development of this agenda. So we are going to review this next year within this legal framework and this study so that we can evolve more assertively in this agenda. We also put together the Committee of Sustainable Hydrogen, the Industrial Committee of Sustainable Hydrogen, and this group of organizations and sectors and other kinds of companies, we want them to come together to validate the opportunities we have in terms of public policy. We also created the Industrial Observatory. We have thematic chambers. And we also develop partnerships with other international agencies so that we can advance within this hydrogen agenda and most certainly maintain this connection with wind energy. When we talk about following up these initiatives with Congress, we start to see that there are issues that are very important and that we need to advance with, like governance, like financing, economic incentives, how to attract more and more technology and innovation into this agenda, and also how to work with these regulatory incentives and certification. And just to wrap this up, I would like to bring you some numbers. And these numbers portray Brazil's potential in terms of developing this hydrogen agenda here in our country. Most certainly, we will have a representativeness in internationally speaking. And Ceará most certainly will be a focal point within this context, regional context. 8 billion invested in several MOUs. We are at the forefront of this agenda here in Brazil. We have some estimations in terms of demand. 20% of all of the energy demand will be met by hydrogen. So that's important to the agenda in this context. I would like to leave an invitation. CNI during the month of November, at the end of November, beginning of December, will be in Dubai. It will have its own stand there. And energy transition will be our focus, and offshore wind energy and hydrogen as well. I would like to leave you an invitation and extend this invitation if you can't be there in person. Be there virtually. There will be a high level of discussion held during this time in Dubai. Thank you very much. And I'm here if you want to talk to me.
Great presentation from Dr. David on tempo. He deserves a double congrats for being on time, still having some time left over. So this is very welcome, really. And there's a session here. So we, without further delays, would like to invite Dr. Glenio Saraiva, coordinator for the portfolio partnerships, wind farms, offshore wind farms for Petrobras. So once again, I will repeat, Petrobras being in this new horizon for offshore wind farm. Things get more serious, so it's great to have you here while he gets ready. I'll make another comment that on COP26, COP27 in Glasgow, we have a project in Japan.
Offshore, instalada a 5 km da costa de
5 kilometers from the coast of fishermen. And the conclusion of the project was in 2015, after 5 years of operation, is where the consequences for sea life are not much and actually might be beneficial because you create coral for fishing, for the sea environment. You have this, there's another in the US, a demo showing that the impacts them.
Realmente essa expectativa aqui no IBAMA.
You have expectations from IBAMA. The process must be quick so that we can get our regulation going and have our wind farms working. So once again, thank you. It's great to have you here.
Eu que agradeço, satisfação é minha, é uma honra para mim estar dividindo o painel com os senhores, Joaquim Rolim, Lauro, Davi. Agradeço ao...
So I'm thankful to President of FIEC, invitation and the organization of the event for their support that was given to us here. I will speak a bit about how Petrobras has acted to induce development of our offshore wind industry in Brazil. Before we get to this, we're going to need to speak a bit about energy transition. A lot has been said during these 2 days. I'm going to summarize saying that the world is changing, it's warming. We need to change the way we consume energy. And Petrobras will position itself within this new low-carbon economy, seeking to meet the demands that will continue to exist for low-cost oil and gas and low emissions. Also, new businesses which will come up in this journey moving towards low-emission economy. This goes through several pathways, and hydrogen, which is the central subject matter of the event, has a central role. It integrates to all these paths, be it renewable energy or carbon capture, which are the two main routes for producing low emission hydrogen, and also have a noticeable role when it comes to producing more sustainable fuels, be they synthetic or biofuels. It also has a role as a vector for storage and transporting of energy, which will help us to lead with the intermittency of renewable sources and pave the way to electrify as most as possible our economy. Well, these paths, they will vary, they will need to be chosen holistically, and the start from the start of the production of this energy solution going through an infrastructure that needs to be developed, needs to be assessed. We need to assess the effectivity of each of these paths when it comes to reducing emissions and the benefits that this choice will have for society, where it will be applied. This can vary from industry to industry, application to application. Each place has its vocations, has its potential. It has its infrastructure. We need every country, every industry must make its choice, looking at things in a more wide-reaching way. Brazil is in a very privileged position, as has been said here in this panel. Be it a primary tool, transportation, with a number of renewables that is much higher, much above the world average. That's not free. It comes from a lot of work, structuring actions, development, investment that put us on this level. And we need to continue on this path so that we may turn all these opportunities to make Brazil into a real power, a real energy power, and help other countries on their decarbonization pathway. So I have a recent study from Bloomberg here analyzing in several countries the conditions of producing green hydrogen, starting from electrolysis or gray and blue hydrogen made from natural gas with or without carbon capture. And Brazil, in these studies, shows itself as the most competitive place for the production of green hydrogen, not comparing it only to green hydrogen in other places, especially when relating to gray hydrogen without carbon capture. This study projects in 2030 green hydrogen produced here in Brazil that may be actually more competitive than our gray hydrogen, which on its own already has a huge potential. You can see this above the bar. We can be competitive in practically all countries of the world and produce this hydrogen and other derivatives, or actually attract industries which are energy intensive or that use hydrogen derivatives in the production process to install themselves and help us in our neo-industrialization, our development. So this factor, well, we've observed that a few difficulties at the current time with a stock, project stock for renewables, still waiting for a demand, but looking at a long-term race, the mid-30s, 40s, 50s, we hope that this potentiality of Brazil can generate a increase in our demand for energy. We have an electrical matrix that necessarily must be much higher than the consumption needs so that each one of these sources may be able to enter at the right time and keep energy security. So we believe in the potential for expansion of the most diverse renewable sources, be they wind, onshore, solar. All of them have the role that they can contribute for us to stay on our renewable above 80%. Why is Petrobras looking at this? Well, first, we already have a long story in wind energy. We participate in the first steps of this industry. Today, it's a global power. Brazil is amongst the biggest in the world when it comes to onshore wind energy that is installed. We were present at the start of the century, measuring, installing towers, metrics in our territory to assess our potential. At a pilot plant, this project was very interesting. We were in the north in Macau with an operation connected to oil and gas. So these three machines supplied energy, substituting diesel generators. Substituting these 1 and 2 platforms, we also participated in the first energy bid for wind power, which resulted in the construction of these wind farms, each one going from here. We are assessing new opportunities here as well onshore. Also, we participated and we will continue in the first steps of our offshore wind energy. We installed in 2011 the only offshore anemometric tower in Brazil. Actu is a fixed platform which is on the coast of Rio Grande do Norte. This project allowed us to validate the measuring technique for the wind resource on platform using lidars, which is equipment that measures the wind with lasers. And based on this project, we made the first offshore wind atlas assessing the resources from Ceará and Rio Grande do Norte, validating the atlas with the measurement of these platforms and other offshore places. So considering this concept, we went to the licensing phase, and this pilot project did not move forward due to the decision of the company, but was a seed for the start of the regulatory discussion regarding this subject. Starting from this licensing request, the technical teams of IBAMA started to speak about this, and 2 years later, in 2020, they launched a term of reference to license the offshore wind project. From there, IBAMA transformed into a path so that several market agents could express their interest in developing businesses on this source. Today we have more than 200 gigs of protocol projects by large-sized companies that demonstrate how much the market is interested to make this happen in Brazil. Petrobras has positioned itself when it comes to low carbon investments. Our current strategic planning already foresaw a number of investments around 6% of our total capex. And our next strategic plan, which is being created, will be shown in the next few months, around November. So the next few months should be public, but we already anticipated a few guidance points for this next strategic plan. And what are these guides? What these guides indicate is that basically step on the gas relating to energy transition. We're going to act on the insertion of renewable sources in our economy, and we may intensify when it comes between 6 and 15% of our total capex. So we can want this large size investments. A company of the size of Petrobras always having an effective concept, sharing our expertise, our know-how. Companies, we will always try to prioritize with a partnership. The partnership is good enough to share the risks as well as the expertise of each company. An example of this is a partnership that we have with Equinor, a long-time partnership with an understanding memo. In 2018, we assessed our whole host, and starting from the study, and we reached this marking point of 7 protocol projects in IBAMA jointly, which will add up 14 gigs. On top of that, recently we just protocoled 10 new projects in Petrobras. Yes, protocol 6 of these 10 projects are in areas that we have operations, fixed platforms, which are the final phase of life cycle, some of them in decommissioning phase, others on the finishing line of the production curve. So these are places which we know very well, the terrain very well. So we installed the fixed platforms, we drilled holes and we drilled pits, and we know the environment, we know the logistic that serves this operation, and we understand this know-how, this structure, this production, this supply chain, and try to repurpose it to be able to meet this new market and to be able to promote energy transition that is fair as well in these areas. Well,
A gente sabe que tem longo caminho.
we know there's still a long path to be walked, where we spoke about other opportunities, about the supply chain, we spoke about regulation. And while we base things in Congress, we will be working to induce the development of this chain just as we did when we went to oil and gas industry. So we follow through with tech development and supply chains as it was at the start of Brazilian offshore. Went to Sergipe, went to the deep waters, ultra deep waters. Each of these stages was accompanied by a lot of technology and a lot of adaptation to meet the needs for this. So I mean to continue with offshore wind farms. So we have synergy with oil and gas as well as onshore wind farms. Several solutions can be adapted. We also have other new opportunities for entrepreneurship and services, different services of different natures, and we will be trying to have this induction of the chain development. One of the paths for that is starting from research R&D projects. We have a few initiatives happening for ongoing projects for science and technology. These investments at more than 20 million reais. We would like to make an example that our partnership with the Federal University of Ceará to assess the characteristics of our soil, of the gravel floor of the northeastern soil, how the geology of the soil can affect our foundations and how we can develop structures that have a lesser cost and that may be installed in our coastline. A very important project here through with the Sinai Institute, Rio Grande do Norte and Santa Catarina, EZR for renewable energy and embark systems to develop a flotation device to measure the wind resources, the wind power. So we just launched version 2.0. In the future we mean to with the Sinai Institute to scale this up so that further on we will have national suppliers that will be able to provide this service at a lower cost, and will be to have this coming in from another. So we will mean to have new initiatives to use our wind resources well. We'll use platforms to advance with the measurement of our winds in the coastline. So to use this floating lidars, they'll be able to build a new model, a new measurement model, and so be able to have make good choices and defy projects with a better potential that we have. So we have our first area energy bid to develop offshore wind energy. So finally, I would like to ask you to follow our internet channels to be able to know a bit more about energy transition and how Petrobras positions itself regarding this subject. I suggest that you listen to our podcast, Nossa Energia, Our Energy. It's a specific episode talking about fair energy transition. It's available in our platform, YouTube, as well as our traditional podcast platforms. And recently, we also had an event promoted by BNDES in partnership with Petrobras. Is an event that is also available on the BNDES YouTube channel. There's a speech, an opening speech from our President John Paul, speaking about how Petrobras has seen this subject. There's also a presentation from Mauricio Tomasquin, according to this. Thank you, all of you, and thank your organization, Claudio Joaquin, Claudio Cavalcante, thank you so much. Great presentation from Dr. Glenio. Petrobras is always moving forward. Okay, we're almost at the end. So we will give each of our speakers a minute, and I'll give myself a minute for final thoughts. I'll start with myself. I am thankful, and I'll say goodbye. Then, then Dr. Glenio, then finally Dr. Laura Fiuza. Well, my minute, I'm gonna use it for a challenge. I'll propose a challenge. Today in the world we have 64 gigawatts of wind energy installed in the sea. 64 gigawatts. Oh, 2022. That's December 2022. The projection, the forecast is of 380 gigawatts up till 2030. And up till 2050, 2,000 gigawatts. So what is the challenge? Is that we can have, if we, okay, said by those folks that have seen it, we have the best place for offshore wind farms. Could we at least have 2% of this 2,000? Because we don't have anything. We have 200 gigawatts of projects. 2% of 380 gives up, it's up to 7.6 gigawatts up till 2030. So that's a challenge first. Secondly, 2050. Let's be more ambitious, 2030 is almost there. 5% 2050 gives us 6 gigawatts. That's fruit of our labor last year together with FIEC, state government. So that's a challenge. We need to move forward with offshore wind farms. Everything that's been said here. So I'm thankful for the chance, for the opportunity. I'd like to greet Dr. Luis Carlos. I'm here presenting Luis Eduardo Moraes. He could not be here. And I'd like to thank FIEC for the chance and this partnership with the state government. Thank you all. So now to Dr. Glenio for his finishing ending statements. I spent more than 1 minute, so maybe you can use, maybe if you can save in my place, I will be thankful. And well, I want to thank once again, thank you for the invitation, my friends in the panel. Once again, I'd like to reinforce that Petrobras acts in the offshore environment of Brazil for more than 50 years now. Until now, several tech frontiers have been surpassed and several units installed, fixed platforms, semi-submersibles, floating platforms, thousands of posts, kilometers and kilometers of flexible lines, ducts, cables, wires. All of that builds know-how. Of course, we also need to learn about offshore wind farms, and through the partnerships that we will seek to converge on these different competences so that we may make this challenge, meet this challenge and reach our potential and really become a solution for the world. Thank you. And great, he was quick, very objective. Thank you. Thanks, Roland. First off, thanks to FIEC for inviting me, and once again, thank you my panel colleagues for these excellent discussions. Always learn a lot, so I'm gonna reflect on this. Basically, sure, we have our comparative advantages, but we have an energy grid that is quite clean. All the conditions of production of energy, starting from offshore wind energy, but we need to think more. We need to think bigger. We need to think about solving other types of problems so that we can attract international investments. Sure, we look for opportunities in business, but we must also solve problems like Brazilian costs, taxation, work law, labor law, infrastructure issues, financing. We have to think, put our heads together about this sort of solution so we can have a better environment to attract investment. Thanks. Very good as always. Dr. Lotto, finishing statement, and I won't say anything else.
Que nós temos visitado, que eu já citei.
All the countries that we've cited, that I already mentioned, that we found, is that all of them have goals to meet. In Brazil, we need to make goals to explore this huge potential that we have for energy generation. And we, in Ceará, are known as a people that can get water out of a stone. We will persist, we will explore this potential that we have, and we will not lose this opportunity that we have. We could substitute the buy and become wealthier than they are.
Muito obrigado, então. Muito obrigado aos nossos participantes do painel, nosso moderador Joaquim Rolim, secretário executivo da indústria do...
Executive Secretary of the Industries of Ceará. While they take their official picture, I just want to remind you of the sustainability commitment by FIEC 2023. All carbon emissions will be neutralized through a reforestation project that we have in the Caatinga. This initiative is through Associação Caatinga and CETEG and Verdear, together with the ESG Center of FIEC and more sustainable events. And to end our 2023 FIEC Summit with the same level that we've had throughout these last 2 days, we're going to talk about synthetic fuels based on green hydrogen. So let's get to know our panelists. Let's invite our moderator, Expedito Parente, Director of Infrastructure and Equity Support from ADESE. I would also like to invite our panelists, CEO Milton Stiegel, CEO of Brazil Biofuels, BBF, Mr. Christian Schock, CEO of Grupo Gera, and Mr. Daniel Reitz Cohen, Managing Director of Switzer Brazil. So I would like to invite our panelists. Everyone is here. We're missing Mr. Daniel, no, not him, Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian Schock. Okay, now we have our panel. I would like to give the floor to our moderator from ADESE, Expedito Parente, so he can conduct the panel. Good night to everyone that is here. Let's try and be as concise and brief as possible. First, I'd like to say good evening to everyone here. Daniel, Christian, thank you for accepting the invitation. This panel is going to address one of the largest innovations of our time, which are synthetic fuels. Trying to produce fuels, but not from petrol. We have here in Brazil a huge potential for this sector. The market, as incredible as it may seem, we're trying to develop a green hydrogen industry, and the synthetic fuel industry is already in a relatively mature phase worldwide. We have over 20 million tons produced per month, and nothing in the southern hemisphere, which is a paradox because we are protagonists of ethanol and biofuels. So why is Brazil still not producing synthetic fuels? That is a question that I leave for everyone here. I would like this panel to bring some insights regarding the challenges of how to develop this and why did we choose this theme for this panel. There's a synergy of this subject with green hydrogen. The technological roots for renewable energy, all of them demand hydrogen. And as I said, these 20 million tons that are produced today around the world, 100% are based on gray hydrogen, the hydrogen from natural gas. So by bringing this green hydrogen industry to Ceará, we attract this industry. And by fostering this industry here in Ceará, we generate a demand for green hydrogen. So there's a huge synergy there. And there's an advantage in this sector of working with pre-existing infrastructure. The infrastructure from gas, from diesel, with no modifications. So it's a strategic theme for this event. And Brazil, a month ago, had a great showed a great novelty in this, a legislation that mandates a mix between some fuels. And in this sense, we brought 3 panelists, and we made a point to hold these lectures and that they cover a little bit about synthetic fuels. So Milton Stigl, the president CEO of Brazil Biofuels, is one of the greatest biomass producers in Brazil. They're huge projects in synthetic fuels and is going to bring all of his insights on this theme. He's right at the beginning of the chain as a raw material supplier. Christian from Grupo Gera is bringing us an intended project of biofuels that he's going to present. And Daniel from Switzer,
desses combustíveis. Então nós temos aqui
a tower company. We have here 3 connections of this chain. I'd like to begin the presentation with Milton. 15 minutes to talk about BBF a little bit. Feel free. The floor is yours. And then I would like to encourage you to pay attention to these lectures and write down your questions. We will have a Q&A at the end for discussion. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Saying hello to this great audience, I would like to share a little bit about the experience that BBF is bringing, not just in biofuels, renewable biofuels, but also in energy transition. I have a presentation. I don't know if it's available. Well, the theme I'm going to maintain myself within the theme, green hydrogen. Okay, thank you. I'm going to quickly pass through some things that you have probably exhaustively heard about in other lectures today. But hydrogen is actually the basis for us to transform the great part of what we know today as traditional fuels into what Expedito said are synthetic fuels. So hydrogen is now fundamental to this process. That said, Brazil has, as was mentioned, a huge potential to be a leader in the sector. The issue that I would like to address and focus on are the difficulties for hydrogen and the second generation fuels, the difficulties they face to be well received by the market. So what do they need beforehand? They have to have within their construction and their use, they have to be free from CO2 emissions. That is a requirement of the global market nowadays, exactly because of climate change. And another greater challenge, because technology can already solve that first issue, are production costs and the acceptable production costs. They have to be competitive with what the market now uses. Another important issue is that it can't disassemble a structure that we already have in place. So, for example, airplanes. Will they transition to the new fuel and continue to be, and will the fuel continue being produced as they are today? Yeah, that's an important issue. Due to the structure that we already have built and set in place, and if that is brought down, it will bring enormous cost to society, especially one that comes from that is coming out of a pandemic with global inflation, and that now has in Europe and the Middle East conflicts that alter and change the price of commodities, especially petroleum. So these are things that we list, and the fuels will have to overcome. Based on renewable sources, which is practically mandatory, and they have their technical qualities. These issues surrounding hydrogen, it only becomes liquid at high temperatures, at very low temperatures, sorry. It needs low temperatures and pressure, and we believe that ammonia is the vehicle through which the hydrogen produced in several places will be able to reach its consumer market. That was said. I'm not going to focus on this theme too much. What I really want to talk about is the cost, and that's something I find very relevant. Today, just so you can see the timeline here, what is the expectation that the world has for the hydrogen produced renewably for it to replace what is already produced around the world through the synthesis of natural gas. So we have to overcome not just the electrolyzer issues that work in small modules so that they can reach a larger scale, but also the energy that they consume has to be at an average of $20. If it's more than that, this reality is going to be more and more distant. Here we have, just so we can talk about volumetric energy of each fuel. You can see here that ammonia is very close to methanol, and its volumetrics. This means that ammonia would be easier to transport to a place that already has a structure for it, and that would be easier than working with hydrogen in its pure form, which is normal. And if this is where I would like to spend my 10 minutes of this presentation, I'd like to share with you something that might not be something you heard in previous lectures, but it's something I would like to share, not just about my experience as a business person. I began this company seeking to perform an energy transition. So I'd like to spend some time on this issue exactly. The world has already been through energy transition several times. We had wood, and then it was substituted for coal, then came petrol. But always the ones who came in last, those that replaced the prior, they never fully retired the one that came before them as an energy source. We have a biodiesel producer in Paraná that works through wood. It burns wood. So that's an important point for us to understand, that every transition that is discussed today or around the world, it will have to coexist for a long time with the fossil fuels that we already have in place. Today, the world's energy depends 94% on petrol. Look at the effort that the planet has implemented in the last years with renewable energies. It still wasn't able to take on the leading role when we look at the global scale of fossil fuels. A second point, to define energy transition in a very simple way is to say that we need to do exactly what history has shown in terms of transitions. I really like an example of gramophone. If Thomas gramophone. If Thomas Edison were able to see the digital media, Spotify or Google itself, he'd be impressed. But we didn't go straight from the gramophone to the status quo. We had to move through the cassette, through the CD, and so forth until we reached the point we are at today. And this is the same thing in my point of view. What we need to do here in terms of renewable fuels in general is the same. And why do I say in general? In some cases, the energy transition issue has been solved. Europe elected the electrical vehicle as the center, the matrix for small-sized vehicles. Others are going in the same direction, and that is going to solve a problem of the mobile energy matrix. For example, the aviation sector and the navigation sector, those are cause for concern. Our friend is going to talk about the challenges for the naval sector to change their matrix to renewable energies and helping with decarbonization. The solution that we bring, it's very simple. And I have enough time to share this with you. When Rudolf Diesel invented the diesel engine, petroleum diesel didn't exist yet. He created the first diesel engine through a process that involved peanut oil. So look at that. When we work with chemistry, we begin to understand the relevance that petroleum had to the world. All of the research in the world after 1970, it completely forgot about oil chemistry and moved on to petroleum chemistry. And I'd like to show you guys the similarities between what we're proposing and what exists as consolidated in fossil fuels today. I'll mention the case. I'm going to talk about aviation sector so that later on my colleague can talk about the naval sector. In aviation, we use a hydrocarbonate that has about 22 molecules of carbon. Within vegetable oils, palm oil, which is something that BBF develops as its leading actor, we have over 75,000 hectares planted with palm. So the palm oil goes up until C18. If we think that a triglyceride has 2 carbon connections and 3 of OH connected, all we need is a simple hydrogenation that will result in water, and then you break the double connections, forming CO2. So you have the same hydrocarbonate. And the question they ask me is, if it's so simple, transforming vegetable oil into hydrocarbonate, why doesn't the world do this? Simple, scalability. When we see the refineries that exist today around the world and the volume of petroleum that is also, and this should be mentioned, I have a 16-year-old that said, "Wow, Dad, petroleum comes from nature? So how can it be bad? Because nature is supposed to produce only good things." But petroleum isn't bad. It's the excessive use of it that is bad because it causes climate change due to emissions. And everything that humanity has, and up until today, has been due to nature. And the same nature that gives us palm oil is the one that gave us millions of years ago the materials that produced petroleum. So in my specific field, I honestly have come to believe that this comes from God. Sorry to say. Now let's make a simple comparison. In 2007 to 2010, the federal government had a applied huge efforts to zone palm in Brazil. It's a very criticized culture in the rest of the world because most comes from Southeast Asia, who has deforested to produce palm, almost leading to the extinction of the orangutan in Indonesia. So the federal government studied this together with Embrapa to identify not only the degraded areas, those that are already anthropized, but also those that promoted conditions that were ideal to the palm. So they took 13 million hectares within the Amazon because the palm needs a high average temperature and high average rainfall. And through the average palm production, it was estimated that if this area was recovered with palm, we would have an annual production of 1.1 billion tons of vegetable oil per year, which is more than the pre-salt from Petrobras produces. So what is easier? Just common sense here. This is a question I'm asking you. Is it easier for us to plant a seed in the soil and wait 4 years to give back an oil that you can eat because it's food, it's nurturing? Or can you go out into the middle of the ocean, build a city right there in the ocean? You have to drill a hole 7 kilometers down into rock, find gas with a super violent amount of pressure, control that gas with immensely expensive equipment in the middle of the ocean, and then when you find this oil, you have to spend a fortune to bring it to the coast in order to process it. Because if you put it in a cup and you drink it, you'll die. So I ask you, what is easier? It can't be cheaper. It can't be cheaper to find oil. It can't. I believe the first is a lot cheaper. And with a very significant detail that nobody wants to see, this vegetable oil has a small hydrogenization, and it will produce diesel for Brazil, renewable diesel, and sustainable airplane fuel as well. 2 elements that Brazil imports because it doesn't have autonomy. And another question I ask, what do we do with the 25% of petrol derivatives that have to be kept somewhere? That onus is something that vegetable oil does not bring. My time is running out. Just one more observation. We are recovering the largest tropical forest in the world with vegetable coverage. Second, we are employing in a region that has more than 30 million Amazon residents and the hardest labor market for job opportunities. And third, we're also developing local economy because all of this generates richness and wealth for these locations. If you would like to see the riches that Brazil has, it's not just in wind and water. For hydrogen production, we have huge potentials that should be seized. We are the largest food security source in the world. There's not a single president of a worldwide power, and of every 7 plates served in the world, 1 comes from Brazil. Only 14% of our territory is used for agriculture and husbandry. If it's only for agriculture, we're talking about less than 8% of our territory. We have 15% that belong to indigenous people as well. Thank you so much.
Obrigado, Milton.
Thank you, Milton. I really encourage you all to get to know the BBF project. I follow Milton's work for 15 years now, I think, and really, Milton is an inspiration for us in this sector. A lot of the time, we kind of row against up the river, against the flow, and grown and really created this great company with so much impact in the north. Now I'd like to ask Christian to speak about the Gera Group. He's COO of Gera, and he's here to bring this project to the synthetic fuels. Good afternoon, everyone. My colleagues, our associates that are here, from Goenner, Aitron, Will, Stefania, the most others. Better stop there because I'll forget something. It won't be so cool. So let's see how much time how many turns and I can twist in my speech. I'm sorry, but I have a sinus infection. Sorry about my voice. But I think at the start of the conversation, I didn't mention Arthur. He's gonna get mad at me. Okay. At the start of the panel, Milton was a good point for us to start put things into context regarding the subject that I wanted to speak about, which is the route, the biofuel pathway and e-fuels. What we see here as an interesting opportunity, and afterwards, I'm going to pass the floor to Daniel. Maybe he could explain our vision a little bit more, I hope. Well, as Milton said, nowadays, globally, we observe that around 40% of emissions come from generating electrical energy, and this side of emissions for generating electrical energy as big advances. We see renewable sources getting a lot of space and really having impact and considerable advancements regarding the reduction of these emissions. So if you look at this small chart to the right, when it comes to transportation industry, the next 45% of emissions, global emissions. And these are areas, these are industries that have a less representative advancement in emissions than generating electrical energy. So going from there, and the Jura Group, together with several partners here today, we are seeing a pretty interesting project. I wanted to share that with you. And well, because it is a potential market, a potential production that really is the production of e-fuels and biofuels due to being easy adaptation for infrastructure that already exists, for instance, transport of fuels, of liquid fuels or gas form fuels, and part of the motor combustion is easy to adapt. There is no adaptation necessary. So these are promising technologies. Nowadays, we see pilot projects that are gaining more in volume, and we believe that these are viable projects, but in a certain way, they are delicate to cover all the bases. I'm going to explain that. Also, something that Milton mentioned, biogas, compressed biogas, as well as liquid e-fuel, they have high volatile power energy, but as I said, they're easy to store. So, speaking a bit about this methanol production route, starting with hydrogen, its concept is not a complicated one, especially for those that are chemists, not in my case, but I risk to comment on that a little bit. Basically, this route is very interesting here in Ceará and Porto de Pecém, the Pecém port, because they're creating a resource chain, a infrastructure chain that is quite adequate to this. And the first part of this chain is renewable energy. It comes from can come from solar energy. We take a look at a lot of solar projects, and complemented by grid energy, since these are intermittent. But today we have the availability, a guarantee that shows that renewable energy meets the needs of communities such as the EU, and water, which needs to have its specific characteristic, some care, enough infrastructure here in Pasing and other places that is not a challenge. And with that, you have supplies for production of green hydrogen through an electrolysis process, which will have two sub-projects. The first one being oxygen, which has its potential for remuneration, commerce as well. But the focus here would be green hydrogen, and going from there, the production of methanol through synthesis. The key point for us, we see it as a more delicate challenge here. It's biogenic CO2 for the synthesis, and then we'll get to e-methanol. Today, in our project, this is something that we've discussed actually with Milton, one of our partners, looking for biogenic CO2, so that going from this composition of hydrogen with CO2, we can get to e-methanol, and then we derivate to an e-gasoline, e-kerosene. With that, we will meet the needs of the air and maritime markets. Speaking about biogenic CO2, which is the key point that we judge as being delicate. This biogenic CO2, it needs to come from some source, some specifically approved source or certified source for external markets, and must meet the Delegation Act of the EU, which does not allow the CO2 to have a fossil origin. And for a few markets, such as steel industry or cement industries, that could be CO2 sources that are not available, so to speak, due to their process. We do not have a solution for emitting CO2 in these processes, but there's no clear answer for this pathway for steel processing or mining. So there's a few options that are lesser options, for instance, waste, improvements for biomethane, for biogas. You can obtain the facility of a CO2 which is qualified as being biogenic. Another option is biomass, which Milton was commenting on, and potentially a few other solutions, like maybe more creative ones, as we mentioned. But we have these difficulties, including distance as well. It cannot be too expensive, otherwise it makes the project non-viable. But in a general manner of speaking, and keeping in mind that you are looking at a few numbers, cost numbers and budgeting numbers, as well as the amount of these supplies, these are not small numbers, because for a project like this one to stand on its own, to stand on its own feet, to be rentable, to be profitable, it needs to have an amount, a volume, an investment that is considerable. A project such as this one, we calculate to about 1.2, 1.3 billion reais, which would be about 450, $250 million. So it's quite promising to hear a bit about what Danielle will be commenting on regarding this, but we speak about potential companies that would be off-takers of this synthetic fuel starting from e-methanol. And it brings us the opportunity of making this an actually circular economy. If you can see on the slide, we put up a photograph of what it looks like today. CO2, despite being the big bad guy of the situation, in our case, we look for CO2, but it's a bit more specific than not just the available CO2 that is sent out into the air. And the DAC, direct air capture technology, is still a pretty expensive technology. It is still a challenge to make this technology viable, but it's moving forward, and will be more viable in the future. So having this solution for reuse of CO2, biogenic CO2, producing fuel starting from this, you are producing a cycle, having a closed cycle for emissions, and you're reusing the CO2 once again for the use of generators and propulsion for motors and turbines and so forth. So in a further future, the idea is to have a constant reuse of the same CO2 and have a amount for the atmosphere going to the atmosphere that is less and less. So those are the three phases that we see it as being the future for the use of CO2, of these emissions. And a little bit for Daniel to comment on, but we see that countries, the UN countries especially, and others to follow after, that they are putting up their goals, their objectives for emission reductions for these markets, air and sea markets. So there is a demand for this. So there are capitals in Brazil where these companies operate, and it's interesting for the consumption of these e-fuels. I think that's it. So it's worth mentioning biomethane. It's also a possible route for obtaining hydrogen, but it's not my focus point here. But it is a biofuel that for us, as a country, has a huge potential to reduce the carbon footprint, and it's also a fuel that requires small or almost no adaptation for use in comparison to natural gas for the fossil origin. That's what I wanted to say, and thank you for your attention.
Obrigado, Chris.
Thank you so much, Christian. Christian is bringing an important element to this synthetic fuel industry, which is a safe supply and cheap supply of CO2. Without that, this industry has no way of being feasible. So today, this is a liability. We can feel that in Ceará, the number of developments that have demanded safe and cheap CO2, that's another paradigm that this industry may break. Now, Daniel Cohen, the General Director, CEO of Svitzer, Managing Director of Svitzer. It is present here in Pesing, and it has an interesting project. He'll bring insights about the company's decarbonization and synthetic fuels. Feel free, the floor is yours. Perfect. So good afternoon, good evening to everyone here. I would like to thank you, first of all. I am very much last hurdle between you and the and the cocktails at the end of the event and a couch in front of a TV. So I'm going to try and briefly present what I have to show so that all of you can go home and be free. I would like to thank you, obviously, for the invitation and for everyone's participation here. I am going to focus on the angle of future consumers of renewable fuels. So I think this was a great introduction from my colleagues at this panel. You raised the bar here, actually, and I'm going to have to try and deliver as much high quality as you have. So first of all, I'm going to talk a little bit about the company and introduce the company, and then I'm going to talk about our strategy, decarbonization strategy. But first of all, just for you to get to know me a little bit, I am Danish. That's why you hear an accent there. I have been in Brazil for 7 years now. And I can say from the bottom of my heart that these are probably the best 7 years of my life. I love living here. It's different, obviously, for me, but from the beginning, I was very much impressed with the Brazilian spirit and people. And also, coming back to our subject, I was very impressed with the potential that Brazil has in terms of energy transition, green transition. And I also understand that there's a position, a kind of, it's not really believed in. There's this position that Brazil always loses opportunities. Actually, I think they said it never loses opportunities. They talked about that in a previous panel. And the issue that Brazil has a lot of potential. Plenty of people here on this stage talked about Brazil's potential in green energy. But what I want to say is that obviously we have to deliver that potential. But me, as I am Danish, Denmark is a pioneer in this field, but we also have our own issues. What are they? It's being a small country. So we always say, oh, we're a small country. We can't do this. We don't make much of a difference. Any sports that we're good at, the whole country stops in front of the TV to watch. It doesn't matter the sport, badminton. So what I want to say is that we also have issues and we have our traumas, so to say. But there we were able to reach an agreement and public authority saying, look, we have this area here, and this is something we can work well in, and let's pioneer this field. So we have a great partnership established with the state, with public authorities, and the corporate world. And I want to bring this point of view, begin my presentation, and say that obviously to deliver potential, you have to establish goals, and you also have to partner up with others, but not any partnership, productive partnerships. Partnerships that have a goal, that have an end game, a reason. That's an important part, and I will return to that subject afterwards. To begin, just a little bit about the company. Svitza is a tower company, and a tower is that small ship, a towboat, the one that brings the large ships in the port back and forth. So the profile of a towboat is a relatively small vessel that has a lot of power and autonomy. One towboat sometimes has to perform several maneuvers in a row, and for that reason, it needs an energy source that is flexible and durable. Svitza, as is shown here, operates in 33 countries. It's part of the Maersk Group, which is one of the largest logistic groups in the world, and we operate 450 ships around the world. In Brazil, where we've been here for 8 years, so it's relatively young company in Brazil, but we're already operating in 8 ports, Pecém included. And in Pecém, we have 2 towboats, and these 8 ports, they go from the south of Brazil to the northeastern part of Brazil. We have a very diverse portfolio of clients, domestic clients and international clients. So it's a very diversified and varied business, and a business that's growing pretty quickly. As I said, 8 ports in 8 years. We began with 1. And nowadays, we have 20 ships. We're building another 2. And we have already invested approximately 650 million reais up until this point. And for the next 18 months, we're going to invest another 150 million reais. So these ships are small, but they are not cheap. And this brings me to a challenge. The challenges of energy transition. Energy transition in itself is a huge challenge for us as a society, and maybe even a bigger challenge, the biggest challenge of our generation. But each company has its own challenges within themselves. So for Svitza, our challenge is the profile of our towboats, and those result in challenges around energy. And the other challenge we have is our fleet. We have one of the largest in the world, largest towboat fleet, but that brings a change. We will need to change our fleet in a way that is very hard. We can't just flip a switch and say, oh, we're changing. It's not possible. Not even with all the money in the world, with all the investment in the world, it would make no sense. Why? Because building a towboat also strongly impacts the environment. So we have to think about the towboats that we already have in operation. Although based on diesel, it makes no sense to simply throw them out to build a more sustainable one. So we have that challenge regarding our fleets. We're going to have to go through this transition gradually and in a well-planned manner. We established ambitious goals and decided not only to say that we wanted to be energy transition leaders, but also green energy leaders. And this is something that we really want to deal with in our field. But we also have to define goals and not just talk about it. Walk the walk and talk the talk. So we have these 2 goals here until 2030. We intend to reduce the intensity, the emissions of CO2 in our fleet, and until 2040, we intend to reach net zero, meaning 0 carbon. So of course, we don't have much time left to reach these goals. I've already talked about the challenges, the concrete actual challenges we have. So the issue is, okay, we have these challenges, we have these goals. How can we reach these goals until their deadline? We've defined a strategy that involves 3 pillars. We have behavior, equipment, and fuel. And these three, there are several initiatives for each, but we also recognize that we cannot simply exchange our fleet or the fuel. So let's start with behavior, because that is where we can make a difference faster. So we're training our commanders to operate with less acceleration to minimize consumption. We are also trying to install electricity whenever we can to provide towboats with electricity. Besides that, we're focusing on equipment, obviously. So within this, it's important to establish partnerships with other companies. So we are seeking new towboat designs and projects. We are collaborating with companies within towboat design field. We are collaborating with engine constructors, manufacturers to make more sustainable engines. We're also trying to convert the fleet that we already have, because, as I said, it's no use simply building new towboats. What we can do is try to convert the towboats that we have so that they can use green fuels as well. And talking about fuels, which is the main subject here, we have a strong focus on this. We already have an initiative in England with renewable fuel. And nowadays we have 70 towboats in England operating with HVO. My ambition is that we are able to do this in Brazil as well, but now we still don't have that possibility. We're not able to use it in ships yet. But we're talking to authorities so that we can be approved to implement this. But in medium term, we have methanol and ammonia. Now, methanol for us, for now, is the winner, especially because of the profile that I mentioned regarding towboats. It has to be able to maneuver several times. It needs fuel that has density, high energy, and because of that, we can't use hydrogen, green hydrogen as it is. We have to have a source on board, one that has easy storage, that can be easily stored, that does not bring safety challenges. So for now, with technology as it is today, methanol is the answer for us. And we have a project that focuses on building a device that has methanol as a source of energy on board, but also has a fuel cell. And this will generate energy in the towboat in three ways. Mainly, actually, the towboat has three energy sources. It has the energy of using a plug, electrical energy. It can also use methanol to foster the fuel cell, and last, the generator, through which we can use methanol to generate energy with the generator. So basically, it would be a towboat that will operate without the need at all for fuel, for diesel fuel. It will be a completely green towboat. And this towboat is a partnership between us and the Gothenburg port in Sweden. So this is going to be really interesting. It'll be the first towboat operating in this way, and we expect a lot from this project. But again, it's a partnership, and we recognize that we couldn't do this kind of thing alone. So we need to seek partners, and this is a very good example of this. Finally, this is where the lecture brings me. What really is important are our partnerships. So we recognize we cannot travel through this path alone. This is what we've learned, and we're bringing this to everyone that has the same ambitions and that have their own lessons learned, so that together we can generate. So together we can resolve this challenge and solve this challenge that is green transition. And this is really where we need to be. So once again, thank you so much, everyone. I'm very optimistic, and I am an optimist because partnerships are what we need to achieve our goal. And I believe that here in Brazil, there is a huge potential for this. So let's walk this path together and not just think that, oh, this is going to be another lost opportunity. Let's make it happen. Thank you very much. Thank you, Danielle. The energy market is demand driven. So this brings a series of strategic issues that are very important. Initiatives like this one here, they seek to create demand associated to smart regulation that values our potentialities and drives the new energy market and chain. Renewable energies, green hydrogen. That will be the same case of synthetic fuels. I think we were able to bring a little bit about the point of view of every connection of this chain, and following the organizers' guidelines, there will be a cocktail. And due to the time, I just wanted to ask Milton, Christian, and Danielle to say their last words here in the panel so that we can end this event. I would like to thank everyone here, the team that is present, the organizers, and the friends that are here present. It's a great satisfaction to be able to participate. I hope that in the next ones to come, we can meet again. I'd like to thank the audience that remained here until this time, watching all of our presentations. And I hope that I have contributed with something for everyone. I'll leave you guys with a warm hug and greetings. I would also like to thank everyone in our name and thank the organizers of this event. I'm also going to talk about what Daniel said last year, the issue of partnerships. We also believe in that, and especially with new technologies, new advancements, you can't invest and bet and create developments by yourself without partners. So us from the Jetta Group, we also try to establish partnerships that boost this development agenda. And I am just going to say goodbye because I don't want anybody to be mad at me. So thank you very much. And let's establish partnerships, and everyone that's here. These are people that are already convinced and that have already understood that this issue, that this subject here is very important. So let's leave and convince everyone that wasn't here that this is an essential issue for us nowadays. Thank you so much. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Christian Schuck, Milton Stiegel, Expedito Parente, Daniel Hiddens. Excellent.
E queria chamar aqui ao palco, enquanto fazemos a foto oficial, por favor, queria chamar ao palco o nosso querido Dr. Carlos Prado, vice-presidente da FIEC, que vai fazer a nossa fala de encerramento.
So, finishing speech for the event. You can kindly take the picture by Professor Carlos as the closing statements, remembering that we must give thanks to Dr. Carlos. I'll add to this things that Dr. Carlos will say. You allow me one more information, public utility. One of our speakers, Ana Claudia Salles, lost her wallet, so red one has this documentation. The auditorium.
Por gentileza, deixar conosco aqui na produção, tá bom? Dr. Carlos, por gentileza.
Boa noite a todos. É uma palavra bem rápida, porque aí pelo início do.
Well, in the name of the president of FIEC, Ricardo Cavalcanti, I would like to thank the pillars that put together this event, Jurandir Picanso, Frade, Mônica Panic, and Joaquim Rolim. I would also like to thank the FIEC team, who together with Prática Eventos worked throughout a few months planning and organizing this FIEC summit. I would like to thank our suppliers who met the challenges very well, to our suppliers, to our lecturers who came through invitation and guaranteed the quality of the event at the next FIEC Summit. Also our sponsors at the next FIEC Summit, according to the suggestion of the World Bank, who is present here, we will have the participation of at least 20% of women as lecturers. I'm sorry. By decision of the president of FIEC, Ricardo Cavalcanti, in October of 2024, we will have the third FIEC Summit. Industry, green industry will be the theme. In the first two events, the theme was green hydrogen. The first FIEC Summit had focused on general overviews and the first initiatives for investment. In this second event, ending today, we have already had presentations of local demands for green hydrogen, showing that the main objective is now producing products through green hydrogen, green steel, green fertilizers, green cement, so many others. Hence, the title of our next FIEC Summit, FIEC Summit 2024, Green Industry. Good night to all, and let's move on to the cocktail.
Obrigado.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carlos Prado. I would like to ask for a round of applause for the technical team that is here. Dr. Carlos talked about them, but I would like to specifically talk about the technical team responsible for transmission, the girls, the lecturers, catering. Thank you very much. Everyone over there, lights, sound. You ensured the quality of the event of everything we saw today, together with the 59 lecturers and 9 moderators. So thank you. Very well said by Carlos Prado. I wish a great rest of the week to all of you. Good evening, and we'll be together at FIEC Summit 2024. Thank you so much. Good night. We are ending our online transmission right now.